Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Desiring the Earl She Hates by Harriet Caves. Chapter 1. I cannot believe we will be forced to mingle with those vile upstarts. Why must we attend this ball in the first place? It's not as if the Duke is a close acquaintance of ours. Lord Ernest Hardstone, Earl of Norfolk, shot his mother a sympathetic look from across the carriage that was bearing them along the road toward their destination. She was gazing out the window at the passing scenery, her agitation clear in the way she fluttered her white, lacy fan that perfectly matched her gown for the evening. Laura Hardstone, Dowager Countess of Norfolk, was a proud lady who did not often give in to emotional displays. Yet, tonight, he feared she might not be able to hide everything she was feeling. Her distress was etched in the fine lines of her face, and her lips were pursed in a way that only ever happened when she was flustered or anxious. He is a prominent gentleman of the ton, a powerful landowner, and a strong voice in the government, Ernest explained for perhaps the 10th time that evening. To not attend tonight after receiving a direct invitation would be considered an insult, and we do not want such a man to think of us in an unfavorable light. It would not do well for our family's reputation or our business ventures, for that matter. His mother scoffed and shook her head. I very much doubt we have any chance of finding ourselves in good standing with the Duke. Not with those vipers whispering lies in his ear and poisoning him against us. All the more reason for us to attend, Ernest insisted, so that we might undo any damage the Lovelaces have done. His mother sniffed and he could tell she still was not pleased, but at the very least, he hoped she was resigned to the reality of the evening. They were on their way to attend a ball being thrown by Augustus Norman, Duke of Woodfall. Ernest was not well acquainted with the gentleman himself, but his father had known him. He knew the invitation that evening was a courtesy extended to them in his father's honor. However, the gesture might have been more welcome to Ernest and his mother had the Duke not been making plans to align himself with the very family they suspected of having taken the late Earl from them prematurely. The Lovelaces. No other name in all of England evoked such a sudden surge of fury within him at the mere thought of its bearers. He knew it was likely that they would encounter them that evening, as the Duke was betrothed to the Lovelace daughter. How such nobodies managed to sink their claws into as powerful a gentleman as his Grace, I shall never understand, his mother said, disgust dripping from her lips. The daughter must be a woman of loose morals and has seduced him out of his good sense. Ernest quirked a brow at that. Do you truly believe that? His mother turned her sharp gaze toward him, her expression pinched as she nodded emphatically. Absolutely. It is humiliating enough that a commoner would be brought into the ranks of the nobility, even as a mere baron, as if our titles and status truly mean so little, but for the daughter to end up a duchess? It's a travesty, and I refuse to believe she did not use some type of underhanded means to trap him. Ernest was not so sure about all that, but he agreed with his mother that it was a slap in the face of all the nobility that such a lady, that such a family, in truth would rise so high so quickly. Miss Verity's father, the Baron of Caldwell, had been bestowed his title by the Crown. It had not been held and honored by generations of his family. It was not in his blood to hold such status. He did not understand the responsibility and legacy that went into such a position. It is grating on one's nerves to think of so undeserving a man holding a place as my peer. Ernest gave his head a firm shake, determined to put such thoughts aside, at least for the evening. It would do neither of them any good to get upset before arriving at Woodfall. It will be a large gathering, he said, making his tone reasonable. The chances of actually interacting with any of the Lovelaces are minuscule. His mother's nostrils flared. Just being in the same house as them is enough to make my skin crawl. Leaning forward, Ernest rested a gentle hand on the one she had clenched in her lap. Do not let the night be ruined by them, he advised softly. We cannot let them, or the ton for that matter, see that we are rattled by their presence. It will be seen as a weakness to be ridiculed. Father would not wish for us to give the vultures any type of opening to pick at. His mother blinked as her eyes shimmered with sudden tears. She did not let them fall, though, too proud for such a display. You are right. She nodded. We shall enter this ball with our heads high because we actually belong there. True enough, Ernest decided, offering his mother a reaffirming nod. He sat back in his seat, satisfied that he had reoriented her perspective so that she now saw the evening as a challenge to be won rather than a burden to endure. He was completely in favor of whatever it took to get her through the ball. Turning his gaze to the carriage window, he stared blankly at the passing parklands as his mind wandered and settled on thoughts of his father. Ernest actually tried to avoid thinking of the late Earl as much as he could, as the reality of his father's passing was almost too painful for him to bear. He was not looking forward to the evening. If he had had his way, he would have stayed home or gone out to his favorite club for a scotch and a cigar, away from the critical view of the ton. Sadly, such a vanishing act was no longer acceptable for him, given his title and station. He was head of his family now, and their fortunes rested on his shoulders and his ability to navigate the treacherous waters of London high society. "Ah, it appears we've arrived," his mother suddenly said offhandedly. The world outside the carriage came back into focus as Ernest was pulled from his wandering thoughts. Ahead of them, at the end of the long gravel drive they now rode on, stood Woodfall Manor, the seat of the Duchy of Woodfall. It was a massive structure that rivaled even some of the royal palaces. As it was already after sunset, the drive was lined by hundreds of lanterns to light the way up to the front doors, where carriages were lined up, waiting to deposit their passengers into their lavish night of merriment. Every moment that passed brought them nearer and nearer to the front of the line. Ernest tensed until his whole body was rigid. He was careful to keep his features schooled so as not to alert his mother to his growing discomfort. This likely was not a good idea after all. It feels like some sort of trick having the Duke invite us, despite who his intended is. They'd come too far, however. To turn back now would cause far more damage than the effort to escape was worth. His mother was back to fluttering her fan frantically as their carriage finally rolled to a stop at the bottom of the massive stone steps leading up to the manor's doors. A footman appeared outside the vehicle and he opened the door and offered his hand to Ernest's mother. She accepted it and allowed the young man to assist her down to the ground. Ernest followed after her and held out his arm so that he might escort her into the manor. Other party guests made their way up the steps as well, though some lingered and chatted in the warm evening. Ernest ignored them and kept his gaze focused straight ahead. This place is so grand, his mother mused as they stepped through the doors and into the great entrance hall. They were met with marble floors and dark wood paneling throughout. Gazing up at the ceiling, Ernest arched a brow to find an elaborate mural depicting a heavenly scene with cherubs and clouds that were so detailed, they almost appeared to be moving. "Seems a bit much," he replied dryly to his mother's words. She lightly slapped him on the shoulder, but he was pleased to see an amused grin curling her lips. They followed the other guests who had made their way inside as well down a corridor decorated with life-size portraits and gorgeous tapestries. A part of Ernest wanted to linger to admire the craftsmanship of the tapestries, several of which appeared to be quite old, though well cared for. He knew there was no time, unfortunately, and he didn't want to inadvertently create an opportunity for someone to approach him and attempt to begin conversation. It was not that he was adverse to human interaction, it was just that, on this night and given the context, he knew he had to proceed with caution. There could very well be traps set up for them throughout the night. Who knew what was possible when the Lovelaces were involved? The crowd bore them further and further down the hallway until they reached two massive doors that had been thrown wide open. Inside, the ball was already in full swing. Ernest and his mother stepped into the commotion of the ball, uncertain of who among the crowd would prove friend and who might prove foe. "Oh, there is Lady Marigold," his mother declared suddenly. She disentangled herself from Ernest's arm. "I must go and speak with her." She hid quite the tale the other day about Lady Rutherford and her prized oriental vase which has turned out to be a forgery and not authentic in the least. The poor dear was beside herself, apparently. Ernest merely nodded, uninterested in what his mother and her friends considered calamities. She waved her fingers at him and walked away, her earlier misgivings about attending the ball appearing to have disappeared, at least for the moment. Releasing an exasperated sigh, he shook his head with a half-grin and turned to find his own form of entertainment for the evening. Gazing around, he let his eyes linger on the occasional pretty face and curvy figure. Before he'd become Earl, when he was just a wealthy heir with time on his hands and an aversion to boredom, he'd had what some would consider a rakish reputation. He enjoyed the company of ladies, the burn of alcohol, and the thrill of gambling. He didn't believe he'd ever been quite so wild as some believed, but he'd been no saint by any means. Releasing a breath of frustration, he tore his eyes from a particularly fine décolletage and mentally chastised himself for his juvenile imaginings. Those days were behind him now. He had responsibilities and the reputation of the family to consider. Part of those responsibilities included finding a proper, submissive wife who would give him children. A mistress or two wasn't an unheard of thing among his peers, but discretion was key. Norfolk? Norfolk. Ernest stopped and turned at the sound of his name being called. He spotted his friend, Lord Creston, moving through the crowd toward him. Creston was smirking, his dark eyes glittering with amusement as he reached Ernest. "Creston, good evening," Ernest said, inclining his head in greeting. Creston slapped him on the shoulder. "Can't say I expected to see you here this evening. What with Woodfall's upcoming union? Figured you and your mother would steer clear." Ernest grunted, moving his gaze across the crowd again, expecting at any moment to spot a Lovelace glaring back at him. "We are not the type of people to hide away," he replied. "If the Lovelaces do not wish to interact with us, then they must leave." Creston gave him an incredulous look. "I thought you did not care about this silly feud between your families. When you were living in London, you often told me the whole ordeal was rather childish and uninteresting." "That is true." Ernest nodded. "But that was before." "Before?" "Before they killed my father." He didn't speak those words out loud, however. It was a suspicion that he and his mother both held onto, but he knew the Duke of Woodfall's ball was not the place to voice it. Instead, he said, "It is still rather childish, but there's the matter of the family's honor to uphold now that I am the head of it. The Lovelaces have insulted us enough now that our animosity is more than justified." Creston gazed at him with a furrowed brow, his skepticism clear. For a moment, Ernest worried he would push the matter, but to his relief, his friend shrugged his shoulders and his expression relaxed. "Well, for tonight at least, you should try to enjoy yourself and forget all about that nonsense," Creston insisted. "And how do you suggest I do that?" Ernest asked with a smirk. Creston's eyes flitted across the crowd and he grinned. "Well, there are a few lovely distractions about that could prove rather engaging, don't you think?" Ernest chuckled. "If only I could, but I do not suppose that would be very fitting behavior for an earl." Creston scoffed. "What is more fitting? Just claim to be on the hunt for a wife and you will be forgiven much." "You are a scoundrel," Ernest said, though his tone made the word sound far more like a compliment than an insult. "I am a gentleman through and through." Creston's eyes glittered with mischief. "I cannot help if those of the fairer sex find me irresistible." "Ah, yes, that is why you are so often overwhelmed by the attentions of ladies and their yearnings for your favor." Creston narrowed his eyes at Ernest's sarcastic tone. "I do not see any ladies throwing themselves in your path, despite your rank and wealth." That was more by design than anything. Ernest was not interested in having female attention turned on him. He would much rather be the pursuer. "I have very little patience for overly eager ladies on the hunt for an eligible husband," Ernest sighed. "I have even less patience for their overbearing mothers." "Well, fear not. There is likely a young lady out there capable of catching even your eye for more than a night," Creston teased. Not likely. Yet, even as the thought crossed his mind, his gaze suddenly collided with a pair of shining hazel eyes. His whole body went rigid as shock coursed through him. The owner of those stunning eyes was a petite little thing with soft curves and soft brown hair swept up into an elaborate chignon. Rosy cheeks turned pinker as he held the lady's gaze. Her plump lips parted and her ample bosom heaved as she took a deep breath. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. Who was this stunning creature, and why had he never seen her before? "Oh, that is quite interesting," he heard Creston murmur. Ernest glanced toward his friend with a curious frown. "What is interesting?" Creston smirked. "The fact that you are drawn to that particular lady." "Why would that be noteworthy?" Ernest asked. "Who is she?" Creston arched a brow, his eyes bouncing between Ernest and the lady. "Norfolk, my friend, that's the lady of the evening," he explained slowly. "That is Miss Verity Lovelace." Stunned, Ernest turned his gaze back to the lady in question, only to find her glaring back at him, her animosity clear even from across the ballroom. Chapter 2. "My goodness, who is that gentleman? He is quite handsome, isn't he?" Verity did not answer right away. She was too overwhelmed by all the conflicting emotions rushing through her. Shock was perhaps the foremost among them, but anger was nearly as prominent. There was also the smallest amount of confusion, which was the result of several other emotions she did not really wish to dig into too much. When his bright blue eyes had locked with hers, her breath had left her in a rush. She had briefly forgotten that the beautiful face, with its sharp aristocratic features and mop of thick brown hair, masked a rake and a villain. Luckily, her senses had quickly returned to her and she remembered every despicable thing he and his family had forced onto hers. "That," she snapped, "is Lord Norfolk." "Norfolk? As in the Hardstone family?" Verity glanced toward her dear friend, Lily Benson. The two had been enjoying themselves among the splendor and liveliness of the ball when Lord Norfolk and the Dowager Countess had walked through the door to the ballroom. Verity had noticed them right away, and she had been stunned. How dare they show their faces here? She nodded her head vigorously. "Yes, exactly." Lily's brows rose and her expression displayed her surprise. "I see. Well, that does not make him any less handsome." Verity rolled her eyes, ignoring the strange fluttering in her stomach and the heat that lingered in her cheeks. "It does not matter how handsome he might be," she insisted. "He and his whole family are awful people who have done nothing but cause my family misery." Lily released a sigh. "If you say so, though I do not fully understand this feud that exists between you all." Verity bit her tongue, unsure whether she should reveal the source of the animosity between their families, even to someone as dear to her as Lily. It was all rather personal. Still, now that she would be moving within similar social circles as Lord Norfolk, they would likely encounter each other from time to time. If Lily was accompanying her at any point, she would not wish to put her friend in an awkward situation without an explanation. "Well, I suppose it started with my aunt and Lord Norfolk's uncle. My Aunt Amanda was tricked by the scoundrel. Stolen and most likely abused so that she had no choice but to go with him to Scotland. He forced her to elope, else he would ruin her reputation beyond repair. My father was devastated and has never forgiven the Hardstones, who did nothing to try and stop the villain from ruining my aunt." Lily's lips parted in shock. "My goodness. That is quite a heartbreaking tale." Verity's nostrils flared as her temper rose. "What's more, the Hardstones started causing trouble for the rest of us, creating disputes over land and claiming we were encroaching on their properties. All of it, complete lies of course." "That does sound like quite a dramatic shared history," Lily murmured, glancing back toward Lord Norfolk. "Indeed, which makes it all the more baffling why they would dare to show up here. They have to know that His Grace and I are betrothed." Well, they must have received an invitation. Lily shrugged. There would be no reason for them to be here otherwise. That was true, and that shocked Verity even more. The Duke knew of the feud. Why would he invite them? Suddenly, her fury was redirected to a new target. She whirled away from Lord Norfolk and his unnerving eyes, which were still locked on her for some reason she could not fathom, and began to march into the crowd. "Where in the world are you going?" Lily called after her, hurrying to catch up as Verity's determined strides quickly ate the distance to her destination. "I must have a conversation with my intended," she growled. "He has some explaining he must do." Lily released a low whistle and murmured, "The poor soul." Verity ignored her as she continued forward. She knew exactly where the Duke was, as he had been trapped in conversation with her mother for nearly 15 minutes already. The two stood together on the opposite side of the dance floor, exactly where Verity had left them. She could see her mother was talking quite animatedly to the Duke, and while he maintained a polite expression, the strain around his eyes was a cry for help. When his gaze fell on her, his entire face brightened. Verity felt a tugging in her belly, but it was not out of excitement or affection. If anything, it was guilt, knowing she did not at all feel the same way about him as he did about her. They had absolutely nothing in common. What's more, he was 13 years her senior, 35 years of age to her 22. Perhaps not odd by society's standards, but it felt as though they were a lifetime apart from each other. In the end, though, it did not matter what she felt. As much as she might personally object to the match, her parents and the Duke were all in agreement that it should happen and the matter was out of her hands. She pushed those thoughts aside for the time being, however. They were not what was most pressing. She needed to know exactly what the Duke had been thinking inviting her family's most hated enemies to his home, especially when he knew she would be in it with them. It took her mother several moments to realize the Duke was no longer paying her any mind. She stopped speaking and turned with a furrowed brow, which immediately relaxed when she saw Verity. "Ah, my dear, there you are," the Baroness said. "I was wondering where you had run off to, as was his Grace, I'm sure." The Duke nodded. "Indeed. I was hoping you would return shortly, else I would have to come find you to secure our first dance of the evening. Before that, Your Grace, I have something I need to ask you." She was cut off, however, by her mother ushering her and the Duke together and toward the dance floor. "Mother," she declared, though she managed to keep it at the level of a hissing whisper. "What are you doing?" "There's no reason you should not dance together," her mother insisted. "Go on, now. His Grace has graciously asked you, and it would be rude to tell him no." "It is quite all right, my lady," the Duke said, waving a hand at the Baroness. "If Miss Verity does not wish to dance at present, I do not wish to force her." "Nonsense, she is more than happy to." Her mother gave her a pointed look. One that brokered no argument. Verity barely managed to hold back an annoyed groan. She knew there was nothing she could really do when her mother got that particularly stubborn glint in her eye. Begrudgingly, when the Duke offered his hand to her, she took it and allowed him to lead her out onto the floor. They lined up with the other couples that chose to join them and waited briefly for the music to begin again. When the strings of the violin started up, Verity swallowed, feeling suddenly nervous as she and the Duke fell into step with the others. It was not the ideal setting she had hoped for, but dancing could likely be the only opportunity they had to speak, just the two of them, all night. "Your Grace, there is something I must ask you," Verity said in a soft voice when they drew close to each other, the palm of her hand brushing against the back of his. She could not help the small touch as her feet carried her along past him. "What is it?" he breathed, his face becoming somewhat blushed. She prayed others merely thought he had grown warm in the cheeks as he had played the proper host. She hesitated a moment more before forcing herself to ask, "Why are Lord Norfolk and his mother in attendance here tonight?" His eyes widened slightly for a moment, and she thought that she had surprised him by being so bold in questioning him. She was not certain, but whatever the reason, he quickly collected himself and furrowed his brow in concentration as they continued to move along with the music. "I was acquainted with the late Earl," he began softly when they stood side by side and stepped forward 2 steps and then back again. The invitation was a courtesy in his honor. "You know what they have done to my family," she hissed, her temper beginning to get the better of her. "Even the late Earl, acquaintance of yours or not. They should not be here." He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. "Tread carefully, my dear. My affection for you runs deep, but I will not tolerate being spoken to in such a way in my own home." She knew she was speaking out of turn, but she simply could not help herself. He did not understand just how deeply the hostility ran between her family and theirs. She had grown up listening to her father rant and rave about the Hardstones and how they had taken his poor Amanda from him. Such displays of emotion had burrowed their way into her own heart, coloring her world view so that past slights felt as though they had been done directly to her. She needed the Duke to realize just how much of an insult their very presence was to her, so that such a blunder would not happen in the future. When she was Duchess, she planned to never have to interact with nor see a Hardstone ever again. "I do not mean to speak out of place, Your Grace," she hastily said in a low voice. "However, this is a very important matter to me, and if we are to marry, I would hope it would be a very important matter to you." "When we are married, I will expect obedience," he snapped, startling her. "Obedience in all things. I will not be questioned about who I choose to invite to be my guests in my home. When you are my wife, you will be hostess to whoever I deem fit and proper, and you will treat them with courtesy no matter who they are." She bristled at his commanding tone. It was not the first time he had spoken to her in such a way, and it was one of the reasons she could not find it in herself to like him. The Duke, for all his smiles and talk of love and devotion to her, was in truth a controlling individual whose temper was easily ignited. Yet it was not in her nature to simply let things go, either. Especially things that she held as vitally important. It was essential to her that she feel she had at least a choice in the matter of who would enter this home. Their home, soon enough. She did her best to ignore that twinge in her gut again at the thought of marriage to the gentleman, but it was all but assured. "Your Grace, I—" "Enough," he hissed between clenched teeth. He was very good at hiding his displeasure, only letting his facade slip when they were very close to each other. "You will not say another word on the matter to me, do you understand? It is not your place." She stared up at him in disbelief. Not her place? How could he say such a thing? She could not imagine what was going through his mind, but his callous dismissal of her feelings did nothing to endear him to her. The thought of spending the rest of her life with such a person sent a wave of melancholy crashing through her, and she suddenly felt as though the room was shrinking in on her. Cannot breathe. Cannot breathe. She needed air. She needed to get away from the Duke and his iron-fisted rule. The dance was nearly over, she knew, and she could make some sort of excuse to flee his presence. They did not speak again for the remainder of the song, and when it was finally over, she dipped into a quick curtsy. "Excuse me, Your Grace," she murmured. "I am feeling rather flushed. I believe I will go take a turn through the garden." He nodded. "Very well. Do not be outside for too long, lest you catch a chill." His high-handedness rankled her, but she forced her expression to remain calm and passive as she turned to make her way across the ballroom, toward the large glass doors that opened onto the back terrace. It took every bit of her willpower not to run outside, but she did not want to draw undue attention to herself. She maintained a steady pace, and when she stepped out into the night air, she released a breath she had not realized she had been holding. "What an insufferable snob I'm to marry." With a dejected sigh, she made her way across the terrace and into the hedges that sectioned off the garden and created at least a sense of privacy. The gravel of the path crunched beneath her feet as she ambled along, in no hurry to go anywhere or return to the ball. she hated that she was being forced into this position. The Duke was not a pleasant gentleman, and they had very little in common. However, he was insistent on the match, claiming to have fallen in love with her at first sight during a ball early in the season. She barely remembered the night herself, but her fate had been sealed without her even being aware of it. Her parents were thrilled for the match, especially her mother. Rebecca Lovelace had taken to her husband's awarded title of Baron like a fish to water. She had assumed the demeanor and mentality of all the other mothers of the ton, her sole focus becoming the hunt for an eligible bachelor for her only daughter. Verity had not expected much from a potential marriage. Her family was the lowest class of nobility, and her father had gained his fortune through mercantile, which was looked down upon by the vast majority of the upper class. The fact that his title had been a reward for several of his scientific endeavors had not helped place their family in the nobility's good graces. However, when the Duke had appeared at their doorstep, seeking to court her, her mother had nearly fainted from the sheer thrill of it. In her mind, anyway. Verity had not been overly enthusiastic herself, and the more she came to know the Duke, the less interested in marrying him she became. She sighed again, coming to a part of the garden that had quickly become one of her favorite places to hide whenever she was on the Duke's estate. There was a small cluster of old oaks with just enough space in between them for her to slip through. She did not attempt to slide into her secret space that evening, knowing if she returned to the ball with dirt and twigs attached to her dress, her mother would be furious with her. Just being next to the trees, though, calmed her nerves immensely. The peace and quiet was welcome after the unceasing noise of the ballroom, and the soft glow of the lanterns along the path was preferable to the harsh light of the hundreds of dripping candles inside. Perhaps I can stay hidden out here the rest of the night? Who would possibly miss me? She knew that was a silly question, though. The Duke would most definitely come looking for her if she was away too long. She pressed a hand to one of the trees, needing the steadying force of its thick trunk to keep her from losing herself in her anxiety and despair. Meow. Verity froze, stunned by the sudden sound cracking through the silence of the night around her. Was that a cat? The noise came again, and Verity glanced up into the tree she stood under. To her surprise, there was indeed a small tabby cat sitting up in one of its branches. It was crying so piteously, she wondered if it was stuck up there. "Do you need help getting down, little one?" she asked in a soft voice, not wishing to scare the creature. It stared down at her, mewing, but it made no move to run away and warn her off. She took that as invitation enough. Glancing around, she made sure there was no one nearby to witness what she was about to do. If Mother caught me, she would have me whipped for certain. She refused to leave the cat up there, however, so she grabbed hold of her skirts to hold them above her feet and then moved toward a low-hanging branch. Grabbing hold of the branch, she scrambled up onto it. Taking a moment to find her balance, Verity began climbing the tree with a skill that could only have come from years of practice. At length, she reached the cat, who had stopped mewing and was watching her intently. "Good evening," she said with a small grin. "My, are you not the prettiest little thing?" She reached out her hand to catch it, but like a shot, it was up and off, bounding down the branches to the ground with ease. As Verity watched it move, her jaw dropped. "You could get down on your own this whole time?" she declared, as if the cat gave one with what she had to say. She watched it strut away into the night, and, grumbling under breath, she began her descent back to the ground. Suddenly, a loud sound exploded somewhere nearby. It sounded like a gunshot. Verity let out a startled cry and jerked. As she unintentionally moved, however, she lost her grip on the branch she was holding onto. The next thing she knew, she was flying through the air. No. Not flying. Falling. Verity released a shrieking scream as she plummeted to the ground, but she knew that there was no way for anyone to reach her in time. Chapter 3. This is not how I want to die. The thought rushed through her head as she continued to fall. It had been mere seconds since she had lost her grip on the tree, but it felt as though she had been falling for an eternity. Closer and closer she drew to the ground, her whole body tensing for impact, even though she knew that would only make it worse. She slammed into something, but she knew right away it was not the ground. Strong arms cushioned her fall, and a wide chest protected her as she and her rescuer went tumbling into the dirt. He released a puff of air as if the wind had been knocked out of him. It took Verity a moment to realize that she was not lying broken on the ground, but perfectly safe and whole on top of another person. Had someone heard her scream and rushed to rescue her? She did not care, in all honesty. She was just grateful to be alive. Rolling awkwardly around, as they were quite tangled together, she determined to thank her savior and see his face. When she saw who she lay upon, however, the blood drained from her face so quickly, her head spun. "You?" she gasped. "What? What are you doing here?" Lord Norfolk gazed up at her with a furrowed brow and an irritated expression. His blue eyes flashed, and she momentarily forgot how to breathe. She became very aware of the fact that she was on top of him, straddling his trim waist. His body was hard. Not as hard as the ground, but solid and lean. There were muscles she could feel even through their clothing. "It appears I am being crushed at present," he growled. "Would you get off me already?" Verity started, fully comprehending the position they were in and mortified at the direction of her thoughts. She began to scramble to get away from him. However, at nearly that same moment, she heard a commotion coming toward them down the gravel walk. She blanched when she could make out voices chatting away with clear concern. She tried to hurry off of Lord Norfolk, but he was laying on her skirts, and before she could tug them free, a small group from the ball rounded the corner of the hedge. At the front of the group was her mother, father, and the Duke. They froze and gazed down at her, varying levels of shock clear on their faces. "What? What is happening here?" her mother finally gasped. The shocked question snapped Verity out of her own stunned stupor, and she quickly yanked on her skirts until Lord Norfolk rolled to his side and set her free. She jumped to her feet, wiping dirt from her dress. Lord Norfolk stood as well, though he was much lazier in his movements. "This is not at all what it looks like," Verity insisted. "Oh?" The Duke spoke in a harsh, but quiet tone. "And what exactly does it look like?" The blood that had drained from her face moments ago came rushing back as her cheeks heated with mortification. How dare he ask such a question? "Well, Your Grace, it would appear as though we are in some kind of compromising position," Lord Norfolk answered in Verity's place. "I can assure you, though, this is a simple misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" her mother shrieked, clutching at her necklace as her own face turned red and blotchy with her growing emotions. "You expect us to believe this is some sort of accident? With your reputation?" Verity peered at Lord Norfolk, curious as to what his reaction to that comment would be. His expression remained passive, but his jaw was clenched tight. He was clearly bothered by her mother's accusations. "What were you two thinking?" her father suddenly demanded to know. "Do you understand what you have done?" Verity's shocked mind had not fully comprehended the consequences of being found in such a position with Lord Norfolk, but it was slowly sinking in. It was the stuff of nightmares, being caught in such a scandalous way. This was the type of incident that ruined reputations and made marriage to a decent gentleman nearly impossible. "Please let me explain," she hurriedly begged, panic beginning to set in. "I came out for some air, and I heard a cat crying up in the tree. I climbed the tree to rescue it, but then I heard a loud noise and lost my grip. I was falling, certain I was dead, when Lord Norfolk appeared and caught me." The small party standing before them gazed at her as if she had sprouted a second head. She frowned, unable to understand why they all appeared to be in states of disbelief of her story. "That is the best excuse you could come up with?" The Duke scoffed, his voice hard and sharp. "Do not insult my intelligence as well as my honor." She is telling the truth, Lord Norfolk said, somewhat forcefully. Why would she make up such a ridiculous story? She has always had a wild imagination. Her mother murmured, looking for all the world like she had just been told of a death in the family. Mother! Verity exclaimed. You do not believe me? It is Amanda all over again. She heard her father mutter darkly under his breath. Verity stared at him, horrified that he would compare the two situations. This is not. It was then that she heard the buzzing of the crowd behind her parents and the Duke. Whispers and murmurs were passed around, and it sounded as though a cloud of bees were descending on them. Suddenly, the crowd parted and another woman ran forward to stand next to the Duke. Verity recognized Lord Norfolk's mother, the Dowager Countess, right away. What has happened? She declared. Someone told me my son had compromised a young lady. Her eyes settled on Verity and widened in horror. No. She gasped, her gaze tearing toward her son. Not her. Why would you do this with her? Mother, nothing happened. Lord Norfolk insisted, his voice still even, though a muscle began to twitch above his left eye. Verity's father stepped forward and pointed an angry finger at Lord Norfolk. You stay away from my daughter, you rake. How could you attempt to seduce an innocent? Was your intention all along to ruin her? I had no such intention. Lord Norfolk insisted. It is as she said. She fell from the tree, and I caught her. Nothing nefarious took place in the least. Liar! Verity's mother shouted. How dare you call my son a liar? The Dowager Countess shouted, rounding on Verity's mother. The two women began shrieking at each other, threatening retribution and revenge for this latest development in their ongoing feud. As Verity watched the two ladies fight, all she wanted was to crawl under a rock and hide away forever, or press her face against her pillow and scream. She scanned the faces of the crowd, and each seemed more disapproving than the last. How is this happening? Why will no one believe me? When her gaze settled on the Duke once more, she flinched. She could not recall ever seeing someone as furious as he appeared to be in that moment. He looked nearly capable of murder as he glared at both her and Lord Norfolk. Your Grace, you must believe me. I must do nothing for you, he hissed, cutting her off. I should have known better than to attach myself to a nobody like you. I thought you were of genteel spirit, upstanding character, and purity. Clearly, you are a greedy Jezebel, ready to strike at whatever gentleman is available at the time. She shook her head, her eyes wide. No. That is not me at all. Why will none of you believe that this was an accident as we have said? Because you would not be the first innocent this scoundrel has compromised. Her father replied harshly, glaring at Lord Norfolk. The whispers from the crowd began to grow louder, and soon Verity could hear the idea of marriage being thrown about. Marriage? What in the world? I have had enough, the Duke suddenly declared. He leveled Verity with a cruel glare. Consider my offer revoked. I do not wish to be betrothed to a woman of loose moral character. Your Grace, please. Her mother cried, nearly going to her knees right then and there. Get off of my property, he snarled. The lot of you. He turned and marched back toward the manor, the crowd making way for him like scattering rats. Verity's mother dropped her head into her hands and began to weep. What have you done? She wailed, though it was not clear if she was asking Verity or Lord Norfolk. My poor girl is ruined. No one will have her now. With a sinking feeling in her gut, Verity realized her mother was likely right. It did not matter what the truth was, but only what people believed. And what they believed was painfully clear as the remaining crowd regarded her and Lord Norfolk with disgust. Both of them ruined, she heard someone say. He likely seduced her. Everyone knows what he is like. The only way to save their reputations now is marriage. There it was again. The suggestion of marriage was being tossed around as if it were the simplest of solutions, but Verity knew it was anything but. She could not marry Lord Norfolk, no matter the risk to her reputation. She could not attach herself to her family's hated rivals. Her father moved so that he stood right before her. "There are other ways this can be solved," he said, a desperate edge to his tone. "We do not have to do anything rash. You could always go to the Americas, or France. Find a husband away from here and start a new life, fresh." She gawked up at her father. He wished to send her away? Are these truly my only options? Marry my family's enemy, or be banished across the world? Her stomach roiled and she thought for a moment she might be sick. She did not want to leave England, especially not for an unknown place where she had no family, friends, or connections. That thought was more terrifying than becoming a Hardstone. Someone from the crowd suggested marriage again as a solution, though more loudly and pointedly than before. The Dowager turned on them. "My son will never marry a Lovelace," she shouted. "He would rather die." "How dare you?" Verity's mother hissed, marching up to the other woman. "Your rake of a son has compromised my daughter. If he were any kind of a gentleman, he would offer for her right here and now." "So you want your daughter to join my family?" The Dowager taunted with her hands on her hips. "And do not dare assume my son is responsible for this. I have no doubt your daughter lured him out here and trapped him for this very reason." "Are you mad?" the Baroness shrieked. "Why ever would my daughter try to trap your son? She was engaged to a duke. She was going to be a duchess before your devil spawn ruined everything." The tears returned with a fury, streaming down her cheeks as she wept loudly. "Serves you right," the Dowager hissed. "To think upstarts such as you would dare reach your greedy fingers so high. As far as I'm concerned, the Duke at least has been spared from making a colossal mistake." Verity's mother whipped her head back up, her sorrow replaced once more with fury. They just kept riling each other up. Verity was afraid if something was not done to stop them, they would come to blows. The last thing they all needed was a physical altercation between the families. She was at a loss for what to do, however, and without really thinking, she turned to look at Lord Norfolk. He was watching everything unfold with that calm look of his, though she could see the lines of tension throughout his body. He must be infuriated on the inside, but he was hiding it well. She did not speak to him. In truth, she was not sure what she would even begin to say to him. Suddenly, he glanced toward her and met her gaze. Once again, she found herself lost in the twin pools of blue, unable to tear away her gaze from him. They stayed like that for several moments, just staring at each other, as if they could come up with some understanding between them. He seemed to make a decision, but she had no idea what it was. Breaking his gaze from her, he turned to face their parents and the crowd of people watching the disaster before them unfold with rapt attention. "My honor will not allow me to compromise a lady and leave her with a ruined reputation," he announced, drawing everyone's attention to him. They all stared at him, still and silent. At length, his mother took a tentative step forward. "What does that mean, son?" There was a note of anxiety in her voice, as if she knew what he was going to say and dreaded it. Verity could not help the twisting of her gut as she waited to hear what he had to say as well. She was afraid she knew, but prayed she was wrong. "If he says the words, there will be no going back. He will trap us both." Slowly, Lord Norfolk turned to gaze at her. There was a resolve in the blue depths of his eyes that frightened her. An unwavering determination that she knew would seal their fates. "I will take responsibility for what has happened here this evening," he declared, his eyes never wavering from hers. "No, no, please no. Even if she is my enemy's daughter, I am not the type of gentleman that leaves a lady in dire straits. Miss Verity and I will marry, and this whole thing will be put behind us." There were no cheers of gratitude. No expressions of relief. Their parents stared at him in horror, and the crowd had grown hushed watching the drama unfold. "You cannot do this," his mother murmured at length. He finally broke his stare from Verity to turn to the dowager. "I have to. There is no other choice." "Yes, there is. There has to be." Verity wished to object, to cry out that there had to be another way, but the words were frozen on the tip of her tongue. She was at a loss for what to do. This could very well be a fate worse than ruin, but it would protect her family from total social degradation and ostracism. Yet, as she stared at Lord Norfolk, her stomach pitched and her heart raced with growing dread. Slowly, he turned back to her and met her gaze. There was no love in his eyes, no affection, and in that moment, she realized that was what her future held. No warmth, no happiness. Only the cold reality that neither of them had any choice. They were well and truly trapped. Chapter 4. The wedding would be a hasty affair. On that, they all agreed. It would simply be a matter of making it all legal and then they would deal with the other consequences afterwards. The sooner the matter was dealt with, the better. Ernest gazed out the window of his study, a crystal glass of scotch in his hand that he had yet to even taste. He had imagined, should he ever get married, there would be a great deal more excitement and celebration the night before. Yet, it was almost as though they were preparing for a funeral, and a deep sense of gloom had settled over the house. "Perhaps I should have just let her fall?" he sighed, pushing the unkind thought away. No, that would have been impossible for him. He had slipped out after her once he had seen her leave the ballroom that night, curious to know more about the Lovelace daughter. He had had no intention of making his presence known to her, but then she had climbed that blasted tree like a little fool and lost her grip. If he had not been there, if he had not caught her. Ernest shuddered to think what could have happened to her. Blame my soft heart. He chuckled darkly to himself and finally took a sip of his drink. It burned his throat, and he welcomed the slight sting. It felt as though it were cleansing him in a way. He took another drink. I suppose if this is to be my stag party, the least I can do is get blind drunk. Then maybe he would not think about what was waiting for him in the morning. Or, rather, who was waiting for him. Miss Verity Lovelace was a puzzle. He could not deny that she was lovely. Physically speaking, she was rather blessed. However, it was not her appearance but her character that he was curious about. He had initially thought her to be a calculating upstart with her claws sunk into a duke. However, he had watched her dance with Woodfall, and he had observed her closely. She had not liked the man in the least. In fact, he was fairly certain she had gone to the garden to flee her intended. Surely a seductress with wealth and status on her mind would be a better actress, at least pretending to enjoy her betrothed's company? Miss Verity had not been able to hide her true feelings from him. They had been written all over her face. Then, of course, there was her daring rescue attempt of that damned cat. He had watched in absolute disbelief as she had climbed that tree. He had been shocked by how at ease she appeared doing so, as if she had spent her whole life climbing great oaks to save stray animals. He had no doubt she would have safely returned to the ground had it not been for that gunshot. He had not the faintest idea where that had come from, and in the commotion that had followed his and Miss Verity's discovery together, he had forgotten to investigate. It had been rather strange, startling him with how close it had sounded. As if someone had stood right outside the garden wall and fired a pistol into the air. He had thought at first it might have been a hunter, but that made little sense once he considered it more thoroughly. What hunter would be out at night and roaming the Duke's property, so close to the manor? If not a hunter, however, who would have been present with a pistol, and for what purpose? He burned with such questions, but there was little point in wondering about them. Though he regretted not being able to search for some sort of clue as to who had let off that shot, he supposed there was no point in worrying now, as the Duke would never let any of them on his property again. Of that, there could be no doubt. So, Ernest was to marry this strange creature, and he expected the wedding itself to be a disaster. The marriage? He was not sure. Likely, it would be an unhappy one, but he was curious enough about her that he thought it would at least be interesting. How will I get airs on her, though? She will never allow me to touch her. At that thought, he downed the rest of his drink and turned to his liquor service to pour another. That was an entirely different problem that he was not overly keen on considering. Yes, she was pleasing to look at. Bedding her would not be a chore, so long as she kept her mouth shut. Ernest had expected to take a mistress at some point in his married life, but he had not anticipated considering such an arrangement right away. It had been some time since he'd taken one, as his last had proven a tad greedier than he was used to. He was always careful about the women he took to bed, however, making sure they didn't possess characteristics he found too agreeable, other than their physical attributes. He knew how easily one could be blinded by lust and believe it love, and then how swiftly that feeling could be stolen away. It was a lesson he'd learned early in his life, and one he refused to forget. Still, he had thought there would at least be a few years where his wife would hold his sole interest, and their bed play would be invigorating enough to keep him occupied. With Miss Verity, though, he doubted very much he would be able to even get a foot in the room. Theirs would likely be a marriage in name only. He doubted very much more would come of that, as she had certainly not hidden her disgust from him at the thought of being married. She was going to be sick. She was certain of it. Her stomach was roiling uncontrollably and the room seemed off balance. This was not how a bride was supposed to feel on her wedding day. She was supposed to feel excited, perhaps a little nervous, but hopeful for the future that lay ahead for her and her soon-to-be husband. All Verity felt was dread and nausea. She had arrived at Norfolk Manor early that morning to prepare for the wedding. She had been shown to a private suite and left alone, as she dressed in a simple gown she had already had in her wardrobe, and fixed her hair into a simple braid wrapped in a tight bun at the back of her head. There was no need to make a big fuss about the day. It was not going to be special. It would likely not be memorable, unless their families could not contain their animosity. Verity stared in the long looking-glass that had been brought to her and felt tears sting the corners of her eyes. This was not how she imagined this day would be. She looked so plain. Hardly bridal in the least. She was marrying a man her family hated, and they were doing it nearly in secret, as if they were committing some grave sin or embarrassment that they did not wish for anyone else to know about. Verity gazed down at her empty hands. She did not even have flowers to walk down the aisle with. She had always imagined carrying a large bouquet of wildflowers wrapped in lace. It would smell like the meadow on her family's estate in the summertime, and she would be thrilled as she clutched it and made her way to her intended. Even when she had been set to marry the Duke, she had taken comfort in the fact that she would have the wedding of her dreams, even if their marriage was not what she had always pictured. With Lord Norfolk, she would get neither her dream wedding nor marriage. It was an incredibly depressing thought. A sudden knock on the door pulled her from her wandering thoughts. "Come in," she called, clutching her hands together in front of her. The door slowly opened and her father poked his head inside to look at her. "Are you ready, my dear?" She nodded. "I suppose." He stepped over the threshold and shut the door behind him again. Moving toward her, he took her hands in his and looked at her up and down. "You look beautiful, darling." She chuckled sadly. "Oh, father, you are too kind, but we both know I am the plainest bride to ever marry." He pinched his lips and shook his head. "Nonsense. You are stunning. You would look lovely in a plain brown frock if you chose that for your wedding dress. You will stun the scoundrel, though heaven knows he does not deserve you." She smiled softly. She did not believe him, but his words were comforting all the same. Swallowing the lump that was forming in her throat, she murmured, "I am sorry, father, for all of this. That night. It really wasn't. We didn't." Her father took her hands and squeezed them gently. "I know, darling. I know your character, and you would never do something to intentionally embarrass this family or harm your reputation. Had there not been so many witnesses that night, I very much doubt we would be in this situation. We've no choice in the matter, though. People aren't interested in the truth, just their speculations." She nodded as she fought not to let tears spill from her eyes. "I'm scared, Father. What if he's cruel to me?" The Baron appeared aggrieved at her words. "He will likely not be the loving husband you would wish for," he admitted at length. "However, I do not think he will do anything to actually harm you. He is a rake and a cad, but as far as I know, the Earl is not a bully. If he lays a hand on you, though, I will kill him myself." Verity gave him a weak smile. It wasn't so much the threat of physical violence that had her worried, however. In fact, she wasn't worried about that at all. Why would he bother to catch me that night if he desired to see me in pain? No, it wasn't his hands she feared. It was his words. Verity knew a person could inflict much more damage with a few cruel words than with their fists. She was no wilting rose, shocked by every foul word or other rough speech she came upon. However, if she were forced to endure cruel attempts to break her with verbal jabs and vicious attacks on her character, she wasn't sure she could bear it for long. She was too proud, and too stubborn. She wouldn't be able to take such abuse for very long, and she didn't know what she'd do if she was pushed too far by him. Likely leave him and cause their family's scandal anyway, despite everything they were doing to avoid one. So, she nodded and smiled as she said, "That is a comfort, Father. If you do not believe he will mistreat me, then I have no reason to think so myself." Her father appeared momentarily relieved, and then his expression darkened with determination. Offering her his arm, he sighed. "Shall we go and get this over with, my dear?" Verity nodded. "Yes. Let's go." She slipped her hand around his arm, and together they made their way out of the room and toward the estate's chapel, where Verity's fate would be sealed before God and her family. Is this what it feels like to be marching to the gallows? Knowing your life, as it was, is coming to an end? A small part of her urged her to run and not go through with the farce, but she stayed the course and refused to be swayed by her anxiety and fears. To protect her family, she would willingly marry their enemy. She would be their sacrificial lamb. Squaring her shoulders and raising her chin, Verity pushed all her other thoughts aside and focused on making it the rest of the way to her slaughter. Chapter 5. He couldn't stop fidgeting. It was understandable, he was certain, given the circumstances, but he did not wish for anyone to realize how nervous he was. Ernest gazed around the small crowd that was gathered in the Norfolk chapel, if one could even call it a crowd, and cursed his ill luck for perhaps the 100th time that day. It was happening too quickly. He felt overwhelmed, almost as if he was drowning. Breathing was difficult and he tugged at his cravat helplessly, as if loosening it would somehow relieve him. He knew better, though. It wasn't the tight fit of his clothes that was making it so difficult to breathe. It was the thick tension saturating the air around him. The Lovelaces stood on one side of the chapel, and the Hardstones on the other. The two families glared at each other, the animosity between them crackling like lightning. He knew it would only be a matter of time before someone cracked and their temporary truce came to a screeching halt. The sooner they got through this wedding, the better. At that moment, the chapel doors were opened and Miss Verity stepped over the threshold on the arm of her father. The Baron's gaze found Ernest's, and he glared as he walked his daughter down the aisle toward him. Ernest glared back, unintimidated by the gentleman and unfazed by his anger. When the pair reached where he stood just before the altar, he allowed his gaze to move over his bride. Her dress and hair were rather plain, which was just fine with him. He didn't really care what she was wearing, just that she was there. The expression on her lovely face was one of dismayed determination, like a soldier entering battle, frightened but resolved to do his duty. He felt a pang of irritation at the sight. It will not be a chore to be married to me. Being married to you, however, will certainly be a misery. He, of course, kept such thoughts to himself however, as he took her hand and brought her away from her father and closer to his side. The Baron appeared reluctant to let his daughter go. An understandable feeling, if a rather pointless one. This was happening whether any of them liked it or not. Guiding Miss Verity around, they faced the estate's clergyman, Mr. Brewer. The little man gazed up at them with wide eyes, his bald head gleaming in the candlelight surrounding the altar. "Are we ready to begin, my lord?" he asked. Ernest nodded. "Proceed." He felt Miss Verity tense next to him, but she said not a word. As Mr. Brewer began the ceremony, the tension around them seemed to thicken even more. Ernest could practically feel the burn of the bubbling tempers in the room, all on the verge of boiling over. He was tempted to tell Mr. Brewer to hurry things along so this could be over and everyone could leave, but such an interruption would likely only make things worse. So, he endured his wedding ceremony as best he could. Miss Verity's hand in his was smooth and warm, but limp. He glanced her way more than once as Mr. Brewer droned on, but she remained stone-faced and focused ahead. Her eyes never wandered toward him. "My bride is as warm and welcoming as a statue." At last, Mr. Brewer came to the end of the ceremony. He pronounced them man and wife, and Miss Verity presented her cheek for Ernest to kiss. He gave her a quick peck, and then the two quickly stepped away from each other. Turning, they faced their gathered families. There were no cheers for them. No smiles or tears of joy. Every face he saw looked as if it had just witnessed some terrible disaster. Reaching toward Miss Verity, "No, Lady Norfolk." Now he took her hand again and silently began to lead her from their place in front of the altar. As they made their way down the aisle, the whispers began. "This is all that woman's fault," he heard his mother hiss. "Had she not tricked James into abandoning us all, none of this would be happening." Ernest paused and just stifled a groan. "No. Don't bring that up. Not now. Just let this day be over." A hasty end to the whole blasted ordeal was apparently too much to hope for, unfortunately. His mother's comment was apparently not spoken softly enough. "What did you just say?" The Baron snarled from his side of the chapel, his eyes flashing with fury. The Dowager Countess glared at him. "You heard me perfectly well, didn't you? Had it not been for your temptress sister, this wouldn't be happening. This is all her fault." "This is not Amanda's fault," the Baron snapped. "She was an innocent, and your brother-in-law abducted her and forced her to elope. My sister would never have acted so recklessly unless she was under duress." "How dare you!" Ernest's mother screeched. "That woman saw an opportunity to gain wealth and status for herself, and so she sank her claws into poor James and seduced him away from his family." "That is not true," the Baron bellowed. At that moment, Ernest realized that Miss Verity was trembling next to him, and her once limp hand was gripping his tightly. Furrowing his brow, he glanced toward her. Her cheeks had drained of color and she was staring at the floor, her lips pressed tight together. The arguing was clearly distressing her. Ernest felt a strange sense of protectiveness toward her. He reasoned it was because she appeared so frightened and pathetic, and it was in his nature as a gentleman to want to protect those weaker than him. It didn't hurt that he was growing more and more irritated by the argument himself. The Baron and the Dowager Countess continued to yell at each other, their voices growing louder and louder with each word exchanged. It was beyond undignified, and Ernest just wished everyone would leave so he could be alone at last. "Enough!" he bellowed, tearing into their argument with a booming tone. Both the Baron and his mother turned to him with wide eyes, and out of the corner of his vision, he noticed his wife turn to him as well. "This day has proven a difficult one for all of us," he growled. "Let us bring this whole charade to an end, so that we might part ways, and not have to endure each other's company a moment longer." There were mumbled agreements from both sides. At length, the Baron stiffly bowed toward him. "My lord. Might I have a word with my daughter before I depart?" he asked, the words sounding as though they were being forced from him. Ernest nodded. "Be quick about it." He unfurled his fingers from around Lady Norfolk's, and she didn't hesitate a moment to rush from his side to her family. Ernest gritted his teeth in annoyance. That shouldn't happen. His wife shouldn't seem so eager to flee from him. As his new wife was pulled into the protective huddle of her family, Ernest looked toward his mother. She was frowning at him and then moved to close the gap between them. "I am sorry, son," she murmured. "Not only for my behavior, but for this whole mess of a situation. You don't deserve this." "It is necessary," he replied, knowing that was the truth but desperately wishing it wasn't. His mother scoffed. "It wasn't necessary for you. There might have been a scandal attached to your name, but I doubt it would have caused you any lasting harm as you already had a reputation as a rake. Plenty of young ladies would have still been willing to call themselves your wife. Life would have continued on for you rather much the same as before." "But it wouldn't have for her," he murmured, gazing at his new bride. She was listening intently to something her father was telling her, her usually smooth brow furrowed in concentration. With her hair pulled into a bun at the back of her head, her nape was exposed and he briefly admired its elegance. "It's no true concern of ours what happens to her," his mother replied in a tone dripping with venom. "Perhaps you should have left her to her ruin, rather than make such a sacrifice and give up any chance you had at an affectionate marriage." Ernest gawked at his mother in disbelief. He could hardly believe the words coming from her lips. Though there was no love lost between their families, he had thought there were limits to the ways in which they tried to hurt each other. Lines neither side would cross. The destruction of a young lady's reputation would surely have fallen within those boundaries. "I wouldn't have been able to live with the guilt," he said at length. "Saving her reputation was necessary. Surely you see that, mother?" The Dowager Countess pursed her lips together and gazed up at him with a stubborn glint in her eye. "I see no such thing," she insisted. "I fear you will regret what you have done today, son. You'll come to see that what I believe is in fact the truth. The girl was better left ruined, and we should have allowed her family to take the blow." "You're not thinking clearly," he replied. "You're upset, understandably so, but—" "Don't presume to know my own mind better than I do," she snapped. "You mark my words, son, marrying her was a mistake. She will ruin this family, and you. I just know it." His mother's doom and gloom viewpoint was very troubling, but he knew there wasn't much he could say that would change her mind. However, it ultimately didn't matter. Despite what she believed, he had married Miss Verity. The deed was done, and there was no going back. "Regardless, mother, you must treat her with the respect her new station has granted her," he ordered. "I'll not have war in my own home. I'll treat her exactly as she deserves to be treated," his mother snarled. Ernest didn't like the sound of that, but he didn't know how to keep his mother from doing whatever it was she chose to do. "At the very least, I can give Miss Verity forewarning that mother will be difficult." He looked to his bride again, and this time, she was looking back at him. Ernest couldn't read her expression. Couldn't tell what she was thinking. That irritated him, as he was not a man that enjoyed mysteries. If he could not tell what his wife was thinking and feeling, she would likely be the biggest mystery in his life, as he very much doubted she'd volunteer the information willingly. The urge to leave became overwhelming. Deciding to bring the wedding day to a close, Ernest walked straight for his new wife. Her eyes widened in growing shock the closer he drew to her, and her family turned to stare at him as well. He ignored them, pushing in straight to Miss Verity. Extending his hand to her, he gazed at her expectantly. She stared back at him for a long moment, and he could tell she was hesitating. What he couldn't tell was if she was hesitating out of fear or some sense of rebellion. Whichever one it actually was, both would make it difficult to manage her. "Come along, wife," he said in a firm voice. "Watch your tone with her," the Baron growled, though Ernest hadn't even raised his voice. Ernest narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth, about to shoot off a retort when Miss Verity stepped forward and slid her hand in his. "It's all right, father," she said in a soft voice. "He is my husband, now. He's within his right to address me in such a manner." Ernest flinched. The way she was speaking made it seem like he'd shouted at her or spoken cruelly. He'd merely called her what she was now. His wife. The Baron gritted his teeth as his eyes bounced between the Earl and Verity. Ernest could read the gentleman much easier than he could the daughter. He wanted to snatch Miss Verity's hand back and drag her from this manor, the reputation of his family be damned. He wouldn't, though, because he wouldn't risk hers. Ernest inclined his head toward the Baron, allowing his lips to curl into a victorious smirk. "We'll take our leave of you now, my lord. Farewell." Without waiting for a response from his father-in-law, Ernest turned and walked toward the chapel doors, Miss Verity in tow. He didn't even look behind him when he heard his mother call after him. He was done with all of them. All he wanted in that moment was some peace and quiet. "I need to get Miss Verity settled, and then we can begin our lives as convenient strangers." That was all they would ever be. Either that or continue being enemies. With the former option, they might be able to coexist without constantly trying to ruin each other. It was the best he could hope for in this impossible situation. Chapter 6. Verity silently followed Lord Norfolk, her husband, as he led her from the estate chapel through the rest of the manor. Her heart was racing and her mind was a jumble of wild thoughts. What happens now? Where is he taking me? She remembered what her mother told her about the expectations of her wedding night. What her husband would want from her. Verity's cheeks flushed, and her stomach twisted with anxiety and fear. Surely he doesn't anticipate anything of that nature happening between us? It isn't even nightfall yet. Could such acts be performed during the day? Her mother hadn't said anything like that. Lord Norfolk didn't look at her as he led her up the manor's grand staircase to the second floor. They continued down a corridor with door after door after door along both sides. When they reached the end of the hallway, he stopped at the last door. Turning to her, he finally spoke. "These will be your rooms." Verity nodded. "Yes, my lord." He gazed at her for a moment before he turned to open the door. Stepping aside, he allowed her to enter ahead of him. She crossed the threshold and looked around at the lovely space decorated in soft creams and whites. A sitting room with a large marble fireplace and cushioned seating areas led into a spacious bedchamber, with a four-poster bed and large windows that overlooked a beautiful and meticulously cared-for garden. "What do you think?" Lord Norfolk asked in a careful, polite tone. She turned to him, surprised that he would ask her what she thought. It's quite lovely," she answered carefully, not sure how enthusiastic she should sound. She had no idea how to act around him. Should she be cold? Distant? Should she display her anger and suspicion of him like a badge of honor, or maintain a cool and collected exterior and distance? She was out of her depth. When she had been engaged to the Duke, she had time to prepare for how she would deal with him. With Lord Norfolk, she had not the faintest idea which path to use to navigate their union. "We should have a conversation," he said, almost as if he could read her mind. "It's important that we are clear on how it will be between us." Standing as tall as she could, she folded her hands in front of her and nodded. "Agreed," she stated. "What did you have in mind?" She noted the slight tinge of pink that colored his cheeks as he turned his gaze from hers. He looked uncomfortable, and she worried what exactly it was he was going to say. "Ours will be a marriage of convenience," he said. "We will be civil in public and present a united front. In private, however, we will be free to live our own separate lives as we see fit, and we will not expect more from each other." "More, my lord?" she murmured. She had a feeling she knew what he truly meant, and she was mortified that he would speak so boldly to her on such a subject. "But he is my husband. He is not only allowed to speak on the subject, but to act on it." He appeared to struggle to get his next words out. There will be no need for us to engage in the more intimate aspects of marriage." Relief washed through her. "Truly, my lord?" He nodded firmly. "Truly. There will not be an expectation that you fulfill those wifely duties." A thought crossed her mind, cutting through her relief and making her frown. "Don't men tend to need such duties fulfilled?" Mother said it could be a rather insistent urge on their part. There was also one other matter for them to consider. "What about an heir, my lord?" He blinked at her, and she could see that she'd shocked him. Of course, he didn't yet know that she spoke her mind without hesitation. He'd figure that out soon enough. Clearing his throat, he answered in a tight tone. "Should the need arise, there are other routes I can take to secure an heir." She wasn't so naive that she couldn't guess what he meant by that. Verity knew that bastard children could be legitimized in certain circumstances so that they could be named heirs to their father's titles. Lord Norfolk could do exactly that. Of course, that would mean he would need to get a woman with child. Likely a mistress. Why did that thought make her so uncomfortable? She had no interest in bearing his children, so she should not object to his finding someone else to do so. Still, she did not like the idea of him doing so. Was it simply a matter of pride? Shaking her head, she pushed her misgivings aside. This all worked out to her benefit. She would not be forced to share a bed with a man she hated. And she did hate him. She hated him because he was her enemy. Even though he was now her husband, he was still her enemy. "Very well, that sounds agreeable to me, my lord." "I'm glad," he replied. An awkward silence fell after that, and they regarded each other carefully for several moments. Verity didn't know what else there was to say. Their marriage would not be a true one, as she had suspected. That was for the best. There was no chance of them liking each other, so any attempt to make their union one of affection and intimacy would be a wasted effort. "Is there anything else, my lord?" she asked, ready to bring the silence to an end. Verity was suddenly eager to be alone so she could try to adjust to her new reality. He blinked, then shook his head. "No. No, I suppose there is nothing else. You have free reign of the manor, though I should warn you that it will likely be best that you avoid my mother. She is even less thrilled about our marriage than we are, and I'm afraid she may take her frustrations out on you." And he would offer her no assistance. Those words he left unspoken, but she could discern them easily enough. He was giving her the courtesy of warning her that his mother would try to make her life miserable here, but that was as far as his help would go. She would be left to defend herself. In that moment, Verity fully understood just how alone she would be at Norfolk. Though she was lady of the manor, there would be no one in it who held any loyalty to her. Her new family would not love her, and her parents would not be able to see her as often as they might like. To do so would mean crossing into enemy territory, and that was something she knew they would hesitate to do. Even for her. As she gazed at her husband, who already was looking at her as if she were a burden, a deep sadness settled over her. She was doomed to a life that would not make her happy. All the dreams she'd ever had of love and laughter and children. All those dreams were gone. Dead. Before her stood the person who had killed them. Anger unfurled inside her chest, hot and sharp, like a newly forged blade. She had new reasons to hate him. New reasons to view him as her enemy that were entirely separate from their family's squabbles. Clenching her hands into fists at her sides, she turned from him. "If that's all, my lord, I'm rather tired," she said in a cool tone. "It has been a long day and I would like to get some rest." He didn't say anything for several moments, and she grew curious enough that she almost turned back to him. Almost. At length, he replied. "Very well. I am sure I will see you later, my lady. Good day." "Good day." She kept her back to him as he made his way out of the bedchamber and back across the sitting room. She didn't dare turn around until she heard the door shut firmly behind him, and then she released a shuddering breath as her entire body sagged. That was exhausting, and we were only alone together a short time. Is this how it will always be from now on? It seemed like a terrible type of torture. She dragged her feet toward her bed and sat down. Twisting her fingers together in her lap, she wondered if her parents had already left the estate. Surely they had. What reason would there be for them to stay? The thought of them being gone left her feeling lonely. Lying back on the bed, she stared up at the canopy above her and tried not to cry. This was her life now. This loneliness would be her new normal. There was no one in this house who would relieve it, of that she was certain. Not her husband, and certainly not her mother-in-law. Her family was gone, and she had no friends to speak of within the cold echoing halls of the manor. She was well and truly alone. And she would likely stay that way for the rest of her life. It was toward evening when boredom finally pushed Verity from the confines of her rooms. She was curious about the house, and decided a little exploring was the perfect way to take her mind off the misery her life had become. At least temporarily. Poking her head out of her door, she gazed up and down the hallway to make sure she was alone before she ventured out. She strangely felt as though she were sneaking around in a place she shouldn't be, but this was now her home and Lord Norfolk had told her she could go anywhere she wished to within it. Her stomach chose that moment to rumble, and she wondered where the kitchen might be. It was likely near dinner time, but she was not going to be joining the Hardstones in the dining room. The last thing she wanted was to have to endure a tense meal in the presence of the Dowager Countess, after everything else she'd had to go through that day. With quiet steps, she made her way down the corridor. She stopped at a few of the doors just to peek inside. They were other bedchambers, empty but clean. When she reached the second-floor landing, she paused at the top of the stairs, and listened carefully for any signs that someone might be approaching below. When all was quiet, she continued down to the main floor and into the grand foyer. The kitchen is likely lower still. I need to find another set of stairs, or a servant's entrance to get below. She hurried down the hallway away from the foyer, passing open doors revealing a formal parlor, billiards room, and a library. She paused at that door and gazed inside, contemplating whether she should go in and look around more closely. The grumbling of her stomach was insistent, however, so she determined to return to the library once she'd had her supper. Further down from that room was a set of large wooden doors. They were closed, unlike the rest of the rooms on that floor. Curious, she eased closer to them and reached out to grab one of the knobs. She just wanted to have a quick look inside, just to see what was housed in there. There was no harm in a quick look. When the sound of voices floated from within the room to her, her hand froze, hovering above the doorknob. Her heart picked up speed, and she tensed, ready to sprint away when she heard her name. "Do not call her that," a woman spat. "I will not allow her to sully the title of Lady Norfolk." Verity frowned, recognizing the voice. It was the Dowager Countess. Joy of joys. The lady is attacking me without my even needing to be present in the room. She pressed her ear to the door, careful not to make any noise herself to alert the inhabitants of the room that she was there. Verity heard what sounded like a deep sigh. "Mother, I must call her Lady Norfolk. How else would you have me address her?" It was Lord Norfolk, and he sounded exasperated. "Shrew. Harlot. Wicked temptress. All those seem suitable to me." Verity flushed with anger as her husband responded to his mother's callous words. "You must find a way to make peace with her being here," he insisted. "After all, she is staying in this house, whether you like it or not." She is my wife. Many married couples have separate residences, his mother countered. I'm sure a little hovel somewhere out of sight and out of mind would do quite nicely for her. It would no doubt bring back fine memories of her impoverished childhood. Her family had never been impoverished. Her father was a brilliant man and had worked hard to provide his family a good life in which they never wanted for anything. That the Dowager Countess would call that into question, even if only to emphasize a point she was trying to make with her son, infuriated Verity. You are being unfair, mother, the Earl responded, though there didn't seem to be much conviction in his tone. She is my wife. She will live here. That is the end of the discussion. There was no response from the Dowager. Verity could almost picture her scrunched-up expression of frustration. It would be a very satisfying sight, to be sure. Very well, the Dowager said at length. If you insist. You are the Earl, after all, and the decision is yours. However, there is another matter we must discuss. What is that? Do you have plans to bed her? Verity slapped her hand over her mouth to keep from gasping out loud. The nerve of her. Such a bold, inappropriate question was truly shocking to hear. Lord Norfolk, when he spoke, didn't seem fazed by it, however. No, I've no intention of doing so. Even if I wanted to, she would likely refuse, and I will not force myself on her. Then what will you do for an heir? The Dowager's voice was thick with her clear concern on the matter. That, at least, Verity could understand. Without a legitimate heir to pass the Norfolk title and Hardstone name to, where did that leave the future of this family? There are other ways to acquire an heir. The Earl sighed, as if put out. I could legitimize a bastard one day if need be. Verity heard the Dowager gasp in horror. You wouldn't dare do such a thing. Imagine what people would say. I've very little concern about what other people say or think about me, mother. As well you know. You should care. A great deal. I'll never understand how you can be so careless with your reputation. I've no need to give it much thought. You are concerned about it enough for the two of us. Verity checked a grin at his smart remark, then heard the Dowager huff with indignation. This is a rather fine mess you've found yourself in, you know that? Attached to a Lovelace of all people. If your father were alive, I can only imagine what he would think. There was a long bout of silence that followed the lady's statement. Verity was brimming with anticipation to know what the Earl's reaction would be. She didn't know much about his father's passing, other than it had appeared to be a murder, but she could guess that his mother evoking his late father's memory in that moment was a rather low blow. At length, she heard the Earl respond. No doubt he would be gravely disappointed. He spat, his tone dripping with bitterness. But no more disappointed than he'd be if I'd allowed a young lady to have her reputation ruined because of a misunderstanding. Verity's jaw dropped open, just a little. She'd assumed his own family's reputation had been his only motivation in marrying her. Had he been? Had he been concerned for hers as well? Curious. You baffle me, son. I cannot understand the decisions you are making. I truly cannot. Verity heard the scrape of a chair across the floor and then heavy footsteps move across the room. I just need you to trust me, mother. Know that this family is my top priority, and I will do what must be done to protect it. Bold words. Yet it was a sentiment Verity herself felt. At least for her family. She heard the Dowager Countess sigh. Very well. I will trust you, my son. Whatever you are doing, I know in my heart it is what will be best for this estate and our family. Your father taught you how to protect us all, at least. He did, and I swear to you I will. From whoever I must. Even my own wife, if need be. Verity jerked away from the door, having heard more than enough. So, her husband viewed her as a threat of some kind. He was keeping her close to him so he could keep an eye on her. Is that it? Surely not. Yet, it was about the only theory that made any true sense to her. Turning, she hurried down the hallway back to the foyer and the staircase. Climbing to the second floor, she made her way back to her rooms, her goal of finding the kitchen all but forgotten. Along with her appetite. Chapter 7. Norfolk Estate had beautiful gardens. She'd give them that, at least. Not much else though. It was the day after her wedding, and Verity had been struck with the desire to get some fresh air, so she'd ventured outside for a walk. It was a lovely day. The sun was shining and the air was filled with the sweet smell of hundreds of flowers of all varieties and colors. As she made her way down the graveled path among the hedges and shrubs, she released a heavy sigh and felt some of the weight she'd been carrying since the day before melt from her shoulders. She felt a sense of calm being outside. The tension that thickened the air throughout the manor, thankfully, hadn't followed her. Thus far, she had managed to avoid any encounter with the Earl and his mother. She knew eventually she'd have to face them, but for the time being, she was going to make the most of her time alone. After her walk through the garden, she planned on going back to the library to look around. She'd forgotten to do so the night before, after returning to her room. The sound of crunching gravel broke through her musings, and she froze, realizing she was no longer by herself. Slowly, she turned around to see who it was who'd found her. To her shock, she found her husband staring at her. He appeared to be frozen in place, his eyes slightly wide with surprise. "Good day, my lord," Verity greeted, turning to face him fully. "Best to get this done and over with." He seemed to snap out of whatever daze he was in. His eyes narrowed into cool slits as he nodded. "Good day, my lady. I didn't realize you were out here." "Would that have stopped you from venturing out yourself?" she asked. She was unable to keep herself from asking the rather abrupt question, but she simply wasn't interested in hiding her dislike of him. It was far too exhausting. He arched a brow. "Possibly." She was somewhat surprised by his honesty. "Yet now, having actually stumbled upon me, you do not appear in a hurry to flee back to the house." He regarded her a long moment before answering. "I suppose I do not wish to offend you, though I dare say you'll find reason to be offended by just about any move I tried to make." It was a rather solid jab, but Verity was confident that, in a battle of words and wits, she was the one most thoroughly armed. "Trust me, my lord, you would not offend me by leaving. In truth, you offend me a little by staying." "Is that so?" His cheeks flushed again. She found it rather amusing that such an intimidating-looking gentleman could blush so easily and so prettily. "What about my staying would offend you, exactly?" Verity considered her next words with care. "There is simply a general air about you that I find distasteful." "An air about me?" he scoffed, shaking his head. "Is that all you have to go on to justify your dislike of me?" "Oh, no, not at all, my lord." She shrugged. "I have many reasons to dislike you. I'm merely explaining why your current presence offends me." Lord Norfolk regarded her for several long moments with a furrowed brow. "You are a strange creature, you know that?" Verity shrugged. "I have been told something similar a time or two before, my lord." "Yes." He tilted his chin up, his expression turning serious. "You were missed at dinner last night." The change in topic momentarily caught her off guard. Quickly recovering, she replied, "Oh? I didn't realize I was invited." "Of course you were." His voice rumbled and she could hear the slight tone of irritation underlying it. "You are lady of this manor. You are always expected at dinner." "Expected and invited are two very different things, my lord." He furrowed his brow, clearly confused. "What? How is that?" She held up one finger. "When you are invited to something, you are given the option to turn the invitation down. You have a choice in the matter. When you are expected for something, You have no choice, and not showing up where you're supposed to be or doing what you're supposed to do usually has consequences you then must face. What consequences could there be for you for not showing up to dinner? This conversation for one, she replied rather smartly. But any others are up to you, my lord. You are the master of this household, and as such, all punishments should have to go through you. You speak of consequences and punishments as if they are one and the same. He tilted his head, his brown hair catching the sunlight and appearing as burnished dark gold. I believe for me, they are, she confessed. You think I would punish you? If you want to try and make me obedient, I would highly recommend you try. She was rather enjoying herself, bantering with him in this way. Perhaps it was because she had been without stimulating conversation for some time that she was so eager to continue this. Perhaps it was the thrill of knowing that she was winning their little sparring match. Whatever the reason, she wasn't eager for it to end just yet. Not until I leave him reeling, with a chink in his armor. You've a sharp tongue, my lady, he said, stepping closer to her. And a quick wit. I would be very careful. If I were you, however, I would mind what I say, especially in the presence of your husband. My lord, believe me when I tell you I am minding what I say. So far, I've been rather tame. He stared down at her, and she couldn't remember when he'd gotten so close. It seemed as though he were only a breath away from her. She stiffened, caught off guard by his nearness. What is he doing? Why is he studying me so intently? She wished he would say something and break the strange tension that was forming between them. At last, he said. You are indeed odd, my lady, and while I like and admire a certain amount of independence and spirit in a person's character, I warn you not to push my good nature too far. If we are to spend our days together, sharing the space within this house, we cannot always be going for each other's throats. I haven't even begun to press the knife to your neck, my lord. She kept the thought to herself, however. No reason to put all her cards on the table just yet. She was still getting a lay of the land and figuring out just what would be expected of her in this household, and how she would be treated by her new husband. So far, he'd been gentlemanly, but distant. He seemed willing to engage in a verbal sparring match with her, but he was cautious not to let things get too out of hand or familiar. It was clear he was trying to erect firm barriers between them, which was fine by her. So long as he made no attempts to control her, she would allow him to keep her firmly at arm's length. Pretending contrition, she inclined her head. Of course, my lord. I only wish for us to find some sort of harmony that we can exist in. There's no need for the two of us to be completely miserable together. Indeed, he replied with a nod. I'm glad you understand. She turned her gaze back up to his. Just so long as you understand that I am not a lady who is easily tamed. Try to bring me to heel, and I will bite. Allow me my freedom to do as I wish, and I shall not cause you any unnecessary grief. His jaw dropped, and his bafflement was a rather satisfying sight. Are you threatening me, my lady? She shook her head. Not at all, my lord. Merely informing. Think of it not so much as a threat, but a promise. Things can be quite peaceful around here, or not. It's simply a matter of what you choose to do with me. His nostrils flared and she could see she'd angered him. She couldn't help her small smirk. His whole body tensed, and he somehow appeared bigger than before. Still, she wasn't frightened of him. Yesterday, you were not like this, he said, his tone accusatory. You were meek and soft-spoken. Shy, almost. Was that all a ruse? A trick? She pursed her lips and shook her head. No trick, my lord. Yesterday, I was overwhelmed and terrified. Today, I am less so. Tomorrow, I shall be even less so. My attitude reflects my comfort level. You should take my biting comments as a compliment. They mean I am settling in here. That is hardly a comfort. he growled. A meek, submissive bride I could handle, even if she were a Lovelace. This, however. You are not the type of lady I would have desired for a wife. Do you believe you are the type of gentleman I would have desired for a husband? She scoffed. We have both been left disappointed in this marriage, but we knew it would be that way going into it. The only choice left to us is to make the best of a sorry situation. I believe we can do that by staying out of each other's way. He didn't appear pleased by her declaration, but she doubted he had any real argument to present against it. Everything she had said made sense, and they both knew it. They could make each other miserable, or they could leave each other alone. It was as simple as that. With an irritated snarl, he replied, I do not like being backed into a corner, my lady. You will come to find that it's not a good idea to do so. Luckily for you, I have no interest in what you do day to day. None whatsoever. So long as you play your agreed-upon role when we are out in public, you are free to do as you wish during the day. So long as it is nothing that could lead to scandal. Fear not, scandal is by no means an interest of mine, she assured him. Merely my freedom. Or what I can still have of it. Very well. If that is all, I will return to the house and leave you to your walk. He looked almost eager to get away from her. Good day, my lady. Good day, my lord. She echoed with a demure nod. He turned on his heel and stormed away. Likely feeling the sting of the trouncing I just gave him. She giggled to herself, pleased. She might be trapped within the boundaries of the estate and her farce of a marriage, but at the very least she wouldn't have a jailer dogging her every step within her gilded cage. She was easily the most infuriating woman he had ever encountered. Arrogant and stubborn, he wasn't sure whether to be impressed with her boldness or irritated. He settled on a mixture of both. Ernest had thought she would be easy to control. That, despite the fact that no love was lost between them, he could mold her into the type of wife he actually wanted to present to the world. She'd effectively crushed the dream, however. He hadn't been prepared for her wit or sharp tongue, and she had completely disarmed him. Pacing the length of his study, Ernest kept glancing out the windows lining one wall of the room. They faced part of the garden, and he couldn't help but wonder what it was she was getting up to out there. He couldn't see her, but he told himself she would pass by eventually. She had to, if she wanted to get to the door that would lead her back into the house. What was he going to do with her? She demanded total freedom, to do as she wished without interference from him, and he had told her he would agree to her desire. However, now that he was away from her and thinking more clearly, he realized how much risk lay in allowing her absolute freedom. He didn't trust her not to do something that might embarrass him or his family. He needed to rein her in, but he needed to do so without her realizing it. What to do? What to do? Unfortunately, he realized he would have to spend more time with her. He needed to get to know her better so he could know exactly what it was she meant by freedom. Did she have something nefarious planned with her family? Or did she simply want to run around in the fields of the estate all day? Until he could answer that question, he would need to keep a close eye on her. He couldn't give her any opportunity to do something that might hurt him or his family. A heavy weight settled on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Misery. Pure and utter misery. He didn't trust his wife, and likely never would. Not completely, anyway. It was a depressing thought, and one that drove him toward the liquor service to pour himself a drink. When he threw it back, the liquor burned all the way down to his feet, once more burning away the rot within him. He poured another, then went to stand in front of the windows to wait for her. This is not what I envisioned when I thought of marriage. I did not anticipate keeping an eye on my wife as often as possible to assure she doesn't betray me. It was rare for him to trust any woman, but he'd thought he'd at least be able to trust his wife, whoever she ended up being. He'd have at least understood her motivations for being with him, as marriage was a much more straightforward contract in his mind than an affair. Marriage was about assets and status. affairs were about passion and emotion. At least, they were supposed to be. No longer for him. He was in a rather sorry state. He couldn't trust his wife, and could never trust a mistress. What woman, apart from his mother, was he supposed to take into his confidence? None. None are deserving of my inner thoughts and secrets. Not now, and not ever. He put his glass to his lips and took another long, deep sip, letting the liquor burn through him, and hoping desperately it'd scorch away his heartache and utter disappointment. Chapter 8. Each day proved a trial for Verity and Lord Norfolk. Though she had thought she'd made her desires perfectly clear, her every move throughout the day seemed to be overshadowed by Lord Norfolk. Wherever she went, he seemed to appear. Walking through the garden, he'd appear from behind a hedge. Slipping to the library for a few hours of reading quietly by herself, there he was sorting through a shelf. He acted as though it were mere coincidence each time, but she wasn't very convinced of that excuse. Still, she had no idea what reason he would have for following her around either. She did her best to just ignore him when she ran into him and go about her day. He always seemed fine with that, never forcing her into conversation or bothering to ask what she was doing. They were floating around each other, stuck in the same space with no apparent desire to actually interact. It was an odd arrangement, and it felt as if they were walking all over each other some days. In a house as big as the manor, why couldn't they seem to escape one another? Then, there was the Dowager Countess to contend with. Verity had done her best to avoid the lady entirely, and had found some success in those first few days after the wedding. However, she'd known her luck couldn't last forever, and when the first confrontation had come, the Dowager had wasted no time letting her feelings be known. "You are a burden we never wished for," she'd said as an opener to their conversation. Verity had been making her way down the hallway on the first floor, heading for the library, when the Dowager had stepped out of the formal parlor directly in her path. Coming to a stumbling stop, Verity had felt as though her heart were in her throat as she'd stared at the lady, unsure what she would say. Her first words had been both cruel and direct. "Trust me, my lady, I never wished for this either," she'd replied stiffly, wanting nothing more than to run away from the encounter. "Then why did you seduce my son?" the lady had demanded of her. Verity had been horrified by the accusation. "I did no such thing. I would never." "Don't lie to me," the Dowager had interrupted, pointing an accusing finger in Verity's face. "Don't you dare lie to me. I know you lured him out into the garden that night. I just don't know how. My boy is usually smarter than that." "That is not at all how it went." Verity had jumped to defend herself, unwilling to let her mother-in-law smear her good name. "I did not set out to seduce Lord Norfolk." Then, applying the same type of logic to the situation as any mother in the ton would, she added, "Besides, why would I go after your son when I had a duke ready to marry me?" For a second, that argument had appeared to give the Dowager pause. However, Verity quickly realized that the lady hadn't truly been interested in proving she'd seduced Lord Norfolk in any way. She just wanted a reason to justify her continued hatred of her new daughter-in-law. As Verity made her way to the stables, she couldn't get that awful encounter out of her head. The Dowager Countess was truly a vicious woman beyond all reason when it came to her blinding hatred of Verity and her family. Lord Norfolk I could come to tolerate, but her? She's toxic, and I doubt she will ever change her mind about me. Shaking her head, Verity forced the thought aside. It would do her no good to dwell on how to bring about the impossible, namely making her mother-in-law not despise her. Better to focus on things she could control, like the activities she engaged in throughout the day. The stables had quickly become one of her favorite places on the estate. The smell of fresh hay, the sound of content horses, and the peace that came with having few other people around. Altogether, they created a perfect place for her to escape to during the day. As she entered the massive building, she gazed around and quickly determined that no one else was inside. Releasing a sigh of relief, She smiled to herself and began to make her way down the aisle of stalls. Horses nickered and whinnied softly as she passed them, and she greeted each and every one, promising them her attention in due time. First, though, she had to stop and see her favorite horse. He was an older stallion with spots around his eyes and a glistening white coat. They'd named him Jingle, and he was a sweet old thing with a bit of an ornery streak that endeared him to her. Making her way to his stall, she let out a small laugh when he poked his head over his gate, as if he knew she was coming to see him. There, she murmured as she stroked his long snout. How are you today, my love? Good? I have treats for you. She'd snuck sugar cubes and carrots away from the kitchen. Digging into the satchel she wore around her shoulders, she pulled out a plump carrot and offered it to him. He nibbled on it a moment, and then quickly devoured it in a few bites. Verity laughed and gave him another. The rest she would save for the others, but she wanted to spoil the old boy. What are you doing with that horse? Verity jumped, startled, which made Jingle jerk in surprise as well. Glancing over her shoulder, she found Lord Norfolk standing in the middle of the aisle, staring at her with his arms crossed over his chest. He was dressed for riding, and nearby, a groom was leading a young mare from her stall. Blinking, Verity focused back in on her husband and stammered a reply to his question. I was just giving him a bit of attention. He's all alone over here. He doesn't get along with the other horses, Lord Norfolk curtly replied. He's kept at a distance so he does not cause any of the others distress. Verity could understand the reason for keeping him separate from the other horses, but it was still somewhat of a sad thing to consider. Forced to be all alone just because he was a little different and misunderstood. I understand your anger and distrust a lot better now, Jingle. Turning her attention back to the horse, she asked. Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? You appear on your way out for a ride. I wish you a safe one. He was still just standing there, staring at her as if she'd done something wrong. Frowning, she glanced back at him and raised her brow expectantly. He was my father's horse, he suddenly blurted, catching her off guard. Verity's eyes widened as his words slowly sunk into her mind. Oh, she murmured. Her hand was still on Jingle's snout, and she looked between him and Lord Norfolk. At length, she began moving her hand to pet the animal again. I didn't realize that, but all the more reason to offer him special attention. If his master is gone, Jingle is probably wondering what happened to him and why he's been locked away for so long. Lord Norfolk didn't say anything in response. He was really starting to unnerve her. Why is he just standing there? Why won't he say anything to me? My lord? Are you feeling all right? She finally asked. Her question seemed to pull him from whatever stupor had taken hold of him. He blinked several times and then gave his head a sharp shake. Yes. Yes, I'm fine, he answered her. It's just, I haven't seen Jingle take to anyone since my father's passing. He's gained quite the reputation for being a grouchy old thing. She couldn't help but grin at the description. Gazing into Jingle's eyes, she said, Oh, no. He's not a mean creature. He's just sad and lonely. Perhaps a little confused. All he needs is a little love and attention. I see, Lord Norfolk mumbled. She kept her gaze on Jingle, but she could feel his eyes on her. It made her shiver, but she couldn't say why for sure. She tried her best to ignore the sensation and focused more thoroughly on the horse in front of her. Well, I hope you have a pleasant ride, she murmured, hoping he would take the underlying hint to move along from her. It's a lovely day for it. That it is, he agreed. Verity heard the sound of hooves against the stable floor and peeked over her shoulder. The groom was leading Lord Norfolk's mount down the aisle and out of the stables ready for the Earl to mount. He should have turned to go after them right then and there, but he lingered, his eyes still on her. Is there something else, my lord?" she asked cautiously. Taking in a sharp breath, he shook his head. "No, nothing. I should be going." With that, he turned and finally made his way toward the stable entrance. Verity watched him go with a frown. Why had he been acting so strangely? Was it simply the fact that his father's horse had taken a liking to me? Turning back to the animal in question, she asked, "Do you know how I can handle the Earl, Jingle?" The horse snorted and shook its head, offering her no answers to the puzzle that was Lord Norfolk. She was an odd one, of that there was no doubt. Constantly surprising him with her actions. He found he couldn't quite figure her out if he simply observed her. Speaking with her offered a whole new layer of insight into her character. Ernest sat at his desk in his study, chin resting on steepled fingers as he contemplated the puzzle that was his wife. For several days now, he'd made it a priority to follow her around the estate and simply watch her to see if he could discern anything useful about her. What he had observed had intrigued and confused him, but he'd hardly found cause to feel threatened by her. His wife enjoyed the outdoors. He'd picked up on that quickly, as she spent as much time as she could possibly manage outside. She would either walk through the garden, visit the stables, or wander through the fields and groves spread out across the estate. When she visited the stables, she appeared to have an almost magical pull toward the horses, and they to her. Jingle was the most poignant example of this. He was easily the most difficult horse they currently possessed. It was as if the beast knew his master was gone, and so he had turned stubborn and unruly. He wouldn't let anyone ride him, and he'd bitten the hand of more than one groom. With Lady Norfolk, however, he appeared as gentle as a kitten. She could pet him without fear of him nipping her, and he was calm and quiet whenever she was nearby. Dropping his hands, he sat back in his chair and turned his head to gaze out the windows at the gardens. She would likely be out there at that moment. He couldn't help but wonder what she might be doing. What flower was her favorite? He'd noticed she seemed to gravitate toward the rose bushes, but she also appeared to really enjoy the tulips. The more he learned, the more questions he seemed to have. I want to ask her them. I want to hear her answers and reasoning behind her behavior. Why did she often walk barefoot? Why did she prefer sitting under a tree on the ground than on one of the stone benches in the gardens? Why did the tall grasses of the field seem to want to reach out and touch her as she moved through them? He rose to his feet, uncomfortable by his wandering thoughts. He wasn't supposed to want to know more about her. That wasn't part of their arrangement. They were meant to be living separate lives, and he was growing more and more confident that's truly all she wanted. She had no ulterior motive that he could determine that would lead him to believe his family was at risk. So why was he so fascinated by her? Why did he want to keep following her around just to watch her odd behavior? Something was very, very wrong with him. This whole situation was likely pushing him into a state of madness. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his meandering thoughts. "Come in," he called without thought. The door opened and the family's butler, Mr. Walters, stepped inside the room. "My lord, Mrs. Fredericks from St. Abigail's is here to see you." Ernest sat up straighter in his chair. "Ah, yes. Send her in, thank you." Mr. Walters bowed and disappeared from the doorway. Ernest stood and made his way around his desk to stand and wait for his guest. As he stood there, he forced thoughts of Lady Norfolk from his mind. He wanted to be able to give his whole focus to the task at hand, and the mystery that was his odd wife could wait. Not long after, Mr. Walters returned with Mrs. Fredericks in tow. She was a formidable-looking woman. Middle-aged and short in stature, she was nevertheless solidly built with sharp facial features and graying hair that she had pulled back in a severe knot at the back of her head. Her expression was no nonsense as she curtsied to Ernest. "Good day, my lord," she said as she straightened back up. He inclined his head to her. "Good day, Mrs. Fredericks. I hope you are well?" She nodded. "Quite well, thank you, my lord." Please, come and sit. Would you like tea? She shook her head as she moved to the chair in front of his desk and politely replied, "That's very kind, my lord, but no thank you. I am afraid I cannot linger for very long." "Of course, straight to business then." Ernest returned to his own seat behind his desk and folded his hands on its surface. "How are things at St. Abigail's?" "Things are going well," Mrs. Fredericks assured him. "The children are well fed and cared for, thanks to you, my lord. We have been planning an expansion of the building, as you know, so that we may serve more." "Yes, I saw the plans for the expansion." He nodded, pleased with the progress being made. "Is there anything you need in the meantime? New beds? Clothing? Is your food supply sufficient?" A small, rare smile curled Mrs. Frederick's thin lips. "My lord, you are too kind. I assure you, we are well stocked in all our necessities. Though, I suppose if you could find the time, the children have been asking about you. I believe they would welcome another visit." Ernest chuckled. "I think that can be easily arranged. Visiting the orphanage is by far a more enjoyable experience than any of the dull work expected of me." The woman actually released a light chuckle. "Perhaps you could bring your lovely new wife, my lord? I am positive the children would love to meet the new Lady Norfolk." Ernest tensed but kept a pleasant smile plastered on his face. He couldn't help but admit to himself that the idea intrigued him. To see Lady Norfolk interact with children would likely be a very educational experience, but at the same time he was not so sure he was ready to show her that side of himself. The orphanage he sponsored was rather near and dear to his heart, and taking her there would expose a vulnerability of his to her. "I'm sure Lady Norfolk would be very happy to accompany me," he said, though he wasn't sure if he was lying to the woman or not. "She has a very compassionate heart, and is very fond of children." He couldn't be sure of the last part of that sentence, but he did believe she had a compassionate heart. A person couldn't be as kind to animals as she was and not be a caring individual. If only she would turn some of that gentleness toward me now and again. The thought startled Ernest. Where had that come from? Why should he care if she was kind to him? That was not what their marriage was about. He didn't want nor need her compassion and tenderness. He didn't need her smile. Or her laughter, which reminded him of birdsong the few times he'd heard her when she hadn't realized he was nearby. He didn't need her to like him, or desire to spend time with him. He didn't need her to want him. Because I don't want her. He didn't. He absolutely didn't. "My lord? Are you all right?" Mrs. Frederick's voice cut through his meandering thoughts, and he realized he had been staring silently at nothing for several moments. Blinking, he offered her a reassuring smile. "Indeed, Mrs. Fredericks, I'm very well. Apologies, I simply grew lost in thought." "No apologies needed, my lord," Mrs. Fredericks replied. "You are a very busy gentleman. I shouldn't take up any more of your time." Ernest stood as she did. "I will add an additional £50 in this month's contribution to go toward the addition." Mrs. Fredericks inclined her head. "Thank you, my lord. You are most generous. And I shall write once I know of a date and time to come and visit the children," he assured her before summoning Mr. Walters to escort the woman out. Alone again, Ernest wandered toward the window and gazed out at the garden. His wife was nowhere to be seen, but with no other distractions, his mind instantly returned to thoughts of her. He found he was curious to know what she was doing in that moment, and that simple question made his gut twist with anxiety. She shouldn't be consuming his thoughts so thoroughly. He needed to get a hold of the situation, and himself. Taking a deep breath, Ernest resolved not to let Lady Norfolk create any more of a disturbance in his life. She had given him no indication that she was plotting anything nefarious against him or his family, and so he could spend less time keeping an eye on her. That would be for the best. If he stayed away from her, He was certain he wouldn't think of her nearly so much. Yes, that was it exactly. As soon as he stopped worrying about her and her motives, his growing obsession would diminish and he'd go back to normal. There was no other reason for her to be on his mind. No other reason at all. Chapter 9. Verity couldn't stop the yawn from pushing past her lips. It wasn't ladylike in the least, but she simply couldn't stop it. Thankfully, no one was around to see her. She was walking down the long hallway that led to the foyer and passed by Lord Norfolk's study. That's all she'd been doing that morning. Wandering aimlessly through the large house, bored and rather lonely, if she were being completely honest. I wish Lily were here. Or even Mother. It would be so nice just to have someone to talk to. She had little hope that her husband would allow her to have visitors, especially members of her family. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt her to at least ask, though? Verity nibbled her lip as she considered the idea. Despite being a Hardstone, he didn't appear to be an unreasonable person. He was a bit of a mystery, her husband. Though he was often cold and distant, he often seemed to show up wherever she was. It had happened so many times, she was beginning to suspect it was not an accident. Why would he follow her around, though? What did he think she was going to do? Still, whatever his reasons for keeping an eye on her, his nearness had been providing her the opportunity to learn more about him in return. One thing that had become apparent very quickly was how well he treated his servants. He was respectful of them, and she had yet to hear him raise his voice to any of them. It surprised her, she had to admit. Such behavior didn't fit into the image of him she'd developed based on his name alone. He wasn't quite the devilish tyrant she'd expected. Of course, that didn't mean she trusted him or believed him to be any kind of person worth spending time with. And just because he is kind to those within his household does not mean he is a decent person to the rest of the world. She latched onto that thought so she could keep her hatred of him burning hot. Each day she spent in that house. Each interaction she had with her husband. That hatred seemed to grow cooler. She couldn't allow herself to be swayed by him. He was still a Hardstone, after all. They were all deceitful and two-faced, and she needed to remember that. Suddenly, a door opened up ahead of her and she came to a stop, startled. She realized that someone was coming out of Lord Norfolk's study, and her heart began to race as she waited to see if her husband was stepping out into the hall. To her surprise, however, it was not Lord Norfolk, but Mr. Walters, accompanied by a short older woman. Verity had never seen the woman before, but she could tell she was not nobility. Though her clothes were clean and cared for, they were drab and practical rather than fashionable. Her face was weathered, possibly making her look older than her actual age. It was clear she wasn't glazing her skin with powders in a desperate attempt to slow the progression of time. Who was this woman? And why was she coming out of Lord Norfolk's study? What business could she possibly have with the likes of him? Unable to hold back her curiosity, Verity moved forward after the woman and the butler. They were heading toward the foyer. When they stepped out of the hall, Verity darted forward to catch the stranger before she had the chance to walk out the front door. "Excuse me," Verity said, flinching at her overly eager tone. Both Mr. Walters and the woman stopped and looked back at her with wide, surprised eyes. "My lady," the butler declared, recovering his wits more quickly than their visitor. "Is something the matter?" Verity shook her head. "No, nothing, thank you. I simply wanted to introduce myself to our guest before she departed." The woman blinked, and then realization dawned on her face. She dropped into a deep curtsy. "Forgive me, my lady," she said. "I didn't realize you wished to see me as well." "It's quite all right," Verity quickly replied. "I must confess, I've no idea who you are or why you're here. I am curious to find out, however." The woman's lips parted in obvious surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure and inclined her head to Verity. "I am Mrs. Fredericks, my lady. she said in her clear, firm tone. "I am the headmistress at the St. Abigail's orphanage." Verity furrowed her brow in confusion. An orphanage? She hadn't expected that answer in the least. "Yes, I've just finished my monthly meeting with Lord Norfolk. If you don't mind my saying so, my lady, your husband is one of the most generous individuals I've ever met." Verity couldn't hide her surprise at the woman's words. "How did you come to be acquainted with Lord Norfolk?" "He has been a patron of our orphanage for many years now," Mrs. Fredericks explained. "He's been so very good to us. Thanks to his generosity, we are able to afford to expand our facilities so that we may serve even more children." "Really?" Verity breathed. That was so unbelievably kind, she could hardly believe it was true. The Hardstone couldn't be that generous. "Has Lord Norfolk not told you of his charitable endeavors?" Mrs. Fredericks asked with an arched brow. "Oh, well. No, actually," Verity admitted, unable to come up with a better response. She knew it would seem odd to the woman that Lord Norfolk's wife didn't know about his involvement with the orphanage. To her surprise, however, Mrs. Fredericks nodded and looked as though she wasn't surprised by Verity's lack of knowledge about her husband. "Lord Norfolk is a very humble man," she sighed. "I think he would have remained anonymous in his giving to the orphanage if he did not have such a vested interest in the children." "What do you mean?" Verity asked. "Lord Norfolk enjoys visiting the children now and then. I think he likes to see the good work his money is being used for with his own two eyes." "I see," Verity murmured. "Thank you, Mrs. Fredericks. This has been quite enlightening. I'm happy that I was able to be of assistance." The woman let out a small laugh. "Though, I confess, I'm not certain what it is I've enlightened you of." Verity smiled. "All the same, I appreciate your insight. Would it be all right if I were to come visit the orphanage sometime myself?" Mrs. Fredericks' eyes lit up. "Oh, yes, that would be lovely, my lady. Lord Norfolk mentioned he would bring you along with him the next time he stopped by himself." "Did he?" Verity found that rather interesting, though she wouldn't have been surprised if he didn't follow through on that promise. The idea of the two of them spending that kind of time together was almost laughable. Still, she couldn't help feeling curious about her husband's interest in the orphanage. Did he have some ulterior motive? Or did he truly support it out of the goodness of his heart? That would require him to have goodness in his heart in the first place. "Well, I must beg your pardon, my lady. I should be on my way now." Mrs. Fredericks dipped into a curtsy. Verity inclined her head to the woman. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Fredericks." "The pleasure was all mine, my lady." Turning, the headmistress followed Mr. Walters out the front door to a wagon Verity glimpsed waiting in the drive. It was several moments before Verity turned and slowly made her way to the staircase. She paused when she reached it and gazed down the hallway toward the study door. Her mind whirled with questions, her preconceived image of her husband clashing with all the things she had been learning about his character. If he was not a Hardstone, she would have thought him a good man. However, she couldn't simply put aside her distrust and anger so easily. His family had caused her own so much aggravation and humiliation, and he had done nothing to indicate to her that he was sorry for it in the least. Clenching her teeth, she forced her questions away and hardened herself to the feelings of warmth that had begun tingling in her belly, the moment Mrs. Fredericks had told her about her husband's involvement with the orphanage. A few good deeds didn't make him a good man. She needed to remember that. Needed to remember who he was. And who she was. Taking a deep breath, she marched up the stairs and to her room. Her husband's apparent generosity was no concern of hers. It didn't change who he really was. In the end, he was still a Hardstone, and he could be a verified saint, but she would still despise him based on his name alone. Chapter 10. Verity realized something was very wrong when she saw that her bedchamber door was wide open. She paused, her mind racing with possibilities as to what was going on. Cautiously, she approached, keeping on her tiptoes so as not to forewarn whoever might be inside that she was there. As she drew closer to the door, she heard a sharp voice barking out orders from within the room. Everything. Slash it all. Let's see how much of an impression she can make on society without them. Alarm shot through Verity. She recognized the voice. It was the Dowager, but what in the world was she doing? Dashing forward, she ran over the threshold and came to a stumbling stop when her eyes fell on the carnage within. Her dresses were strewn about the room, covering the floor and furnishings without a care. What was worse, though, was the fact that every single one of her gowns had been savagely torn apart. Verity was so stunned at the sight of her destroyed wardrobe, that she could only stare in open-mouthed horror for several long moments. Ah, there you are. Forcing her gaze from her ruined dresses, Verity looked toward her mother-in-law, who stood in the midst of the destruction, her expression smug. What? What have you done? Verity barely managed to gasp out. The Dowager waved her hand dismissively. All of your gowns are so out of taste. I thought it best to be rid of them. Verity knew that was a lie, and yet she couldn't stop herself from asking. Why would you not consult me? Why would you slash them like this? I did nothing of the sort. The Dowager insisted. She pointed her finger to the corner of the room, where a young maid was cowering with a pair of scissors in her hand. Verity hadn't even noticed the girl when she'd entered the room. The maid's eyes were wide and frightened as she gazed between Verity and the Dowager. Maybe it was the sight of the poor maid clearly terrified of angering one of the two ladies of Norfolk, or perhaps it was simply that her initial shock had worn off, but something inside Verity snapped in that moment. Fury burned through her so hot and fierce, she was certain her insides would be scalded by it. You're despicable. She snapped at the Dowager. Are you truly so petty that you would do something this childish? What in the world did I do to deserve such treatment? The Dowager's smirk faded as her eyes flashed with malice. You married my son, she hissed. You trapped him and ruined his future. This is the least you deserve. Verity knew it was no use trying to talk to her mother-in-law. The lady was clearly deranged. My husband will hear of this. Without waiting for a response, Verity spun on her heel to march back out the door. She heard her mother-in-law cackle behind her. Oh, yes, I'm sure my son will be oh so willing to jump to your defense. It's not as though your very presence makes his skin crawl with disgust. Her words were cruel, and Verity knew she shouldn't take them to heart. She couldn't quite help herself, however, and clenched her fists at her sides as she tried to shake away the sting of the Dowager's vicious insult. Her anger and hurt pushing her, Verity made her way out to the room and back into the hallway. She waited until she was certain the Dowager couldn't see her, and then broke out into a run. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, but she forced them back. She wouldn't cry because of that woman. She wouldn't show her any signs of weakness. Verity didn't stop running as she made her way back down the stairs. Hurrying to Lord Norfolk's study, she didn't hesitate as she began pounding her fist against the door. In that moment, she didn't care about propriety. She didn't even care that she had been working to avoid seeing her husband. He would hear of this, and if he did nothing to stop it, she swore to herself that she would make his life a living hell. He didn't take long to answer her furious summons. Moments after she began banging her fist against the door, it was yanked open and her husband's form filled the doorway. He appeared shocked at first, but once he realized that it was her demanding his attention, his eyes narrowed with irritation. What in God's name is going on? He demanded to know. Why are you here? You have to do something about your mother, she shouted. Do you know what she has done? He rolled his eyes. Let me guess, she has spoken unkindly to you? Looked at you wrong? Dare to offer a suggestion as to how the Lady of Norfolk should behave? His condescending tone grated on her nerves, making her even angrier. "She has gone into my room and destroyed all of my dresses," she hissed. His eyes narrowed. "You lie." "Why would I lie about something like that?" "I don't know, but you're a Lovelace. Do you truly need a reason to do so?" Before she could shoot him a retort, movement out of the corner of her eye caught her attention. She turned her head and spotted a maid moving down the hallway. Not wishing for any of the servants to see her and Lord Norfolk in the midst of an argument, she turned her gaze back to him and raised her hands to place on his chest and push him back into the room. He was so caught off guard by her actions, he actually stumbled backward and she followed him over the threshold. "What in the bloody hell are you doing?" he growled, regaining his footing. She slammed the door shut so they were assured privacy and rounded on him. "I am not keen on having an audience while we have this discussion." She shoved past him and marched further into the room until she stood in front of the large fireplace. Facing him once more, she folded her arms over her chest and glared at Lord Norfolk. "You need to control your mother." He stalked toward her until he was so close, she could easily reach out her arms and wrap them around him. She blinked, startled by the thought. Why had that idea entered her mind at all? She quickly pushed the image of her embracing her husband from her head and focused back in on her fury. Meeting his glare, she arched a brow expectantly, waiting for his reply. "I need to do so, he replied in an icy tone. "And what will you do if I don't?" She bristled. "I might be forced to retaliate." "Are you so certain you want me to go to war against your mother? Things might quickly get out of hand, which could inconvenience you." His jaw ticked. "You are far more trouble than you're worth." "Trust me, my lord, you've seen nothing of the true trouble I can cause." They stared at each other, her threat sizzling between them. As she glared up into his burning blue eyes, she became even more aware of how close they were to each other. The heat of his body seemed to wrap around her and hold her in place. A strange pulsing began deep in her belly and her breathing grew short. What was going on? Something in his gaze changed. Something dark flashed in his eyes that sent tingles shooting down her spine. "What are you doing to me?" he growled, his voice somehow deeper and huskier than before. "What? What are you talking about?" she replied in a soft tone. He was so tall. His shoulders so broad. Why did he have to be so handsome? He took a step toward her, closing the remaining distance between them. She gasped, but didn't back away. Though she wasn't sure what exactly he was doing, she couldn't show him any sign of weakness. She stood her ground and tilted her head to maintain eye contact with him, even as they stood a mere breath apart. "Do you know what I want to do when you look at me with those angry eyes?" he snarled. Her cheeks flushed. He sounded furious, but it was different from his usual anger. She didn't fully understand it, but it was stirring something in her that was both frightening and invigorating. "What do you want to do?" she replied in a voice much softer than she intended it to be. His nostrils flared and he reached up his hand to snatch her chin between his fingers and thumb. "I want to throw you over my shoulder and carry you to the nearest bed so I can make you surrender to me until you're moaning my name in pleasure." Her breath left her lips in a rush and her gaze widened in shock. For a moment, Lord Norfolk's gaze also went wide, and he looked surprised, as if he hadn't meant to say that to her. They stood for several moments, as if frozen, his words floating between them. He was still holding her chin, and she didn't know what to do. She found she couldn't step away from him and break his hold, even though, logically, she knew that she should. "You weren't supposed to be like this," he growled at length, looking angry again. "Like what?" she demanded to know, anticipating some sort of insult. "You weren't supposed to be so appealing." She furrowed her brow. I don't understand." With a growl, he released her and lurched away, something very much resembling disgust marring his features. Is this how your aunt enticed my uncle? He snarled. Do you Lovelace women all possess this ability to confuse and seduce? His words were like a blow to her gut. How dare you? Do not speak of my aunt in such a manner, and do not pretend as though your uncle was not the guilty party in their scandal. He abducted her. We know he did. There's no way she would have gone with him willingly. Lord Norfolk released a bitter laugh. You Lovelaces are all the same, you know that? Deceitful snakes who don't know their place. Whatever feelings he'd provoked in her with his touch and longing looks were burned away as her fury re-sparked into a full blaze. She stormed toward him, taking on the role of aggressor this time around. Like she had, he stood his ground, though she supposed she was a far less intimidating figure than he'd proven to be. Don't you ever insult my family again, she hissed. He sneered. Such insolence. Do you think your kind can order me about like that? My kind? She shrieked. You and your whole family are nothing but lucky upstarts, he declared. You aren't nobility. Your very presence among our ranks undermines the authority of all our stations. The loud crack seemed to boom throughout the room as Verity slapped Lord Norfolk across his face with all her might. His head jerked to the side with the force of the blow, though she had very likely hurt her own hand more than she'd hurt him. Still, the sight of his reddening cheek and stunned expression was so very satisfying to behold. I told you not to insult my family, she said through gritted teeth. Slowly, he turned his face so that he was looking at her again. His blue gaze was like a raging storm as fury flashed through them. Fury and something else. Something dark and hot. It was that same something that had entered his gaze when they'd stood so close in front of the fireplace. Except, in this instance, it appeared to have intensified. Vicious witch, he snarled. Before Verity could react or respond, his large hands cupped her face and he yanked her closer before pressing his lips to hers in a bruising and demanding kiss. Verity cried out in surprise and Lord Norfolk took advantage, pushing his tongue past her parted lips to sweep in and tangle with her own. He moved his hands, one gripped at her hair, and the other rested flat on the small of her back, pressing her closer to him. Fearful of losing her balance as her head swam with a disorienting mixture of lust and confusion, Verity clung to the front of his shirt to keep herself steady. She could hardly comprehend what was happening. He was kissing her. Lord Norfolk, her husband, was kissing her and touching her in a familiar way. She had never been kissed before, or touched like that for that matter. Despite how overwhelmed she was, however, she found herself responding to him, as if by instinct. She returned his kiss, meeting his passion with her own. She threw her arms around his neck and pushed her breasts tighter to his chest. He growled against her lips, his hands changing positions once more and landing firmly on her hips. Adjusting his grip slightly, he lifted her off her feet and began walking across the room. They never broke their kiss, even as he put her down on the surface of his large desk. That pulsing she'd felt in her belly earlier returned and became an insistent throbbing that spread down into that place between her legs, causing her to press her thighs together to try and ease the ache there. When Lord Norfolk broke their kiss so that he could run his lips down the column of her throat, Verity had the passing thought that they shouldn't be doing this. This was wrong, somehow. But why is that? We are husband and wife, aren't we? But they hated each other. Or, at least, they were supposed to. She was so confused, but then Lord Norfolk's mouth returned to hers and all her thoughts vanished just like that. The only thing that mattered to her when he was kissing her like that was that ache between her legs, and how desperate she was getting to have it relieved. His hands fell to her legs and he pushed them apart. The movement caused her dress to ride up slightly. He stepped between her legs, sliding her skirt up further so he could press himself right at her center. His fingers lightly stroked the bare skin around her knees and up her thighs as he pushed his hips forward, and she felt. She felt him, his hardness. The urge to tilt her hips and feel him more thoroughly ran through her, making her gasp in shock. What was happening to her? Even for a husband and wife, this seemed. It just seemed like too much. Yet, at the same time, it wasn't enough. She wanted more. She wanted him to slide his hands up further and touch that place where no one had touched her before. She wanted to know what it was that all of the older women would whisper about or the servant girls would gossip over. As if he could read her mind, her husband began to slowly slide his hands up her legs. He never broke their kiss as he moved, which tore her attention between his lips and his hands. She wiggled slightly on the desk as he drew closer and closer to her center. Verity was excited, she dared to admit. Eager for his touch and the pleasure she hoped it might bring her. Closer and closer his fingers came, and her own grip tightened as she curled her fingers around his shoulders, holding on to him tightly. Just before he was able to brush a single digit against her, however, the study door flew open behind him. "What in heaven's name do you think you are doing?" a shrill voice demanded to know. Chapter 11. It felt as if a fog was lifting from his mind. He could hardly comprehend what had just happened. He'd kissed his wife. But, no, that wasn't completely accurate. He hadn't just kissed her. He put her on his desk and slid his hands up her bare legs, his destination clear to both of them. What was more shocking than the intensity of their physical connection, however, was the fact that she hadn't stopped him. For all her bluster and insistence on hating him, she had seemed eager for his touch. She hadn't stopped him, shoved him, yelled at him, or told him to stop. Quite the opposite, in fact, she seemed to welcome his touch. She had eagerly returned his kiss, and though she had no experience, she had quickly made up for it with enthusiasm. Then, his mother had entered the room. His wife had broken from him and moved out of his reach. He was surprised by how much that annoyed him. He wanted her back in his arms that very moment. It was the strangest sensation, but it wasn't one that he could very well deny. He knew, though, that before he had any chance of resuming his activities with his wife, he needed to deal with their uninvited guest. Slowly, he turned around and faced his mother, who appeared furious. "I wish you would have knocked," he said by way of greeting. Ignoring his comment, his mother marched across the room to him. She hadn't even looked toward his wife, ignoring Lady Norfolk's presence as if she weren't even in the room with them. Ernest felt a tinge of annoyance at the clear insult to his wife, though he couldn't explain where it came from, exactly. "What do you think you are doing?" his mother hissed once she'd reached him. He folded his arms and regarded her with a cool, neutral expression. "I think you will need to explain to me what it is you're upset about," he declared in an even tone. She gaped up at him, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that his own Lady Norfolk appeared surprised. Her brows had nearly disappeared into her hairline. Truth be told, he was rather surprised by his behavior as well. Of course, walking in on him kissing Lady Norfolk would prove a shock to just about anybody who knew him and his family's history with the Lovelace family. Still, something rubbed him wrong about their current situation. He was annoyed that his mother had barged in, and was even more annoyed at her treatment of his wife. He just couldn't truly explain why that was. "Are you quite serious?" his mother exclaimed. "You want me to explain why this is so upsetting?" He nodded. "I'm afraid so." Why was he acting this way? He glanced toward Lady Norfolk again, and she remained rooted in place, watching the exchange with his mother with a curious but cautious expression. "Very well," his mother snapped, reclaiming his attention again. "I walk in to discover you engaged in such intimate behavior in the middle of the day and outside of your bedchamber. However, that is not the most shocking part. What is truly horrifying is that you are engaged in such behavior with a Lovelace." "She is my wife, mother." The words burst from his lips before he fully realized he was speaking them. "I cannot claim that she was my first choice for spouse, but what's done is done. She is under my care and protection, which means I will not allow insult or injury to befall her, even from the likes of you, mother." His mother gawked up at him in stunned silence for several moments, her jaw working up and down as she struggled to come up with a response. I do not believe you would defend her," she stammered at length. Ernest furrowed his brow. "Of course I will. So, I never want to hear of something happening to her like what you have done today. Destroying her wardrobe was unnecessary, and if I ever hear of such a thing happening again, there will be consequences." The dowager's face paled as her expression registered her shock. "You would punish me, your own mother, in an attempt to protect her?" He turned to gaze at Lady Norfolk fully. She appeared just as cautious and suspicious as ever, but she was watching him with such focus, he felt as if he were the only thing in the whole world that mattered to her in that moment. He felt a surge of pride rise up within him and puffed up his chest, as if to show off to her. He nearly laughed out loud at his ridiculous behavior and thoughts. Returning his attention to his mother, he assured her, "I'm afraid so, Mother. It is my duty as a husband to defend my wife from anyone who would try to hurt her." "You are being a fool," his mother declared. "She has tricked you, somehow, just as her aunt tricked your uncle. Beware, son. We all know that this is not a real marriage, no matter what activities you engage in with that woman. Respect, Mother," he bit out. "You will respect my wife or you will depart from this place this instant." "You would throw me from my own home?" his mother gasped. "Only if you push me to such an action," he clarified. His mother appeared momentarily torn and her eyes bounced between him and his wife. At length, she released a sigh of begrudging defeat. "Very well," she conceded. "If this is truly what you wish, son, I will not go against you in it. You are head of this family and household. Your word is final." It was a relief to hear her say that. He wasn't sure how he'd have found the strength within himself to actually throw her from the house. "Thank you, Mother. I truly appreciate your cooperation." Though she looked none too pleased, his mother nodded. "Yes, well, the last thing I want to do is make you unhappy, darling. Not that I can fathom how she has any chance of doing so, but I will refrain from further retaliation against your wife. I do not make the same promise about the rest of her family, however." Shrugging, Ernest replied, "I will not require that of you." His mother nodded, but her eyes slid toward his wife again and flashed with unfiltered menace. He inwardly groaned. It was not going to be such an easy thing to maintain the peace in his household after all. Turning her gaze back to him, his mother inclined her head to him. "I'll take my leave of you for now," she said, and he allowed her to retreat back into the hallway. When she was gone and the door was securely shut once more, Ernest turned to his wife. She was still staring at him in obvious confusion. "Why did you do that?" she asked before he could say a word. "Do what?" he replied, feigning ignorance. She rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed with his act. "Why did you defend me to your mother, fool? Why did you not simply allow her to continue her abuse of me?" Releasing a deep sigh, he answered, "As I told her, you are my wife and that ensures you the highest level of respect in this household. Any slight against you is also a slight against me now, and I'll not allow my family name or title to be tarnished in such a way." Her face fell and something flashed across her expression. It came and went so quickly, he couldn't be sure, but he thought it had rather resembled disappointment. "So, it is not that you are overly concerned about me personally, but my position," she stated in a matter-of-fact tone. He wanted to confirm that statement, but then he remembered the feel of her lips against his and how soft the skin of her thighs was. Kissing her like that had been a mistake, but he knew it was one that would haunt him. Even as they stood there regarding each other, he felt the strong urge to grab her again and resume where they'd left off. How far would she have allowed him to go? Could he have taken her, right then and there, on top of his desk? The thought was both arousing and disturbing all at once. No matter how strong their physical connection might be, and he couldn't deny that it appeared quite strong indeed, he couldn't allow himself to be consumed by her in any way. Exactly. He nodded, responding to her statement after a few moments of consideration. We must both remember that there is nothing tender between us. We cannot allow ourselves to be blinded like that again, do you understand? Perfectly, she answered easily, her tone clipped. I've no intention of repeating what happened here anyway, so that is a perfectly fine arrangement for me. He hated to admit that her easy acquiescence to his words irked him. She acted as though he and their kiss were so forgettable. He gritted his teeth as he tried to push back his annoyance. It is better this way. Her indifference is preferable to any neediness or insistence on a connection. Well, thank you for standing up to your mother on my behalf, she said, surprising him with her gratitude. Not having to worry about her should make being here slightly more tolerable. It was in that moment that Ernest realized how unhappy his wife likely was staying in his family's manor. She would of course hate the place, but he wondered if she was also lonely. For some unfathomable reason, he didn't like that thought. He didn't like the idea of her miserable. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly asked, "My lady, who is that young woman that you are friends with?" His wife stared at him with a furrowed brow, clearly caught off guard by his question. "Do you mean Lily? The parson's daughter?" He nodded. "Yes, her. When was the last time you saw her?" She shrugged. "I suppose it was before the wedding." "You should invite her to visit you." She blinked at him. "Really, my lord?" "Of course." He nodded. "This is your home now, and you should feel free to have whatever visitors you wish." He'd clearly baffled her, and it was rather entertaining seeing her so flustered. Thank you, my lord." He inclined his head to her. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss today?" She slowly shook her head. "No, my lord. I don't believe there is." "Then I shall see you later for dinner," he said, effectively dismissing her. She remained so flustered by his behavior that she didn't even appear affronted by his curt dismissal. She merely nodded and turned to walk out the door with that stunned look still on her face. When she was out of earshot, Ernest let out a low chuckle. His wife was proving more and more fascinating every day. As he thought of her staring up at him in confusion, his mind returned to their heated embrace earlier. The memory of her flushed cheeks and parted lips taunted him, and he began to grow hard just from the thought of her soft thighs wrapped around his hips. The room suddenly felt very hot and his cheeks heated as his body grew tight with arousal and tension. That was a rather unforeseen development. He wasn't supposed to want his wife, yet now that he'd had a taste of her, it seemed as if his body already craved more. His good humor vanished. He hadn't felt this type of desire in many years. Not since Nellie. No, Lady Hemmington now. He gritted his teeth and forced his thoughts of that woman away before his bitterness took hold. His wife was complicating things far more than he'd anticipated. The only question left to him was what did he intend to do about it? Verity hurried to her room, her mind racing as fast as her heart. What had just happened? How had she ended up in such a position with Lord Norfolk? It was baffling. She couldn't understand what was happening inside her own head. Her emotions were all over the place, anger one moment, excitement the next, and it was exhausting. When she reached her room, she pushed open the door and surveyed the damage with a weary sigh. The remains of her dresses were still strewn about on the floor, and she had to take a deep breath to stop herself from screaming out in her frustration. She noticed her bed had been mussed as well and she rolled her eyes in annoyance. How petty can one grown woman be? She moved across the room and grabbed the covers to try and straighten them out, but she paused when her eyes landed on a red speck standing stark against the white linen. Frowning, she tilted her head to try and study it more closely. She then noticed other specks that created a tiny trail that disappeared beneath the blanket. Tightening her grip on the covers, she threw them to the side and gazed in horror at the sight of a dead, bloody rat in the middle of her bedding. The scream that tore through her was not one of frustration, but of horror. Chapter 12. I'm so happy to see you at last, my dear. I've missed you terribly. You've no idea how much I've missed you as well. It has been agony being apart for all this time. Verity smiled at Lily, who sat across from her in Norfolk Manor's drawing room. It was the day after her conversation with Lord Norfolk, and Verity hadn't wasted any time writing to Lily to invite her to visit once she realized she had his permission to do so. Lily had responded right away, telling Verity she would visit the very next day. The moment her friend had walked through the front door, Verity had almost burst into tears. Her happiness had been so overwhelming. Lily had promised her right away that she would be a frequent visitor, so there was no reason for Verity to feel lonely anymore. Lily took a sip of her tea before saying, "Your mother-in-law sounds quite horrid. What kind of person destroys another's entire wardrobe? And then leaves a dead rat in your bedding? That's insane. What was she hoping to accomplish?" Verity shrugged. She had quickly caught Lily up on all that had transpired since her wedding. Though she had intentionally left out the intimate encounter she had had with her husband the day before. She was rather embarrassed by it, and didn't want her friend to get the wrong idea about her relationship. At least, that was what she kept telling herself. Verity shook her head in response to Lily's question. "I've no idea. There doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to her actions, however. She simply does things to make herself feel better or to make me miserable. That's all there is to it." Lily pursed her lips and shook her head. "Rather sad behavior for a grown lady of her station, do you not think? I'd go so far as to say she's acting rather childish." Verity nodded. "I would agree with you wholeheartedly. However, I doubt I'll have much more to worry about with her. Lord Norfolk gave her a firm talking to yesterday, and I believe she has been brought to heel." Although she adamantly denied putting the rat in Verity's bed. Verity, of course, did not believe her, although she wondered why she would lie about the rat but own up to all the other horrid things she'd done. Was it only because Verity had caught her tearing her dresses apart? Lily's eyes lit up. "Oh? Your husband defended you against his own mother?" "Do not read anything into it," Verity insisted, knowing her friend and her wild, romantic imagination. "He is more interested in making sure my station receives proper respect rather than me personally." "How do you know that?" Verity shrugged. "He told me himself." Tilting her head to the side, Lily studied her intently. "Does that disappoint you?" "No," Verity exclaimed. Then, in a calmer tone she said, "I mean, I understand his point of view. He has responsibilities, and one of the biggest is to make sure the integrity of the family name and title is maintained. And yet, I sense you are disappointed that he does not seem to care more about you than he does your position." Lily was giving her an impish grin. "This is not the case at all," Verity spluttered, trying to seem indignant rather than embarrassed. "You are reading far too much into the situation, my friend. Lord Norfolk and I have an understanding of what this marriage is to be, and that is all there is to it. We don't have to care for each other as people, merely as assets that could help us move forward in our separate endeavors." Lily rolled her eyes. "That is the most unromantic thing I think I've ever heard." "Exactly." Verity nodded. "There is no romance between us. We can barely tolerate each other's presence. There are no feelings of tenderness that exist in our marriage." "If you say so." Lily sighed, though she didn't sound convinced. Verity opened her mouth, ready to explain her marriage one more time to her stubborn friend, when movement out of the corner of her eye caught her attention. She looked toward the open drawing room door and spotted her husband moving about the hallway dressed in riding clothes. Lily noticed Verity staring after something and turned to see what had caught her friend's focus. "My goodness, is that your husband?" Verity nodded. Indeed. He looked exceptionally handsome in his riding clothes. He seemed far more confident as well. She couldn't stop staring at him, no matter how hard she tried. Oh, yes, you're right. There is nothing deeper developing between the two of you. Verity managed to pull her gaze from her husband at last so she could glare at her friend. You are irritating, you realize this, yes? Lily shrugged and grinned. Am I only irritating because I'm right and you so hate being wrong? Not at all. Verity retorted. You're irritating because your personality is irritating. That's all. Lily let out a laugh, and the sound must have carried out into the hallway because Lord Norfolk glanced their way. Verity tried not to notice as he walked toward the room and crossed the threshold. It was hard to ignore Lily's reaction to his presence, however. She was grinning like a fool, her eyes jumping between Verity and the approaching Earl. Ladies, good day, he said as he came to a stop next to the table. How are we faring? Quite well, my lord, Lily replied with a wide smile. It's so good to be able to see my dear friend again. Do feel free to stop by whenever you wish, Lord Norfolk assured her. Verity frowned. Why was he being so charming all of a sudden? He couldn't possibly be flirting with Lily, could he? Her heart did a strange flip at the thought, but she quickly suppressed the unwelcome feeling. She had no reason to be jealous. Lord Norfolk could flirt with whoever he wanted to, she didn't care. Besides, Lily wouldn't be interested in him in the least. Thank you, my lord, that is very generous, Lily said with a nod of her head. Glancing up and down at him, she asked, Are you going riding, my lord? Lord Norfolk nodded. Hunting, to be precise. I feel the need to clear my head, and I find vigorous exercise to be just the ticket. Lily met Verity's gaze. There was something in her friend's eyes that Verity didn't like. She was clearly plotting, but Verity had no idea what could be churning in Lily's devilish mind. You know, my lord, Lady Norfolk is a very fine huntress herself. Verity gaped at her friend. What was she doing? Lord Norfolk was staring at Lily in surprise as well. Really? Lily nodded. Really? She should join you. Lord Norfolk glanced toward Verity and his eyes swept over her. His gaze wasn't the same as it had been before. He was assessing her, trying to determine no doubt if there was merit to Lily's words. At length, he began to chuckle and shook his head. Miss Lily, you are indeed a delight, but even I am not naive enough to believe such a thing about my wife. She may be adventurous, but to engage in such a sport would require a precise skill that she likely does not possess. Anger flared up immediately in Verity, and it was scorching hot. She glared up at her husband and snapped. You seem awfully sure of that, my lord, yet you have no idea of my abilities. Her husband crossed his arms and regarded her intently for several moments. Perhaps sometime you would like to show me your abilities? What about a competition? She blurted, startling herself for a moment. Lord Norfolk furrowed his brow. A competition? What sort of competition? We should go out hunting together, and the first one to make a kill wins. She arched her brow, curious if he would dare take her up on her contest. The corner of his mouth quirked up. An intriguing proposition, my lady. What are the stakes? She frowned. Stakes? He chuckled, the sound condescending and irritating. If we are to compete against each other, there should be a prize for the winner. Or a punishment for the loser. It makes it more interesting when there's more on the line than just pride. Verity hadn't a clue what it was she would want from him should she win, but she didn't dare appear at a loss in front of him. If I win, you must agree to grant me one favor. Whatever I want, you will have to give me, she declared. That's a rather broad request. He appeared thoughtful for a moment before continuing. It's likely a terrible idea on my part, but very well. If you win, which you won't, I'll grant you any favor that you choose. Verity could tell the only reason he was agreeing to her idea was because he was so confident his victory was assured. Arrogant fool. I'm going to enjoy leaving you in my dust. Well? Do you accept my challenge? She asked in a firm tone, lifting her chin and squaring her shoulders. She hoped he did. She wanted any excuse she could find to break down that considerable ego of his. He appeared to consider it for a moment before he nodded with a chuckle. Oh, very well. I don't relish the idea of humiliating you, but if I must, I must. She narrowed her eyes and glared up at him. Rather confident, aren't you, my lord? He nodded. If you are any kind of hunter, then it's likely been some time since you've last gone out after a quarry. Your skills are likely rusty. If you have any to begin with, that is. She gnashed her teeth. Just name the day, my lord. I'll be more than ready to demonstrate my skills for you. Just don't be too much of a sore loser when I humiliate you with my easy victory. What about today? Lily chimed in. Verity had nearly forgotten her friend was there. I'm not going to leave you to go hunting, Verity said with a firm shake of her head. It's quite all right, I need to get going soon anyway, Lily assured her, reaching across the table to pat her friend's hand. Oh? You're leaving so soon? Verity found that highly suspicious. I thought we were going to spend more time together today. I just remembered another appointment that I simply cannot afford to miss, Lily declared in a high-pitched tone that gave away the fact that she was lying. Thankfully, that frees you up to go with Lord Norfolk, does it not? Verity had no other excuse apart from her friend and their supposed plans for the day. I suppose it does, she slowly said, glancing toward her husband. He was watching the exchange with obvious amusement, and the desire to wipe that smug look off his face hit her hard. Very well, I suppose it is as good a day as any. Her husband inclined his head. Indeed. Shall I wait for you to change? He flinched. I apologize. I hadn't thought. It's quite all right, my lord, Verity assured him. I had several outfits sent to the house from a nearby shop, and I have an appointment to meet with the seamstress to order even more gowns. In the meantime, I have riding clothes the shop sent over. He appeared relieved. Ah, that's good then. I will wait for you to get ready and we shall depart, yes? She nodded. Very well, my lord. If you're so eager to lose, I'll oblige you. He chuckled. I can assure you, I've no intention of letting you have the victory. I do look forward to seeing you try to best me, however. It should prove extremely entertaining. He stepped closer to her ear and leaned down to whisper in her ear. And when I win, you'll be my prize. She gasped, gazing up at him with burning cheeks. Then, she narrowed her eyes. Beating you is going to be so much fun, my lord. The wind rushing past her face was so thrilling. She'd nearly forgotten just how much fun a hunt could be. Verity glanced over her shoulder to find her husband trailing behind her, his astonished expression almost reward enough for her. But, no, she wouldn't settle for just that. She was going to claim victory and make him eat his words. He'd regret mocking her, of that she was certain. It hadn't taken long once they'd gotten out into the woods for her to scare out a flock of quail from the brush. She'd gotten off several shots felling multiple birds before Lord Norfolk had even lifted his gun. She smirked when he finally was able to fire himself, though he only managed to hit one quail. Hunting dogs barked madly around her, and she gave them the command to go and fetch their quarry as they dismounted. As the dogs ran off, she turned to her husband with her chin held high. I believe I just won our little competition, she said with a haughty grin. He furrowed his brow, as if confused. You cheated. You didn't warn me you were going to disturb the brush. She rolled her eyes as she walked back toward him. What else are we out here for? Don't tell me you're going to be a sore loser. He moved until he was standing over her, tall and imposing as ever. I'm not a sore loser, he told her in a low growl. She tilted her head back and smirked. You say that, but I can see in your eyes how much this is bothering you. This is a sensation you had best get used to, my lord. Every game you try to play with me, I will win, and you will always lose. I never lose, he snarled, reaching out to grab her by the nape of her neck. She let out a startled cry when he yanked her into his chest and kissed her so savagely, he stole her breath. His lips were demanding against hers and bruising in their domination, but she reveled in it. Her hands found the lapels of his jacket and she pulled him closer to her as she rose up on her tiptoes to deepen the kiss. He growled, his grip on her tightening. What are you doing to me? He demanded to know in a low voice. She shook her head and gasped. Perhaps the same thing you appear to be doing to me. Returning to their kiss, Lord Norfolk pulled her arms to secure them around his neck and then grabbed her buttocks with both hands to lift her into the air. He walked her back to the line of trees before placing her back on her feet. He pulled away from their kiss long enough to divest himself of his jacket, so he could lay it out flat on the ground below. What are you doing? She whispered, her mind foggy from his kisses. Taking her hand, he ordered. Lay down. She did so without question. When she was on her back, he lowered himself to her, bracing his body above hers with both hands on either side of her head. Have you ever let a man touch you before? He asked in a low growl. Her breath hitched and she shook her head. No, of course not. That appeared to please him. Will you let me touch you? She stared up at him, her mind whirling to catch up with what he was saying. Touch her? Touch her how? He lowered his head so that his lips were right next to her ear. Will you let me slip my fingers between your legs and bring you pleasure? She whimpered. How? How would you? You need only trust me, he replied, pulling back just enough so he could look down into her eyes. Trust me to bring you pleasure. You are my wife. It is my duty to do so. Curiosity burned through her. He wanted to touch her, and she couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to have a gentleman's fingers touching her most intimate place. Would it really feel as good as she imagined? Slowly, she nodded her head, giving him silent permission. His eyes burned blue fire as he kissed her once more. As he slipped his tongue past her lips, his fingers curled in her skirt and began pulling the material up her legs. She gasped when his fingertips brushed the inside of her thigh. With painstakingly slow movements, he pushed aside her undergarments and then one of his fingers slipped past all her barriers and he dragged it gently through her hot folds. Verity whimpered again as sensation shot through her. It was unlike anything she'd ever felt before. As Lord Norfolk continued to stroke her, she felt the urge to move her hips to get closer to him and urge him on. Their kiss grew wilder as his finger moved faster, and then was joined by a second one. My lord, she murmured. Shh, he whispered against her lips. Don't worry. I've got you. She nodded, but then she threw her head back and let out a cry of shocked delight when his thumb brushed against a particularly sensitive place at the top of her sex. Her whole body felt as though it was on fire, but the flames weren't painful. It was the most delicious heat that coursed through her, spreading from her core, to her belly, and finally to her limbs. Lord Norfolk stroked that same spot again at the same time his fingers teased her entrance. It was so much. Almost too much. She wanted to push his hand away and pull him closer all at once. It was such a confusing bombardment of feeling and awareness to her body, she was overwhelmed, and could only thrash her head back and forth and moan, unable to even form words. Look at you, she heard him murmur. Look at how honest your reactions are. So beautiful. The next moment, One of his fingers nudged at her entrance, actually pushing its way inside. Her body seemed to instantly resist, clamping down on him to try and prevent him from going further. "Is there pain?" he softly asked. "No. No," she managed to squeak out. "It just feels full." "You are tight." He pressed a kiss to her cheek, then her forehead. "I will be gentle." Nibbling her lip, she nodded. Lord Norfolk kissed her softly as he began to work his finger deeper inside her. At the same time, he pressed his hips against her and she felt something rigid and insistent against her thigh. Is that his? Just the thought made her blush and squirm with equal parts embarrassment and excitement. When he moved his mouth from hers to press kisses along her jaw and down her throat, she was left breathless. "My lord," she whimpered. "Ernest," he hissed at her ear. "Use my name. I want to hear you scream it when I make you fall apart." She moaned, and then breathed. "Ernest. Ernest, please." "What is it that you want, darling?" he asked in a low, rough voice. She didn't know. She didn't know what it was exactly she needed. All she knew was that she ached. There was a pressure building within her, and she was growing desperate for it to be eased. Yet, she couldn't help but be nervous as well. What would happen when that pressure finally burst? What had he meant when he'd told her he'd make her fall apart? Her body began adjusting to the invasion of his finger, and he was able to pump it in and out of her, slowly at first, but then he picked up speed as there was less and less resistance to him. He also continued to brush his thumb against that single spot that seemed to send lightning coursing through her. He worked her body in a way that stunned her, drawing out desires and sensations that she'd never have thought herself capable of before him. Cracking open her eyes, she gazed up at him, curious to see his own reactions as he gave her such exquisite pleasure. His eyes were glazed over as he stared down at her, his jaw taut, as if he were fighting to maintain his control. She briefly wondered what he would look like if he was pushed past the point of control. Could he be brought to the same state of mindlessness he was pushing her to? "I'd very much like to see that, I think." All the same, it was clear he wasn't unaffected by what he was doing to her. The subtle grinding of his hips against her was enough of a clue, even to her naive and fogged mind, that he was feeling his own need building up within him. Would he want her to ease him in return? The thought sent a thrill coursing through her, and she was shocked to realize just how much she wanted to touch him in turn. Suddenly, he pressed his thumb against her harder than before as he twisted his finger inside her, and all thoughts left her head, leaving behind only her ability to feel. "I want to see you," he murmured. "I want to see you come undone." She didn't know what that meant, exactly, but she had a feeling it was drawing closer. That pressure within her was building more and more, and it felt as though a coil was being tightened in the pit of her stomach. What would happen when that coil snapped, and that pressure exploded? "Ernest." She nearly sobbed as the pleasure almost became too much for her. Something is happening." "It's all right, my beautiful wife," he replied. "Just allow yourself to feel it. Feel everything. Everything I have to give you. For now. Rest assured, more will come later." She couldn't decide if that sounded more like a threat, or a promise. His fingers and lips pushed her further and further up this steep incline to a precipice that she was ready to dive over. Closer, closer. That coil was growing tighter and tighter. And then, suddenly, she reached her peak and stars exploded in her vision. Pleasure unlike anything she'd ever experienced coursed through her in rapturous waves. She arched her back and let out a cry that seemed to come tearing out of the depths of her belly. Ernest didn't show her any mercy. His fingers continued working her, drawing out the delicious torture until it became too much to bear. She wiggled to try and escape him, and at last, he released her. Panting and fighting to catch her breath, she stared up at the blue sky through the tree branches above. Ernest rolled over onto his back and laid next to her. They didn't say a word to each other, and as Verity came floating back to earth, she was bombarded with a confusing tangle of emotions and anxiety. Tension seeped through her. She was no longer relaxed. The brief moment of bliss she'd enjoyed immediately after her release was snatched away from her, as the full weight of what had just transpired between them began to sink into her mind. She had just been intimate with Ernest, Lord Norfolk. He had touched her in a way no man ever had before him. He'd done things to her, made her feel things she hadn't realized were possible. No one had prepared her for just how intense it could be between a man and woman. The silence between them became oppressive, and she wished Lord Norfolk would say something. She was at a loss herself as to what she was supposed to do now. All she knew was that she wanted the silence to end. She wanted him to acknowledge what had happened just now between them. But silence was all that he offered her, and the longer it went on, the more she wished they'd never ventured out into the woods together in the first place. Chapter 13. What the bloody hell was he doing? What was he thinking? He'd just pleasured Verity on the ground in the middle of the woods. His wife. His father's enemy. And that was the crux of the problem, wasn't it? The reason his stomach was twisting so painfully and he couldn't seem to think of anything useful to say to her. This wasn't supposed to have happened between them. There wasn't supposed to be any kind of attraction or desire. Yet when she had been in the throes of passion, her lips parted with her breathy cries and her body so soft and giving beneath his, it had taken every bit of willpower he possessed not to take her fully right then and there. This is wrong. Wrong. She is a Lovelace. And he was a Hardstone. That was all that truly mattered in the end. No matter how much they might wish differently. If they wished differently, they could not change their families. They could not change the past. They could not change the hurt that had been caused over the years. Damn it. He should have stayed away from her from the very beginning. This was all his fault. He felt her suddenly stir next to him and then sit up. She didn't look at him, which was for the best. They needed to maintain their distance now, more than ever. "Should we be getting back, my lord?" she murmured in a tight voice. She was upset. He could tell in her tone and the stiff way she held her shoulders. Something stabbed at him as he considered the idea of her hurt or angry. He didn't like the thought, and he was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to comfort her, but he resisted. What good would it do him, anyway? Still, he felt uneasy with what lay unspoken between them. Perhaps if he made his intentions, or lack thereof, clear, she wouldn't feel so despondent or uncertain. He sat up next to her and opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out at first. He sealed his lips back together again and frowned. Odd. He wasn't the type of man who was often left speechless. Opening his mouth again, his second attempt at talking proved successful. "I believe, my lady, that we would both agree that what has transpired here between us was a mistake." She visibly stiffened, but didn't turn to look at him so he couldn't read her expression to gain any insight into what she might be thinking. "Yes, I suppose it was," she replied at length before rising to her feet. "One not to be repeated again, I'm certain." There was something in her tone that pricked at his ears. She sounded disappointed? That couldn't be right. He would have thought she would be furious about what had happened. In the moment, she'd clearly enjoyed herself, but now with hindsight, he might have expected anger or disgust at what they'd done. Yet, she was reacting badly to what he was saying. She began walking in the direction of their horses without a word, and he clambered to his own feet before he lost sight of her. He jogged to catch up with her, but when he fell in stride right next to her, she still didn't look in his direction. "She is upset." Why should she be upset? Apart from the obvious, anyway. "I will accept responsibility for this indiscretion," he told her. "You are innocent of wrongdoing in this." She scoffed, though her eyes remained firmly ahead of her. Indiscretion? Wrongdoing? Do you hear yourself when you speak, or is it all just undecipherable noise that slips past your lips? I don't understand, he growled, irritation prickling along his skin. Surely you can't be happy about what took place between us back there? She threw her hands up, her own frustration palpable. No, that's not what I'm saying. Or rather, I don't know. That's not the point. She was rambling and not making sense, which was startling to him. In their short time together, he'd found that she was rarely one to mince words, and always seemed to have some clever or irritating train of thought or opinion on nearly every aspect of his life she observed. In this moment, though, she was scrambling to make sense of things, just as he was. Verity, you have to realize as much as I do that there can never be anything more between us than a convenient arrangement. Even as he tried to reason with her, the words tasted like hash on his tongue. He forced them out all the same, because they both apparently needed to hear them. There is far too much bad blood between us. Between our families. She stopped and whirled on him, facing him at last. Her eyes flashed with her growing rage, and for a second he thought she might try to hit him. You don't think I'm painfully aware of that fact? She snarled, surprising him with her vehemence. You don't think, even now, guilt is churning within me that I not only allowed you to touch me, but I enjoyed it? He felt his chest swell at her admission, but he stopped himself from feeling too proud. Yet you seem upset with my apology, he pointed out. My acknowledgement that what we did was wrong. She stared at him, unable to hide the flash of hurt that crossed her features. He knew she didn't want him to see that, as she schooled her expression quickly to hide her reaction, but he caught it all the same. Is that what that was? She murmured, her voice low. What we just did? It was wrong? He didn't know how to respond, regretting his words with every part of his being. No. It hadn't been wrong. It had been amazing. It had been addicting. Even now, he wanted to touch her again, and he wanted her to touch him. He wanted to. Shaking his head, he shoved his lust-filled thoughts aside. The act itself might not have been wrong, he softly told her. But the pairing most certainly was. Her lips parted as a small, whimpering breath escaped her. That's really how you feel? She asked in a choked tone. The sudden snapping of a twig snagged his attention, followed immediately by a gunshot. Before Ernest realized fully what was happening, Verity was shoving against him, throwing him backward to the ground. As he fell, he watched as her body jerked away from him. She let out an agonized cry as she crumpled to the ground. Verity! He roared, surging to his feet as soon as he could find his balance. He tensed to give chase to whoever had just shot at them. He could hear the footfalls pounding away among the cover of the trees, but Ernest hesitated and glanced toward Verity, who lay curled up on the ground. Was she hurt? Had she been shot? He glanced in the direction he was certain their attacker had gone, but the next second, turned back and ran to Verity. Dropping to his knees next to her, he carefully reached out and placed a hand on her back. Verity? Verity, can you hear me? He gasped. Are you hurt? It's not bad. She whimpered, raising her face enough that she could peer up at him. I think it just grazed me, but it... Ow? Let me see. He gently ordered, helping her to sit up. She held onto the shoulder of the arm that had been beneath her. Ernest gently pried her fingers away and saw that the sleeve of her dress was torn and bloody. His heart beat painfully against his chest as he gingerly inspected her wound. He should have been able to breathe a sigh of relief when it became clear that she had, indeed, only been grazed and the wound was not severe. However, all he could think of was the fact that had the shot hit just a little further to the left. He shivered. Is it all right? she asked in a soft, fearful voice. Clearing his throat, he shoved his own terrified reactions aside and spoke to her in as calm a tone as he could muster. "It's little more than a scratch," he informed her. "There is quite a bit of blood, but that's not a matter of concern. We need to get you back to the manor, and fetch a physician to clean you up and make sure it does not become infected." She nodded, shockingly calm after enduring such an ordeal. "Will you help me to stand?" she asked. "Of course." He rose to his feet and reached down for her. She gave him the hand of her uninjured arm and he assisted her up. He didn't let go of her as they made their way to the horses, who were still tethered where they'd left them despite the gunshot. The animals did look nervous, though, huffing and pawing at the ground as if eager to get out of there. Ernest barely spared a glance for the birds the dogs had gathered and obediently left for them. He would send servants out later to collect them, if other wildlife didn't claim them in the meantime. His top priority in that moment was getting Verity back to the safety of the manor. He helped her up into the saddle of his horse before climbing up behind her. Holding onto the reins of her mount to lead it home with them, he urged his horse forward at a brisk pace. He wanted to get away from the woods as quickly as possible in case the shooter returned, but he didn't want to risk jostling Verity's arm by riding too hard. Her little moans of pain, regardless of his care, were like small needles pricking at his skin. His emotions were in a riot as they made their way back to the manor. Fury and fear and anxiety and concern all raged within him, but he kept himself from letting any of them slip out into the open. First, he needed to make sure that Verity was cared for. Then, he could process everything that was rushing through his head. When they finally reached the stables, he threw the reins of her horse to a startled stable boy and then jumped down from the saddle. "Send someone to fetch the physician immediately," he barked to another stable hand, who'd come rushing forward to take his horse from him. The boy changed course immediately with a sharp nod of his head, and rushed back into the stables. Ernest didn't wait to see if he was going himself or not, but turned his attention back to Verity, who still sat up in his saddle. "Slide down to me," he told her, holding out his arms. She nodded. It was a little awkward for her to maneuver herself around so that she could slide down to him, as she clutched her injured arm tight against her chest. When she managed to get down from the saddle, he caught her around the waist and eased her the rest of the way to the ground. "How is the pain?" he asked her as he took the hand of her uninjured arm and began leading her to the manor. She winced. "It does hurt quite a bit, but I know it could be so much worse." He didn't want to think about that. He'd likely go insane if he allowed himself to consider all the possible outcomes their day could have had. Shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts aside once more and forged ahead. When they reached the front doors to the house, he shoved his way through and immediately called for Mr. Walters. The butler was prompt, hurrying into the foyer just moments after Ernest had yelled for him. "My lord?" The man frowned and then his eyes went wide when he noticed the state that Verity was in. "Lady Norfolk has suffered an accident," he quickly explained, leaving out the fact that she'd been shot. He didn't want to cause a panic or tip off the attempted assassin should he or she be someone in the house. What if they were a part of the staff? It was a possibility, but one he'd deal with later. There were higher priorities at present. "I've already sent someone for the physician," he explained. "Have a maid sent to Lady Norfolk's room to assist her in changing and cleaning her up." Mr. Walters nodded. "Right away, my lord." As the butler rushed off, Ernest bent down and picked Verity up in his arms. She let out a small squeak of protest. "This is not necessary, my lord," she objected as he began to carry her up the stairs. "Perhaps not, but I'd rather err on the side of caution," he told her. He tried to ignore how soft and delicate she felt curled up against his chest. She was so light, he felt as though he was barely putting in any effort carrying her. When he reached the second-floor landing, he spotted his mother hurrying down the hallway toward them. "What's happened?" the dowager declared, taking in the two of them with wide eyes. "Someone shot at us when we were out in the woods," Ernest explained, not pausing his long strides as he continued forward toward Verity's room. "Shot at you?" his mother gasped. He could hear her following after him with hurried steps. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Ernest shook his head. "I'm fine. I wasn't harmed, thanks to Verity." "Verity?" His mother sounded nearly as shocked at his using his wife's name as she was the fact that they were attacked. He ignored her reaction and nodded. "We heard the gunshot and she shoved me out of the way. The shot grazed her arm." "Oh, my goodness!" his mother cried. "Thank the Christ you weren't harmed." Had he not been so focused on getting Verity cared for, he would have stopped in his tracks and turned on his mother with a growl. Anger unfurled within him, but he kept his temper in check as he stormed down the hallway without even glancing back at her. "No, I wasn't harmed," he snapped. "But Verity was. She was hurt saving me, and at present I don't have time to coddle you. I must care for her." "Ernest!" his mother called out, clearly shocked. He didn't stop, though. He didn't look back. In that moment, his mother was not a priority, and he chose to ignore her. She stopped following him, and that was perfectly fine in his mind. All that mattered was Verity. Her safety. Her care. And the fact that she was curled tightly against him, clutching at his shirt with a shaking hand. "I swear I will find whoever did this, and I will make them pay." They would rue the day they dared bring harm to his wife.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 14. She let out a hiss of breath as the physician gently prodded at her arm. "Apologies, my lady," the grey-haired gentleman said with a furrowed brow. "I'm happy to say, though, that it is not a severe wound. The skin has been broken, but the gash is not deep. It will not even need to be sewn." That was a relief, at the very least. Verity offered the man a watery smile and nodded. "That is good to hear," she replied in a tight voice. "Will it scar, do you think?" The physician looked thoughtful for a moment. "There is a chance, I'm afraid, but I don't believe it will be a large scar if it does so." "I see," she sighed. She didn't care so much about imperfections to her skin as other ladies might. It was more that she wasn't eager to have a reminder of the attack permanently etched into her body. The physician finished cleaning and bandaging the wound, and just as a maid was helping her to slip on a robe, there was a knock on her door. Verity nodded for the maid to answer it. When the girl opened the door, Lord Norfolk stood on the other side. "My lord," Verity said, a little breathlessly. "Is there something I can do for you?" He hesitated a moment before stepping over the threshold. No. I just came to check on you and hear what the physician had to say." "She'll be just fine, my lord," the gentleman replied as he continued to pack up his tools. "I will return tomorrow to check on her and change her bandage, but so long as there is no infection, she should heal quickly." Lord Norfolk appeared relieved by that, and Verity's heart fluttered a bit at the thought that he might feel some concern for her. Her emotions had been in a riot since they'd been shot at earlier that afternoon, but for some reason, she felt a deep sense of comfort when he was nearby. When he'd carried her in his arms before, she'd felt so incredibly safe and protected. She didn't know what exactly was going on. Her feelings for him were complicated. Before, when she'd simply hated him, it had been easier. Now, she couldn't seem to decide what it was she felt for him. A part of her wanted to keep hating him, because that's what she'd always known. He was still a Hardstone, after all, and she was still a Lovelace. Hating each other was practically second nature for their families. Yet, after what they went through together, after what they'd done together, she wasn't so sure she could truly hate him anymore. But, if not hate, what was she supposed to feel toward him? "Are you all right, my lady?" His concerned voice suddenly cut through her meandering thoughts. "You appear rather dazed. Should you sit down?" The room came into focus around her, and with a start, she realized he was standing right next to her, gazing down at her with a furrowed brow. Her cheeks instantly flooded with heat, and she could only stare up at him for several long moments with her mouth open like a fish. "My lady." He leaned closer to her and narrowed his eyes as he studied her face. However, his eyes began to float downward and his jaw tightened as they settled on her chest. Confused, Verity glanced down and was mortified to realize her robe was gaping open, giving him a full view of the top of her bosom still contained in her corset. The restricting piece of clothing pushed her breasts up higher, making them appear almost obscene from this angle. Gasping, she blinked and jerked back from him, grasping the edges of her robe and yanking it closed over her. "I'm all right," she hastily said. He slowly raised himself up to his full height as his eyes remained locked on her. His gaze flashed with something dark and hot, and a shiver ran down her back. She was thankful they weren't alone so he wouldn't try anything untoward. "I am thankful. Very, very thankful." Verity just had to keep telling herself that until it at least felt true, or else she didn't know where her mind might wander. The physician didn't seem to notice the charged exchange between his patient and her husband. He finished packing his belongings and turned to the door. Pausing at the threshold to bow, he said, "Until tomorrow then, my lady." "Yes, thank you," Verity replied, forcing a polite smile even as she was painfully aware of the fact that Lord Norfolk was still gazing at her rather hungrily. "The maid is still here. Nothing will happen so long as she remains." "I will go take your clothes to the laundry, my lady," her maid said in a cheery voice as she gathered Verity's discarded riding clothes. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ring and I will return promptly." Before Verity could utter a word of protest, the maid was walking out the door and shutting it firmly behind her. She and Lord Norfolk were alone. Her first instinct was to feel shock. She'd never just been left in a room with a man like this before, but of course it wouldn't be seen as a problem. They were man and wife, after all. "Are you sure you're all right?" he asked in a low voice. She swallowed, noting the tension around his mouth and the way he was gripping his hands into fists at his sides. He was standing very still, which wasn't what she'd expected. From the look in his eyes, she'd been certain he would grab her the moment they were alone and throw her to the bed. Was he holding back because he was concerned for her? The thought made her heart patter a little faster in her chest. "Yes, my lord," she answered, dropping her gaze from his, unable to take the heat and blatant desire she saw there. I am quite well. It's only a scratch, really. Nothing to be over-concerned about." She was shocked at herself. She was all but giving him permission to advance on her, assuring him her injury was not as grievous as he might have thought. Did she want him to touch her so badly? "I want that feeling of safety I found in his arms again. I want that satisfaction he gave me when he pleasured me." Still, anxiety twisted through her as she slowly turned her gaze back to Lord Norfolk. He was still staring at her in that almost predatory way, and then he was suddenly striding toward her. He wrapped his arms around her waist and brought his lips down to hers in a fierce kiss. Verity released a startled cry and his tongue swept into her mouth, making her knees go weak. She didn't know what to do, how to respond. Part of her wanted to give in and demand he pleasure her in that same way he had in the woods. Another part of her, however, was confused and overwhelmed. Her body and her mind felt as though they were clashing as she struggled to resist the temptations he offered her. She managed to break their kiss, pulling her lips from his, but he slid his mouth along her jaw and to her throat as his knee began to slip up between her legs. "My lord," she exclaimed. We shouldn't do this." He didn't respond, just growled against her neck and slipped his hands around her to cup her buttocks, tensing as though to lift her off her feet. "You said we wouldn't do this again," she pointed out, growing more and more breathless. "You said the last time was a mistake." That got him to pause in his advances on her. He lifted his head to gaze down at her, and slid his hands up so he held her waist instead of her buttocks. "I did say that." He nodded, gritting the words through his teeth. "And I meant it. At the time." She gulped, unable to stop herself from feeling just the smallest bit hurt that he'd truly believed their encounter had been a mistake. "Well, if you thought such things were true then, I don't know why they wouldn't be true now," she murmured, pushing against his chest to try and disentangle herself from his hold. He didn't let her go, however. In fact, his fingers tightened on her, ever so slightly. "Verity, that's not." A loud knock on her door made them both jump. She hurriedly pushed away from him, and he let her go this time. Making sure her robe was wrapped tightly around her, she made her way to the door. "Who is it?" she called. "Darling. It's your father and I," a familiar voice answered. Heart in her throat, Verity ripped open the door and flung herself into her mother's open arms. "Mama!" she cried, feeling very much like a child in that moment, seeking her parents' comfort. "Oh, my poor girl," the Baroness whimpered, hugging her tight. Pain shot through Verity's arm and she flinched. Her mother immediately released her. "Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry." Offering the woman a wide smile, Verity shook her head. "It's nothing, really. Just a scratch." There were tears in her mother's eyes anyway. "When we received the note from Lord Norfolk telling us what had happened. Oh, my dear, I don't know what I would do if I ever lost you." At that, her mother broke out into heavy sobs. Verity tried to comfort her, but she was seemingly inconsolable. "Come along, dear. Let's at least go inside the room before you lose all sense of things." Verity's father stepped forward and wrapped a comforting arm around his wife. Stepping out of the way so they could cross the threshold, Verity shut the door behind them. When her mother's sobs abruptly stopped, she remembered Lord Norfolk was still in the room with her. She whirled from the door to find her parents standing several arms' lengths from her husband, glaring at him. He wasn't so much glaring back, but his expression was far from warm and welcoming. "What are you doing here?" her father snapped. Lord Norfolk arched a haughty brow. "In case you've forgotten, you are in my home at this moment, and this room belongs to my wife. I can come and go as I see fit." She scowled at him as she hurried forward to get between the three. "That's enough of that," she hissed at him. He narrowed his eyes, but she gave him her back to face her parents. "Mother, father, you must remember that our situation with Lord Norfolk is not the same as it once was. You must at least be civil to him." Her father pointed a finger at Lord Norfolk over Verity's shoulder. "It is because of him that you have been hurt," the Baron declared with a bark. "Clearly, he has more enemies than we were aware of and his carelessness has placed you in danger." "That's an awfully bold accusation to make," Lord Norfolk growled. "What makes you so certain it was an enemy of mine?" "It is just as likely that it was an enemy of yours." "Or?" He took a menacing step forward, but Verity spread her arms to block him from getting past her. "Perhaps it was you?" "What?" the Baron roared as Verity whirled around to glare up at her husband. "What in the world are you saying?" she hissed. He gave her a cool look. "I don't believe it's that outrageous of an idea that your family would seek a way for you to be rid of me. Do you really think I would put my own daughter in such danger?" the Baron demanded angrily. The Baroness had hold of his arm and was keeping him from lunging forward at the Earl. Lord Norfolk's nostrils flared as he tensed, and Verity worried for a moment that he would lunge at her father. To her relief, however, he took a step back and appeared to force himself to relax. In a softer tone, he conceded, No. I don't believe you would risk her. You should know, though, that I also wouldn't willingly put her in danger. I'm not sure what happened exactly, but I swear to you that I will hunt down and punish whoever is responsible. Verity gazed up at him in stunned awe, the worst of her anger melting away in the face of his resolve to protect her. Her heart began to race, but she tried not to let it show on her face how affected she was by his words. She didn't want to rile her father back up by letting her mixed feelings for Lord Norfolk be known. She glanced over her shoulder at the Baron, who had also relaxed his stance and was gazing at Lord Norfolk with a critical eye. "I've no reason to," he snarled. "But I believe you mean that. Very well. I won't beat you to within an inch of your life. For now, anyway." Lord Norfolk chuckled darkly. "Most generous of you. I would so hate to upset my wife by beating her father bloody right in front of her." Verity rolled her eyes. Men could be so childish. "Do you have any idea who could have done this?" her mother asked in a calm, but concerned, tone. Lord Norfolk gave her a pained look and shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't. I've been going through every small possibility I can think of, but none of them truly make sense." That was disconcerting. Verity felt a small spike of fear lance through her at the idea that their attacker might have completely eluded them, without a clue to his identity. What was to keep him from attacking again? What if the next time they shot at her and Lord Norfolk, they didn't miss? "Verity saved my life," Lord Norfolk suddenly said. She sucked in a breath and glanced at him, but he was staring intently at her parents. "I want you to know that. She was incredibly brave, and had it not been for her, the shot likely would not have missed." Both the Baron and Baroness were momentarily speechless as they looked between her and Lord Norfolk. "Is this true, darling?" her mother asked softly. Verity gulped, but slowly nodded. "I suppose it is, though I can't say for certain that the shot would have found its true target had I not been there. I'm just so grateful it wasn't worse," her mother said, moving around the Baron so she could wrap her arms around Verity again. "Oh, my sweet, sweet girl. I'll give you all some time together," Lord Norfolk said. Verity was able to wiggle her head from her mother's embrace so she could watch him as he crossed the room. At the doorway, he paused and looked back at her. Their eyes met and held, and something passed between them that provoked a yearning within her. She was struck by the desire to call him back to her and not let him leave. She didn't want to go without his presence, but she held her tongue. For a moment, she thought maybe he was waiting for her to tell him not to leave her. When she remained silent, he turned from her and disappeared into the hallway, the door closing firmly behind him. Chapter 15. "I cannot believe we've allowed those people into our home. It's unthinkable. Your father would be rolling in his grave if he knew." Ernest just kept himself from rolling his eyes. Instead, he took a long drink of scotch and tried to ignore his mother's angry pacing. They were together in his study, locked away to avoid having to interact with his in-laws. He sat in a chair with his ankle crossed over his knee, watching his mother pace between him and the fireplace. How could they dare even step through our doors? His mother demanded to know, chewing on a thumbnail as she often did when she was agitated. "What were you thinking, inviting them in the first place?" "I was thinking their daughter had just been shot protecting me and they deserved to know," Ernest dryly replied. "It was just a little scratch," his mother scoffed. "It's not as if she was in any real danger of dying." Ernest arched an incredulous brow. "You won't soften toward her even after she saved the life of your one and only son?" She came to a stop and looked at him, her expression one of misery and turmoil. With a heavy sigh, she moved to sit in the chair next to him. "It's not that simple," she insisted. He nearly laughed out loud, though he found no real humor in her words. "Not that simple? Your son almost got shot. His wife pushed him out of the way and was harmed in his place. I think that more than earns Lady Norfolk a little less scrutiny and suspicion from you, if not outright love and kindness." His mother visibly shuddered, as if the very idea of showing affection to his wife were abhorrent to her. In truth, it probably was. "I don't understand why this would have happened," she said, splaying her hands on her lap in a helpless gesture. "Why would anyone want to shoot you?" Ernest shrugged. "I've no idea. I've been over and over it again in my mind, and while I can think of people who would enjoy seeing me humiliated and brought low, I cannot think of anyone who would actually go so far as to inflict bodily harm." His mother shook her head. "This is just awful. How are you to feel safe anywhere you go? You can't trust anybody." That wasn't completely true. He could trust Verity. He knew it hadn't been her. Ironic that someone I'm supposed to hate has become one of the only people I can risk being with. And on top of all that, she is a woman. He thought about that fact for a long moment, and there was silence in the study as his mother appeared to have grown contemplative as well. At length, Ernest ventured to ask, "What do you suppose Father would think if he was still alive? About all this, I mean?" Releasing a weary sigh, the Dowager leaned back in her chair and replied, "I imagine he'd have never let you marry the girl in the first place." "Surely that's not true," Ernest insisted. At his mother's shrug, he exclaimed, "He'd have let a lady fall into ruin because of me? Not just any lady. A Lovelace." The Dowager gazed up at the ceiling and sighed. "My dear, your father never forgave the Lovelaces for the ostracism of his brother. He adored James, and was so protective of him. He viewed the elopement not as a scandal, but as a theft. His brother was stolen from him, and those people dared to suggest sweet James had intentionally taken that woman to ruin her. It broke your father's heart." Ernest took another long, slow drink. "Father never forgave the Lovelaces. He died hating them. It was like how he died," he murmured, swirling the contents of his glass. "A shot out of nowhere. Do you think?" His mother sighed. "I don't know. I've always believed the Lovelaces killed your father, and I would readily believe they attempted to take your life as well today. Except, I don't know that they would risk their own daughter like that. The Lovelaces are despicable, but they are loyal to their own." "I thought the same thing," Ernest agreed. "Still, who else could it have been?" "I don't know, dear," his mother admitted. "I don't know who else would hate us so badly as to want you dead." Ernest took another drink, finishing his glass. His troubled thoughts ate at him. The mystery of who had taken that shot, who had hurt Verity, was eating him from the inside out. He burned with the need for revenge, but he had no idea where to even begin to look for the culprit. Suddenly, an idea entered his mind that caused him to nearly choke on his drink. "What is it?" his mother asked, startled. "Are you all right, darling?" Ernest managed to collect himself enough to speak. "Woodfall." "What about Woodfall?" His mother frowned. "The Duke of Woodfall? Why on earth would he take a shot at you?" Ernest wiped his mouth before answering. "I stole his intended. Humiliated him in front of all of society. Men have killed other men for far less." His mother appeared to consider the idea for a moment, but then released a huff of breath. "I just can't see such a powerful and well-respected man going to such lengths over a low-born harlot like her." "Mother, do not speak of my wife so," Ernest warned. She rolled her eyes, but nodded. Yes, I apologize. Still, it seems rather far-fetched, don't you think? He could have any lady of the ton he desired. Why kill for her?" Ernest could see the logic of her argument, but it didn't shake him of his suspicions. At present, there was no one else who came to mind who fit as logically as the Duke did. He would have to find a way to keep an eye on the man, if only to eliminate him as a suspect. Whether it was their lot today or not, it doesn't change the fact that I hate having them in this house. His mother growled, changing the subject slightly. It feels wrong. He couldn't disagree, but he also hadn't been about to deny them access to their injured daughter. Especially because he'd known seeing them would make Verity happy. For some reason, he had desperately wanted to make her happy. He also just desperately wanted her. He hadn't planned on touching her again earlier when he'd gone to check on her, but after seeing such a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom and realizing how close he'd come to losing her, he hadn't been able to stop himself. Then, he'd simply gotten lost in the taste and feel of her, and any reservations he'd had before then about them together had vanished. He shook his head, baffled by his behavior. The feelings that were churning within him were tangled and confusing. In truth, the only point of clarity seemed to be Verity herself. When he thought of her, just her, and no one else, all the anxiety and tension within him eased. He couldn't understand it, but he also didn't think he could resist it. His mother suddenly pushed to her feet, pulling him from his musings. "I can't stay hidden away in here any longer," she declared. "I feel like a coward, and I refuse to be cowed like this in my own home." With a defiant strut, she marched toward the study door. Ernest watched her go with a small amount of amusement. No one could ever say Laura Hardstone did not have a spine to her. Throwing her chin up, she yanked the door open and disappeared out into the hallway, slamming it shut behind her without another word. Ernest chuckled softly and shook his head. If there was to be a confrontation, it would be best that she handled it by herself. He was tired, and no longer wished to expend the energy to fight in a feud he only half believed in. What did he want to do, then? "I want to talk to Verity. I want to hold Verity." The thought caught him off guard, but he supposed he shouldn't be surprised by it. His feelings for her were not what they had once been. He didn't hate her like he was supposed to. In fact, he was beginning to realize that he might be quite far from hate indeed when it came to Lady Verity Lovelace. Damn it all, what have I done? This wasn't supposed to happen. But it had. He hadn't realized it at first, he'd resisted it when he did become aware, but he was as tired of fighting it as he was their family's feud. He'd no idea when it had started, but the result was the same. Ernest had done the one thing he swore he'd never do. He'd gone and fallen in love with his wife. He stared at her door for an embarrassingly long amount of time. His heart was racing and his palms felt sweaty as he debated what he should do. It was after dark, and most of the house had retired for the night. The Lovelaces were long gone, but he hadn't seen Verity since he'd left her bedchamber earlier. She'd taken dinner in her room, and he'd felt so disappointed, he'd known he had to check on her. Yet, now, he stood outside her door, too much of a coward to raise his fist, and not because of his realization of his true feelings for her. A part of him thought he should confess, but another part was terrified of what she would say. What if she rejected him? Laughed at him? Hurled curses and harsh words at him for daring to consider her anything but his enemy? He wasn't sure which scenario would be worse for him. For a brief moment, he considered just turning around and walking away. She didn't know he was there, which meant he didn't have to go in. Shaking his head, Ernest quickly dispelled the cowardly thought. If he turned and walked away now, he'd likely start avoiding her more and more. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that would drive her away from him. Just do it, you fool. Just raise your hand and knock on the damn door. Releasing a breath, he did just that. Raising his arm up slowly, he rapped his knuckles against the solid wood and waited, his heart in his throat and his stomach in knots. A moment later, he heard delicate footsteps approaching the door on the other side, and he nearly bolted away right then and there like a true coward. When she opened the door, though, he was still standing there, waiting for her. Verity gazed up at him in surprise. She was still wearing that robe, but it was now covering her loose white nightgown rather than her curve-hugging daytime undergarments. "Lord Norfolk?" she asked with a furrowed brow. He tried not to flinch at her use of his title. He'd rather like her calling out his name when she was in the throes of passion. "What are you doing here, and at this hour?" "I wanted to check on you," he explained honestly. "I hadn't seen you since I'd left here earlier, and so wanted to make sure you were well so I could sleep." Her lips parted slightly and she looked stunned. For the life of him, though, he didn't know what he'd said to elicit that sort of reaction from her. Would you lose sleep from worrying about me?" she asked in a timid, almost shy voice. It clicked then what he'd let slip out into the open. I. What was he supposed to say now? With a shake of his head and a resigned sigh, he decided there was only one course of action left to him. The truth. "I would. It would drive me insane not knowing if you were all right or not." She stared up at him for a long while, and he wondered what was going through her mind. Would she slam the door in his face? Or, perhaps, dare he hope that she let him in? When she continued to just stare up at him with no words, he gently said her name. "Verity? Are you all right?" His words seemed to snap her from her daze. She blinked up at him in surprise, as if she'd forgotten he was even there. "I'm fine," she insisted, though her voice was suddenly a higher pitch than usual. "Won't you come inside?" He nodded and crossed the threshold once she'd stepped back to give him room to enter. Moving to the center of the room, he turned and watched her close the door before she faced him and pressed her back against it. "What do you want, my lord?" she said in a soft, but tight, voice. "Ernest," he replied. "The first thing I want from you is for you to call me by my name." She blinked, clearly startled by his request. "I don't know if that's such a good idea, my lord," she whispered. "Why not?" he demanded to know, taking a step toward her. She pressed her back tighter against the door. Because it's far too familiar," she insisted. Ernest frowned. "Too familiar? You are my wife. I'm supposed to be familiar with you." She shook her head. He didn't know why she was trying so hard to resist him. He could see her desire burning in her gaze. "That is not our arrangement," she pointed out. "We aren't supposed to be close." He took another step toward her. "Why not?" She clenched her hands at her sides in frustration. "Because we're supposed to hate each other, you dolt," she snapped. "What if I don't hate you?" He reached her and put his hands on either side of her head. "What if I find hate to be almost the exact opposite emotion you provoke within me?" "What are you saying, my lord?" She tilted her head back to gaze up at him and he could read the uncertainty in her gaze. It was becoming more and more clear to him that she needed someone to take the lead for her. She was an innocent, after all, and would have no idea how to present her feelings to someone, let alone accept the feelings of another. He hadn't wanted to admit this to her so soon, but he realized there was no way to push forward otherwise. "Verity, I love you." Chapter 16. "No, you don't," were the first words out of her mouth after his declaration of love. She pressed her lips together, mortified by the vehemence with which she spoke them. He furrowed his brow before slowly nodding. "Yes, I do." She shook her head, panic seizing her and stealing away her reason. "No, you don't," she insisted. "You can't." "Why can't I?" he growled, irritation flashing in his eyes. She had no answer for him that made any kind of sense. Didn't he understand what he was doing to her? She'd been so confused before, when she still thought he hated her. If he loved her, that just threw everything into greater chaos. You don't even like me," she stammered. "You hate my family. You don't want me." He closed the distance between them and cupped her face in his hands, turning her eyes up to his. His gaze was fierce and stole her breath as he snarled. I do want you, Verity. I want you so badly, it feels like I'm going mad. I can't explain it. The way I feel for you makes no sense when you consider all the bad blood between our families. But I know what I feel, so do not doubt my word. She shoved at his chest to dislodge his hold of her, irrational anger flaring. Do not manhandle me. She pushed at him again and he took a step back, but he didn't appear happy about it. You cannot overwhelm me with your insane confessions and then try to bully me into accepting them. You believe me insane. He let out a bitter laugh. Well, I suppose that's fitting, for I would have to be insane to fall for the likes of you, wouldn't I? What does that mean? She hissed. Why am I doing this? Why am I provoking him? She didn't know why, but she wanted to fight. She wanted to scream and yell at him and call him names that would be shocking coming from a lady's lips. He needed to understand why he couldn't do this to her. He couldn't hate her one day and claim to love her the next. That wasn't fair. She couldn't keep up with him. He pointed a finger at her as he snapped. You are too stubborn and strong-willed. You are unbending and difficult. I have never met a woman who infuriates me more than you do. Ha! And yet you claim to love me. She shook her head, feeling as though she'd won some grand victory. You are mad after all. Because you make me so. He stabbed his hands through his dark hair, messing the brown locks into jagged, wild spikes. A stronger man than I would turn and walk out this door without a backward glance, but you make me weak. I always want to be around you, even though you infuriate me more often than not. I want to fight with you, because I love seeing the fire burning in your eyes as you meet me head-on, nearly as much as I love to hear you laugh and see you smile. I want to touch you and kiss you and make you beg me for your pleasure. I want you, Verity. Every aggravating bit of you. His words sent a rush of feeling coursing through her. The raw honesty of his words threw her off balance, and she felt as if the world was tipping sideways around her. He took a step closer to her, but didn't touch her. What do you feel for me? He asked, his gentle voice nearly breaking her. She stared up at him, the ability to string together words suddenly lost to her. What did she feel for him? She'd been trying to answer that very question for some time now. I'm confused by you, she admitted softly. I don't know what to feel. He titled his head and regarded her for a long moment. Tell me what it is that you are feeling right at this moment. She swallowed, uncertain she was ready to be so vulnerable with him. Yet, he'd just done that very thing for her. She decided the least she could do was be honest with him. I feel as though everything is spinning around me, she murmured. I feel the obligation to hate you, but I don't want to. I can't, in truth. When I'm near you, I feel so safe, but I don't understand why. I think about you carrying me in your arms, and I want you to do that again. It feels like I'm being torn apart from the inside out, because everything I thought I was supposed to feel is wrong, but I don't know what it is I actually feel. He reached forward and took her hand, and she didn't try to pull it away. Do you want to be around me? He asked. She nodded. Yes. If you consider your life without me in it, what do you feel? She considered the question, imagining being apart from him. Not being married to him. Her stomach twisted unpleasantly and she flexed her fingers around his, as if afraid he'd suddenly disappear on her if she let him go. I don't feel good, she admitted softly. I feel anxious and sad. He took a step closer to her. Do you enjoy it when I touch you? Heat rushed into her cheeks and she ducked her head to avoid his stare, but he placed a finger beneath her chin and gently tipped her face back up toward him. He gazed down at her expectantly, refusing to let her look away again. Yes, she managed to whisper. I do enjoy it. Do you want me to touch you again? Yes. Why? He shifted his grip on her chin so he was lightly cupping her jaw, and he began to stroke his thumb along her bottom lip. She had to fight to keep her eyes from fluttering closed. When she spoke, she was breathless. Because it feels good. I also want to touch you and make you feel pleasure too. His lips curled into a small smile. I'd like that as well. Why do you want to give me pleasure? She licked her lips, which were starting to feel terribly dry. I want you to enjoy being with me. To want to be with me, and I want to make you lose yourself in me the way I lose myself in you. He looked very pleased with her response. My darling, you may not wish to admit it quite yet, but I believe your feelings for me mirror my feelings for you. How do you know what I'm feeling is love? She said in challenge. How do you know I'm not merely overcome with lust? You wouldn't care so much about my pleasure. You wouldn't mind not being with me. You wouldn't miss me when I wasn't around. What he was saying made sense to her. She'd never been in love before, so she didn't know how it would feel. She'd always imagined it would fill her with an overwhelming sense of comfort and peace. What she felt for Lord Norfolk, though, was not what she would call comfortable and peaceful. It was tumultuous and passionate and made her heart feel as though it were as delicate as glass. He could easily crush it in his grip if she let him have it. Although, she was beginning to realize that it was likely already too late. The more she considered all that he'd been saying to her, and the more she delved into what was going on within herself, the more she understood that he was right. Despite her protests and denials, she didn't think any lesser emotion could make her feel quite so torn apart inside. I love you? She murmured. Is that a question? He teased. She frowned, tentatively raising a hand to rest against his chest so she could feel the beat of his heart. I love you, she whispered. Then, with more confidence, I love you. He released a quick breath of relief. Thank the Christ, I thought you'd never get there. She swatted at his chest and glared at him. It's not as if you've made this at all easy for me, you know. He nodded, slipping his arms around her and pulling her flush against his body. I know. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. And I can't promise it will get any easier. For either of us. She sighed. I imagine just the opposite will be true. Turning her gaze up, she met his eyes and they stared at each other for long moments, just soaking in the presence of each other. Verity found herself wishing they could stay like that, just the two of them, wrapped in each other's arms, with no one else around to tell them they were supposed to do anything but love each other. However, soon something crossed over her husband's face. Something dark and hungry. Something that stirred up similar feelings deep inside her belly. She became very aware of the fact that his arms were around her, and all that shielded her naked body from his gaze was a thin nightgown and gaping robe. His nostrils flared and her lips parted as her breath left her in a rush. Verity. Her name was a growl on his lips that made her shiver. May I kiss you? Her cheeks heated and she felt both a thrill and nerves rush through her. She knew if she gave him permission to kiss her, that he would not stop with just a kiss. The truth of what he wanted was there, blatantly laid bare on his face. He wanted her. He wanted her to take him into her as her true husband. He wanted her to want him in that way, and she couldn't deny that she was rather desperate to be one with him at long last. Though she wasn't sure what all it would entail, and she had no clue whether she would be able to please him or not, Verity nonetheless slowly nodded her head. Yes, Ernest. You may kiss me. His lips were on hers the next second, stealing her breath and swallowing her gasp of delight. Chapter 17. He'd never kissed her like this before. There was his usual hunger and desire, but something else made his lips seem more forceful, his touch as he cupped her face more reverent. Was this his love, expressed in full through his desperate and demanding kiss? Verity decided not to think about it too much and just give in to the moment. She melted into his kiss, pressing her body tighter to his, her arms wrapping around his middle to hold him against her. When his tongue ran along the seam of her lips, asking for permission to enter, she parted them without hesitation and he slipped it inside to tangle with hers. His hand slipped from her face and ran down her body to cup her buttocks, just as he'd done earlier, before her parents had interrupted them. Unlike then, however, she wasn't shocked or overwhelmed by his advances. She welcomed them eagerly, wrapping her legs around his waist when he picked her up off her feet. "You taste so sweet," he murmured against her lips as he crossed the room in long, quick strides. "I've wanted this. You. For so long." "I've wanted you too," she confessed softly, her cheeks heating. To hide her embarrassment, she buried her face against his neck and gave his skin there a little lick. She thrilled when he took in a sharp breath. "Minx," he growled, and she giggled. The next moment, however, she was flying through the air before landing on her back on the bed. She let out a yelp of surprise and gazed up at him with wide eyes. He was staring down at her like a starving man would stare down a feast, and she realized too late that provoking him might not have been the wisest of ideas. Her reservations and worries left her in an instant, however, when he began shedding his clothes. He'd come to her without a jacket, wearing his vest and shirt, and he held her eyes as he slowly unbuttoned the first of the two. Her breathing quickened as she watched him slip the garment from his shoulders before moving to untuck his shirt from his trousers. He was making a show of it for her, making his movements slow and deliberate to tease and torment her. Her mouth practically watered when he loosened his collar to pull his shirt up and over his head, revealing his muscled chest and torso. Verity wanted to touch him so badly, to run her hands along every bump and ridge before her. Her fingers itched to do so, but she kept them thrown over her head, curling them into the bedding to help her resist temptation. He moved down to his trousers, taking his time as he undid them. She bit her lip to stop herself from demanding he hurry, but she was growing eager to see him. Though she had felt him hard and heavy pressed up against her multiple times already, but she had never laid eyes on his manhood. She was curious to know not only what it looked like, but what it would feel like in her hands, and then inside her. The thought had her blushing again, but it also caused that place between her legs to throb and grow slick. Pressing her thighs together to try and ease the growing ache she felt, Verity focused her attention back on Ernest as he pushed down his trousers and underwear altogether. Her jaw fell open as his length came into view. It bobbed between his legs, erect and shining at the tip. Her heartbeat quickened as he finished undressing, threw his clothes away from him, then wrapped his hand around the base of his manhood. "If you keep staring at it like that, you're going to make me think impossible things," he said, his voice a growl. She blinked, dragging her gaze up to his for a moment before temptation had her dropping her eyes back down to his eager erection. "What impossible things?" she asked in a soft voice. She gasped when he stroked his hand over himself, once, twice, 3 times. "Things that would not be befitting of a lady," he answered. Now Verity burned with both desire and curiosity. Before she could press him to reveal what lustful thoughts were running through his mind, however, he stepped forward and laid his free hand on her calf. The simple touch sent a shock exploding up her leg to her core and she let out a small gasp. Ernest smiled. My, but you are sensitive, aren't you?" "Is that bad?" she murmured. He shook his head, his eyes shining with adoration. "Not at all, my darling. I love that your body is so responsive, and that your innocence makes you more honest to my touch. I don't have to guess what pleases you, because your reactions tell me plainly." His words of praise pleased her, and she smiled shyly up at him. As she watched him, however, his expression shifted back to one of dark hunger as his gaze dropped to run over her body. "Take off your robe," he ordered in a firm tone. She sat up and shed her robe, perhaps a little too eagerly, but she didn't care. He nodded in approval at her obedience. Releasing himself, He placed his other hand on her other leg and ran them both up her thighs to push her nightgown to her middle. He stopped when he'd uncovered that most intimate place and he gazed down at it in a way that made her blush grow even more furious. "You are so pretty here," he said in a soft voice. "So pink and lush. Like a flower." She bit her lip, torn between the desire to have him touch her there and the embarrassment burning through her at having him stare so blatantly at such a private area of her body. When he pressed her thighs apart, as if to get a better look, she whimpered in protest. Ernest glanced up at her with a crooked half-smile. "What's the matter, love?" he teased. "Can't your husband admire all the details of his beautiful wife's delectable form? Or, are you simply eager to get started and wish for me to do more than look at you?" She didn't know how to respond. His words were like a siren's call, filling her head and stealing her reason, so she couldn't recall exactly what it was she wanted to say to him. She could only stare down at him, her breaths growing short as he smiled at her helplessness. "It's all right, sweetheart," he said at length, his tone low. "I know what it is you need." Then, to her absolute shock, he leaned forward and pressed his mouth against her. A stunned squeak slipped past her lips, and then an agonized moan as his tongue began to lap at her. Her thighs instinctively moved to close around him, but he kept them held wide open so he could feast undisturbed. As if they were acting of their own accord, her hand slipped down to rest on his head, her fingers tangling in his soft hair. She wasn't certain if she meant to push him away or pull him closer. She just knew she needed something more to happen. Almost as if he could read her thoughts, his lips suddenly latched onto that little bud at the top of her sex that had driven her so crazy before when he'd touched it. She let out a cry as she was suddenly catapulted over the edge into that sweet abyss she'd longed for. There had been no steady climb this time to prepare her for the devastating pleasure, and so she was unable to do anything but let it rush through her as her cry turned into a scream. It was some time before the world righted itself and she was able to see straight again. Panting as if she'd just run a great distance, she gazed up to find Ernest's face looming over her. There was a madness in his eyes that probably should have startled, but instead it seemed to call to a similar madness within herself, and the feeling of relief she'd gained from her release was instantly replaced by that desperate hunger again. "Ernest," she breathed. His lips came crashing down on hers, cutting off her words. His kiss was rough, his tongue demanding as it slipped into her mouth. She clutched him to her, ignoring the slight sting in her arm, and she wrapped both around his shoulders. When he broke the kiss, they were both fighting for breath. "I can't wait another second," he rasped. "I have to have you. Tell me I can have you, Verity." She nodded without hesitation. "Yes, you can have me. I'm yours, Ernest. Please. I don't want to wait any longer either." Her words appeared to please him immensely as he kissed her again before moving to yank her nightgown the rest of the way up and over her head. He tossed the wadded-up material to the side without a care, then held himself up above her unstraightened arms so he could rake his eyes along her naked figure. "Christ above, you're beautiful," he breathed, as if in awe. The urge to cover herself with her arms was strong, but she ignored it and forced herself to remain open and bare to his gaze. She wanted this. Wanted to show him that she was more than the naive, inexperienced girl he had come to know. She wanted to be a woman. His woman. Sliding her hands up his arms, she felt the muscles straining beneath his skin. "Ernest, please. I need you." He closed his eyes and shuddered as she continued to touch him. At length, however, he nodded and opened his eyes again. They were shining with determination now. "I promise to make this good for you," he swore. "It might hurt a bit to begin with, but just trust me to take care of you. I will make it feel better." She swallowed nervously and nodded. "I trust you," she whispered. "I trust you with everything, Ernest. My body, as well as my heart." His nostrils flared as an emotion she couldn't name washed over his face. Lowering his forehead to hers, He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. "You are more than I could have ever dreamed," he confessed softly. "I don't know what good deeds I must have done in a past life to deserve you, because I certainly haven't done anything in this life to merit such a blessing." His words surprised her. They were so unlike anything he'd ever said to her before. They made her heart swell with tenderness, and she cupped his face to draw his lips down to hers for a gentle kiss. "You are more than deserving," she assured him. "You are a good man with a generous heart, and I love you. Now, don't keep me waiting. I want to be one with you. Please." He nodded, pressing another kiss to her lips before saying, "Your wish is my command." Reaching one hand down, he held her gaze as he took hold of himself and lined his length up to her entrance. Her heart beat hard as she felt him prodding at her, and she tensed. "Relax, sweetheart," he cooed. "It will be much better for you if you are relaxed." She tried, she really did, but she couldn't get past the idea that she was about to feel pain. As if he could see her internal struggle, Ernest kissed her again, but this time, his movements were slow and soft. He tasted her rather than devouring her, and she was soon melting beneath him, lulled by his gentle touch. The moment she went soft for him, he pressed his hardness into her. She gasped, the sudden fullness catching her off guard, but he didn't stop kissing her. He was distracting her, she realized, pulling her focus to him rather than the growing sting between her legs as he pressed forward. The pain was there, perhaps not as sharp or all-consuming as she had expected it to be, but most definitely uncomfortable. Verity squirmed beneath her husband, torn between wanting to get away and wanting to keep him close to her. The hand he had been using to guide himself into her came up to rest on her pelvis, his thumb finding that tight little bud at the top of her sex again. He began to stroke it as he continued to languidly kiss her, and sparks of pleasure shot through her to mingle with the pain. When he was seated inside her to the hilt, he paused, though he continued to rub that bud and lap at her tongue. When he cupped one of her breasts in his free hand and rolled her nipple between his fingers, she released a low, keening moan. "Does that feel good, my darling?" he asked with a chuckle. She nodded and gasped. "It does, Ernest." Oh, my goodness. Is there any pain?" "A bit," she admitted, then whimpered when he lightly pinched her nipple. But it's not as bad as it was at first. I seem to be adjusting." "That's good," he said, running his tongue along her jaw and down the column of her throat. "Do you think you could handle it if I moved?" I think so," she murmured. Her mind went nearly blank the next moment when his lips wrapped around her swollen nipple and began to suck and lick at it. She gritted her teeth to keep from crying out like a wanton. Slowly, he moved his hips back, and his hardness slid back out of her. It wasn't unpleasant, she decided, and when he slid back inside with a bit more force, she felt a jolt of pleasure briefly overshadow her discomfort. "Again," she breathed, curious to see how it would feel a second time. Ernest growled against her flesh but obliged, moving his hips back and then forward again. That pleasure hit her once more, even stronger than before. Ernest didn't pause between his thrusts and began moving in and out of her at a steady pace. At the same time, he continued to pepper her breasts with attention, moving from one to the other to tease the stiff peaks with his teeth and tongue. His thumb never left her little bud, either. He was stimulating her all over, making it nearly impossible to focus on any one point of contact for very long. "How is it, darling?" he asked her after he had driven into her a few times. "Does it still hurt?" She shook her head. "No. It feels nice." He lifted his head to smile down at her. "Nice? Is that all?" She blinked. "Isn't that enough?" "Not nearly," he informed her. "I won't be satisfied until I've made you lose your mind with pleasure." He leaned back on his haunches before she could respond and gripped her waist with his hands. He began moving again, sliding in and out of her at the same steady pace he'd started with, but after a few moments, he began to pick up his pace. Verity gasped as he went faster and faster, his hold on her waist keeping her anchored in place as he drove into her again and again. It was unlike anything she'd experienced before. The pleasure was so intense, it crashed through her like a tidal wave. Just as he'd promised, her mind began to go blank as her focus became totally fixated on that point of their joining. "Ernest," she moaned, his name like a prayer on her lips. "It's so much." "Verity," he growled. "Verity. You make me go mad. It feels so good inside you. Never want to stop. Never want to leave you." She moved her hands to claw at his shoulders and arms, desperate to keep him from doing just that. He couldn't leave her. He could never leave her. She didn't think she could live without this anymore. Sweat glistened along his chest, the droplets falling onto her breasts, yet another point of joining between them. Without stopping the movement of his hips, he lowered himself back down to her and wrapped her tightly in his arms as he buried his face against her neck. "Verity, Verity, Verity." He said her name over and over again, and she wondered if he had lost the ability to say anything else. She clung to him, her nails digging into his back as she urged him on. "Ernest. It's happening again." That tightness in her belly. The swift climb to her peak. She recognized the signs that earth-shattering release was coming for her again, and she grew frantic to get there. She arched her hips and met his thrusts with her own. There was no rhyme or reason to her movements. She merely did what felt good and pushed her further to that blissful abyss. "I want to feel you," he gasped. "Feel you come undone around me." Throwing her head back, she did just that. Verity screamed as her body shattered into a million little pieces, each thrumming with the intensity of her release. Stars exploded in her vision and she lost her voice, her scream dissolving into gasping sobs as the pleasure bordered on pain. In the midst of her undoing, she felt Ernest's teeth bite into her shoulder. Not enough to break the skin, but likely enough to bruise. He tensed, his hips went still for the briefest of seconds, and then she felt something hot rushing into her as he shouted her name. At length, she fell against the bed, her limbs weak and her body shivering. Ernest lay on top of her for several long moments in silence as he too recovered from his explosive peak. When he eventually slid off her to lay beside her on the bed, she felt cold seep over her to take his place. She opened her mouth to beckon him back to her, but before she could get the words out, his arms wrapped around her and he pulled her up to rest against his chest. She threw her leg over him and clung to him, soaking his heat back into her body. He tugged the blanket up over them both, and they lay entwined in each other for some time without a word. Verity couldn't remember ever feeling so satisfied and content. As the last remnants of her lust-filled haze began to dissipate, exhaustion settled over her. As she cuddled against Ernest, her eyelids began to flutter closed. "Are you all right?" he suddenly asked in a gentle tone, pulling her from the edge of sleep. She turned her head up so she could meet his gaze and nodded. "I am. More than all right, if truth be told." He grinned, and something she thought might be male pride flashed across his features. "I must confess, I'm more than all right as well," he told her. She lifted her head and gazed at him with wide eyes. "I wasn't." "Disappointing?" He cupped the side of her face and shook his head firmly. "No, my darling. You were far from disappointing. In fact, I've no idea how I'm supposed to go about my day-to-day life as usual now. How am I supposed to resist the temptation to find you and drag you back to this bed again and again?" She blushed, odd considering all that they'd just done together, but his words pleased her and filled her with a girlish kind of joy. "I suppose we will simply have to endure these new hardships together," she teased. "Though I'm not certain how I'll be able to keep from seeming like a total wanton for my husband." Ernest chuckled. There's a very selfish part of me that doesn't want you to try. I want people to know that you're mine and only have eyes for me. That I'm the man that satisfies your needs. Her blush deepened. You speak so blatantly of these things. I believe you are trying to shock me. Not at all. He insisted, running his fingers along her cheek and jaw. I only ever want to be honest with you is all. I want you to know my every thought and desire. Even the ones that make you blush. Actually, especially the ones that make you blush. She giggled and playfully slapped at his chest. Shameless. He leaned up and captured her lips in a quick, hot kiss. You make me this way, my darling. She couldn't stop the smile that curled her lips. Never could she have imagined she would be like this with him of all the people in the world. Yet, as she gazed down at him, her heart knew there was no one else out there for her. Chapter 18. You seem strangely cheerful, son. What in the world has gotten into you? Ernest looked up from the documents he'd been perusing on his desk to find his mother standing in the doorway of his study. She was frowning, as if in concern, and gazing at him with an assessing eye. What do you mean? He asked. He was smiling, something he'd been doing more and more of the last few days, but he didn't think that should be cause for worry on her part. His mother slowly entered the room and drew closer to his desk. I was walking by and heard you whistling, Ernest, she said, as if she'd caught him committing some grave sin. You never whistle. Perhaps it is only that I have not had many reasons to whistle? He suggested with a shrug. And suddenly you do? She gazed at him with suspicion. I've also noticed that you and your wife seem to be on much better terms with each other since her accident. Don't tell me she's the cause of your good humor? And if she were? He countered. Would that be so terrible? She is my wife, after all. It would be best if she made me happy, don't you think? She is a Lovelace, his mother hissed. She is a Hardstone now. He slapped the documents folder shut and rose to his feet, his good humor dissipating in light of his mother's disapproval. He moved to the liquor service to pour himself a drink. I don't know why I should hate her for something she had nothing to do with. This feud is not between the two of us. It is between your generation, and we are wiping our hands of it. His mother gasped. What in the world has gotten into you? You know as well as I do that she comes from a family of liars and upstarts. The apple can't fall far from the tree, and so she is not to be trusted. Ernest downed his drink in one go before turning back to his mother. I'll thank you not to speak of my wife so, mother. As of now, she is about the only person I feel I truly can trust. She is of the same mind as I am, that this feud is pointless and not worth the trouble it has caused our families. Not worth the... His mother looked aghast. Your uncle's reputation has been slandered again and again. He has been accused of raping and kidnapping that Lovelace girl, and more people seem inclined to believe that of him than the fact that she seduced him and ruined him. What if she didn't? He asked. What if she didn't seduce him, and he didn't kidnap her? What if they were actually in love and ran off together, because none of you were willing to give them a chance at happiness? Has that woman put these ludicrous thoughts into your head? His mother's face was turning red in her fury. She is poisoning you against me. Can't you see it? She is a wicked creature, and I should never have allowed her to step foot into this home. I should have forbidden you to marry her. She has brought nothing but misery and disaster to us. You were nearly shot because of her. I was saved from being so because of her, and I wouldn't have listened had you forbidden our union. He snapped. Even if my feelings for her then were not as they are now, I wouldn't have let her reputation be ruined. You raised me to be a better man than that. It doesn't matter what you might like to believe you would have done, however. The reality now is that we are married, and I love her. Love? His mother practically shrieked the word. You believe you love that deceitful shrew? What has she done to you, my boy? What lies has she told you? She moved as if to cup his face in her hands, but he dodged her. She has done nothing other than be herself, he growled, anger rising within him at her continued insults toward Verity. This is why I fell for her, because I like who she is as a person, Mother. Her name alone doesn't define her. If you would only give her a chance, you would see. No. His mother cut him off sharply. You are not thinking straight, son. Your feelings have made you blind to who she really is and the people she comes from. They killed your father, or have you forgotten that fact? He tensed, hating that she would bring up his father in that moment. We cannot be certain. I am certain, his mother cried, slapping her hand against her chest. I know it in my soul that they are responsible. They murdered him in cold blood, and now they have devised a way to steal you from me as well. This is ludicrous, Mother. He pinched the bridge of his nose as a headache began to pound behind his eyes. You are speaking like a madwoman. I am speaking like a concerned mother. That's enough, he roared, startling her. He took a quick breath to calm himself down enough that he could speak to her more calmly. I apologize, Mother, I shouldn't have raised my voice to you like that. However, I cannot allow this conversation to continue. I am not asking that you be happy with my relationship with my wife, though that would certainly be my preference. I am only asking that you respect it and her. If you cannot do that, then perhaps we should discuss an alternative residence for you. She jerked back as if he'd struck her. Alternative residence? You would kick me out of my own home? Guilt churned in his stomach, but he forced himself to say, I don't want to do so, believe me, Mother. If you give me no other choice, however, I will have to choose my wife's comfort over your own. The dowager stared at him in horror, her mouth agape and her eyes wide. She's already done it, she murmured, shaking her head. Mother, please, be reasonable. All I'm asking is that you are not rude or cruel to Verity, and you are more than welcome to stay. She took a hasty step away from him, though he hadn't made a move toward her. She's already turned you against me. I didn't truly think it was possible that your loyalty would be absolute, but she's managed to do it nonetheless. Ernest furrowed his brow, concern growing for his mother's well-being. Please, you don't know what you're saying. Just take a deep breath for me, yes? Let's calm down and talk this through rationally. I'll free you from her hold, his mother declared, turning for the door. I promise you, son. I'll protect you from that witch, no matter what I have to do. Mother, stop this right now, he ordered, but she was already gone, having fled out into the hallway. He considered chasing after her for a moment, but then thought better of it. She likely just needed some time and space to come to terms with everything. He knew this wouldn't be an easy shift in perspective for her, but he wasn't going to tolerate further mistreatment of Verity. He'd been completely serious when he'd threatened to send his mother away, though it would pain him to do so. Ernest just hoped it wouldn't come to that, and that after some time and reflection, she would see reason. Besides, even if she did try to do something to pull him and Verity apart, what could she feasibly do that would be that bad? She was one woman, just north of middle age, with only his childhood secrets as weapons to use against him, and he intended to reveal all of himself to Verity over time anyway. With a sigh, Ernest returned to his chair and his work, having convinced himself that he had nothing to worry about after all. His mother would come down from her peak, and they would find a way to move on from this unfortunate interaction. Ernest's good humor before his mother had intruded upon his study did not return to him. Though he was thrilled to have finally revealed his feelings to Verity, and to know she reciprocated them, the giddy bubble they had managed to erect around themselves during their passionate night had been well and truly shattered. His mother had reminded him that things would not be simple for them, even now. He also had to remember there was someone out on the loose wishing them harm. Since he had received no word from the constables regarding suspects or leads, he decided it was time to take things into his own hands. Shortly after his confrontation with his mother, he had written a note to his friend, Lord Creston, asking him to meet him the following morning, so that they might call on a mutual acquaintance who Ernest was certain would not be willing to see him alone. "Why in the world am I accompanying you on this terrible visit?" Creston demanded to know as the two rode side by side down the road. "To be a witness in case he tries to shoot me," Ernest replied easily. "Why are you even confronting him? The constables don't seem to believe he's a plausible suspect." "Why should you?" Ernest shot his friend a sharp glance. "Who else comes to your mind who might have cause to harm me or my wife?" Creston considered that question for a long moment. "Honestly, no one comes to mind, other than the Lovelaces, of course. It seems odd, though, that they would seek to harm their own daughter." Ernest nodded. "Exactly. The Duke is the most sensible suspect. He has motive and a temper that could drive him to violence." "I suppose." Creston didn't sound convinced, however. "Yet, the constables aren't looking at him. They must know something you don't. Or they're intimidated by his status and power," Ernest growled. "And you aren't?" "Not in the least," Ernest snapped. Moments later, they arrived at the gates of the Woodfall estate. Ernest released a sigh of relief that the gates were open, as he very much doubted they'd convince the Duke to let them in otherwise. Without pausing, he urged his mount forward, with Creston close behind him. The manor was just as imposing and striking as he remembered it, though it appeared far less enchanting in the light of day than it had that night, bathed in moonlight. Two liveried footmen hurried forward as he and Creston came to a stop in front of the main door. "Might I ask your business here, my lord?" one of the footmen, a burly fellow with a furrowed brow, asked. "Lord Norfolk here to see his grace," he declared in a firm tone. "Lord Creston is accompanying me." The footman looked as though he would rather knock Ernest from his horse than announce him to the Duke, but his companion, a much smaller man in stature with a nervous gaze, bowed low at the waist and scurried back to the manor. With an annoyed huff, the larger footman waved two groomsmen over to take the horses as Ernest and Creston dismounted. "You are going to get us beaten bloody, if not killed," Creston grumbled as they made their way up the steps and into the manor. Ernest waved his concerns away. "It will be all right. He wouldn't murder us in the middle of the day." Creston snorted. "I doubt it matters for a man like Woodfall what time of day it is." They were shown into a formal drawing room and gruffly told to wait. Neither sat. Creston began to anxiously pace, but Ernest leaned against the fireplace mantel and considered how he would begin his interrogation of the Duke. It wasn't long before they heard heavy footsteps along the hallway floor. The next moment, the Duke himself appeared in the doorway, glowering at both of them. "You've some nerve, Norfolk," he snapped, crossing the threshold. He stopped in the middle of the room and crossed his arms over his chest. There was no invitation to sit, no offer of tea. Both men knew this was no social call. Ernest stepped away from the mantel and turned to face the Duke. "Trust me, Your Grace. I wouldn't dare come here unless I had a very good reason." "And what is that reason?" Woodfall spat. "Out with it before I lose my patience entirely and have you thrown out like the dog you are." Ernest gritted his teeth, the insult burning him, but he didn't counter the Duke. "Best to just get this over with. I'll ask you plainly, Your Grace. Have you been attempting to harm either me or my wife?" The Duke furrowed his brow, appearing genuinely surprised by the question. "What in the world do you mean?" he snarled. "Harm you how?" "Shoot us, scare us. Bring us bodily harm or even cause our deaths?" Ernest could feel Creston staring at him in shock, no doubt floored by his bluntness. He thought he could throw the Duke off, however, by addressing the issue head-on. If he were innocent, his reactions would show that. If he were guilty, he was much more likely to slip up and reveal himself if he were surprised. I have done no such thing, and I take great offense to the accusation. His cheeks burned red as his obvious anger rose. God knows you deserve some retribution for the humiliation you and your shrew of a wife caused me, but I have little to gain from bringing you actual harm. Ernest's hands curled into fists as his own anger sparked. I thank you not to speak about my wife in such a manner, Your Grace. He bit out. It's rather unbecoming of a gentleman. The Duke snorted. Unbecoming, you say? Rather like compromising one's intended in one's own home, don't you think? It was never my intention to compromise Lady Norfolk, Ernest hissed. However, I'm not sorry that it happened. The Duke's eyes went wide and his nostrils flared. How dare you? You come into my home, accusing me of violence against you and yours, and now you don't even have the decency to apologize for your actions? You, my lord, are truly despicable. I'm not sorry that it happened, because if it had not, I wouldn't now be married to my wife, Ernest explained tersely. And I love her as I never thought possible. I do, however, regret that my actions caused you humiliation. That was never my intent. The Duke huffed, though he appeared the smallest bit less aggravated. Well, luckily for you, I am far too busy to worry about your rake, the Duke grumbled. In truth, I thought of seeking revenge. Finding some way to humiliate you both. Then I learned how much you two apparently hated each other, and thought your forced union would be punishment enough. We weren't fond of each other, in the beginning, Ernest conceded. So, now that you find out we're in love, you'll come for us? The Duke pinched the bridge of his nose, suddenly looking weary. God no, that sounds far too exhausting. Especially now that I've got a new bride to occupy my time. Ernest's brows shot up with his surprise. I hadn't heard you'd wed. It wasn't exactly a planned situation. The Duke's jaw went taut, his expression strained. Let's just say I got a child on the wrong woman, and her surprisingly powerful father wouldn't take no for an answer, when the issue of marriage was presented, and leave it at that, shall we? Ernest shared a look with Creston, who had remained silent and off to the side until that point. I see, Ernest slowly said, turning his gaze back to the Duke. I suppose, then, congratulations are in order? Don't bother, the Duke snarled. I don't find myself in a celebratory mood most days. As Ernest gazed at the man and his genuine look of consternation, he became convinced that he was innocent, at least of the crimes against Verity and him. It appeared he had plenty of other complications to deal with. Ernest was both relieved and frustrated all at once. It was good that they didn't have a man like the Duke out for their necks, but if not would fall, then who was after them? Well, I believe we've taken up more than enough of your time, Your Grace, Ernest said awkwardly. Apologies for your circumstances. The Duke just turned his back to him. Never come here again, Norfolk. I might not be so preoccupied the next time and decide I do want a little revenge. With that, he walked out the door, leaving Ernest and Creston alone in the drawing room. Well, Creston said with a low whistle. That was enlightening. Indeed, Ernest agreed with a mumble. Yet the question he'd been sure he'd find answers to at Woodfall Manor continued to haunt him. Who wanted Verity and him dead? Chapter 19. He walked the halls of the manor, searching for her with a desperation that might be embarrassing for a lesser man. Ernest didn't care, though. He was at peace with the fact that he was completely lost to his wife. It had been 2 days since he'd been to her bed. She had been sore and tender the morning after their first night together, and he had wanted to give her time to recover. Plus, he knew he needed to be mindful of her arm. She had told him that morning it was perfectly fine, but he'd seen the strain around her mouth as she'd held in her pain. He wasn't a beast who needed to ravish her when she was injured. He'd told himself he could wait for a second time. Every second holding himself back from her was torture, however, and he'd finally reached the end of his ability to take it. He moved through the manor like a predator sniffing out his prey, his mind going through all the places she could possibly be. She hadn't been in her room or the drawing room. He hadn't seen her wandering out in the garden. There was really only one other possibility, besides the stables. The library. His footsteps were swift as he came up to the doors and he opened them and walked inside the room without hesitation. He paused mid-step when he spotted her sitting in the window seat across from him, her feet tucked beneath her and a book opened in her hands. The sun was streaming through the paned glass, bathing her in its light. She looked so peaceful. So beautiful. Like a true angel come down from heaven. She glanced up at his entrance, her lips curling into a wide smile when her eyes landed on him. "Ernest," she breathed. "What are you doing here?" He didn't answer, shutting the doors behind him and marching across the room to her. She barely had time to put her book down before he swooped in on her and claimed her mouth with his. She wrapped her arms around his neck and responded to his kiss with equal passion, his own hunger reflected back at him in hers. "I want her. I want her so badly. Now, now, now." He grabbed her waist and maneuvered her as he sat so she was straddling his lap. She broke their kiss long enough to gasp. "Ernest. What are you doing? We can't. Not here." "Why not?" he growled, palming her backside and cursing the layers of clothing between them. "This is my home, you are my wife, why shouldn't I be able to take you whenever and wherever I choose?" Her pretty lips parted and her eyes flashed with hot lust, but she shyly murmured, It's just not proper." He began kissing and licking her neck. "To hell with proper. I've thought of little else but burying myself inside you for 2 bloody days. I can't wait another moment." "Why did you wait at all?" she whimpered. "I wanted to give you time," he confessed with a sigh. "I've been told a lady's first time can be overwhelming. Her body often feels the effects for days afterwards. I wanted to let you recover and not seem like such a heartless cad that I would demand you warm my bed when you are tender down there." She grinned. "Tender down there? My goodness, Ernest, you sound like a virginal maid." He moved his grip to her waist and held her tighter on his lap so she could feel his growing desire beneath her. She squirmed in his lap and he groaned. "Oh. Did I hurt you?" she asked breathlessly. He shook his head, his jaw tight. "Not exactly. You are just far too tempting for your own good." She giggled and kissed him again. Then, she pressed her forehead against his and sighed. "I missed you, you know," she murmured. "Just because you couldn't bed me didn't mean you had to ignore me completely." He felt guilt stab him in the gut. "I know. I'm sorry. I've been occupied." She sat away from him and gazed down at him with a frown. "I noticed several constables coming in and out of the house the past few days. Have you been meeting with them about?" She fell silent, as if she couldn't quite say the words out loud. He gently cupped her face and stroked her cheek with his thumb. "Yes, I've been meeting with them to discuss the attack. I'm determined to find out who it was that hurt you." She smiled softly, but it was also a little sad. "Do they have any idea who it could have been?" Sighing, Ernest shook his head. "Their current theory is that it was a stray hunter who'd perhaps gotten lost and wandered onto our property, but I don't really believe that to be the case. The locals are very respectful of our property line and we've never had an incident of a hunter getting lost here." "So then, you think it was really someone who meant one or both of us harm?" Her eyes widened slightly with her obvious fright. "Ernest, who in the world would hate us that much?" He didn't have an answer for her, and he hated that. He wanted to wipe that frown from her face and put all her worries to rest, but so far, he was at a loss. He had no true leads. Every possible name he'd come up with had turned up with an alibi or little to no motivation. He'd gone so far as to hire investigators to look into her family, to see if there were any noteworthy threats there, but again, nothing had come of it. It was as if the person who'd shot at them had disappeared into thin air, leaving not a trace behind to help identify him. It was more than troubling, because there was no guarantee the would-be assassin wouldn't strike again. The more he considered their situation, the more he worried for Verity's safety. It wasn't just the shot in the woods. It was the gunshot at the Duke of Woodfall's manor that had startled her from that tree. It was the dead rat she had discovered in her bed that his mother vehemently denied had been her doing. What if these instances weren't mere coincidences? What if they were all related somehow? That would mean the threat against them was much more daunting than he had originally believed. Verity's fingers skimmed along his brow, distracting him from his spiraling thoughts. "It pains me to see you so troubled," she murmured. "Had you come to me these last 2 days, I would have tried to offer you some sort of comfort." "I didn't want to hurt you," he confessed. "And I feared I wouldn't be able to control myself if I was around you. I also didn't want to come to you as a failure, unable to promise retribution against the person who hurt you." He kept the thought to himself, however. Wrapping his arms more tightly around her, he pressed his face into her bosom and soaked in her delicate scent and warmth. He heard her gasp, but she didn't object to his embrace. Instead, she began running her fingers through his hair, petting him and lulling him into a state of comfort and relaxation he'd never known in his adult life. Slowly, he turned his gaze up to hers, and then lifted his head to press a soft kiss to her lips. What started as a quick peck, however, soon bloomed into something much more. Any misgivings she'd held seemed to slowly melt away, and she appeared to grow less and less concerned about maintaining decorum with her husband outside of their bedchamber. When he was on the verge of sliding his hands up her dress to get at her tight heat, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Startled, she broke from his grasp and scrambled off his lap, her cheeks on fire with mortification. Ernest wasn't as concerned at nearly getting caught as she was, but he was rather annoyed by the prospect. "Who would dare interrupt us right now?" he growled as he stood up next to her. "I doubt they have any idea what we were doing in here," Verity hissed between her teeth. "We're lucky they bothered to knock at all." He supposed that was true, but still, it did little to ease his irritation. He marched across the room and yanked open the door, coming face to face with a rather startled-looking maid. "What?" he barked. She blinked, clearly caught off guard by his animosity. "Beg pardon, my lord, but I was sent to let you know that you have visitors." He furrowed his brow, confused. "Visitors? Who in the world would be visiting us at this hour?" "I'm not certain, my lord. I was only told it is a Lady Hemmington and her husband." His heart felt as though it stopped in his chest. Why in the bloody hell would she be here? In a low voice, he ordered, "See them to the drawing room at once. I'll be there presently." The maid curtsied and hurried away to do as she'd been told. Shutting the door, he slowly turned around to face his frowning wife. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Who is Lady Hemmington?" Ernest bit back a groan. He had hoped she hadn't heard, but his wife was too curious of a creature not to listen in. "She's an old acquaintance." Verity frowned. "Acquaintance? Why is she here?" There was a sharpness in her tone that warned him she was suspicious. As well she should be, though she had nothing to truly be concerned about. Still, when he'd considered all the things he was going to reveal about his past to her, Nellie Hemmington had not been one of those things. He hadn't thought he'd ever have to talk about her. He'd never dreamed she'd show up at his door, uninvited. Yet, now she was here, and he had to deal with her. Somehow, he had to get rid of the woman before Verity realized Nellie was his former mistress. Chapter 20. Something was wrong. Ernest was acting strangely. This Lady Hemington woman had caught him off guard with her arrival. Who was she? Why did he seem so bothered by her presence? As she followed Ernest down to the drawing room to greet their guests, she studied him carefully. His shoulders were tense and he didn't say a word to her as they made their way through the manor. She thought he might be nervous, but that seemed like such a ludicrous idea, she almost dismissed it as soon as it entered her head. Her husband didn't get nervous over things. He wasn't easily rattled. Yet, if that was the case, why did he seem so now? Before they entered the drawing room, she reached out and took his hand, bringing him to a stop. "Ernest," she said in a soft voice. "What's going on? Who is this woman?" He froze and didn't look at her right away. Finally, he turned to her with a forced smile. "She's nobody, darling. Truly. You don't even have to come in and meet her, she's of such little consequence. I'll simply find out what it is she wants, then send her on her way again." She narrowed her eyes, his strange behavior only making her more wary. "You're hiding something?" she insisted. "Why can you not just tell me what's going on?" He grabbed her hand in his and raised it to press a kiss to her knuckles. "It is nothing, I promise," he said, his tone even. "Lady Hemington and I just had a dalliance at one point in our lives. It was many years ago, however. I honestly have no idea why she's here." "A dalliance? An affair?" It clicked in her head, and his odd behavior suddenly made a world of sense. "She was your mistress?" she hissed, yanking her hand from his. "Verity, please don't misunderstand." "Ah, there you are, Ernest. I was wondering when you would come and join our guests." Verity's jaw dropped when she swung her eyes to the drawing room door and found the dowager standing there, a haughty expression on her face. Her eyes darted to Verity then back to Ernest, but the smirk that curled her lips was not to be missed. She had done this. Somehow, that woman had brought Ernest's former mistress to their home, but to what end? "Am I so certain she's a former mistress?" The thought made her sick. Surely he wouldn't be carrying on with someone else like this. Not after what they'd shared the other night? She jerked her gaze to Ernest, and he was looking at her with a distressed expression. "Whatever you're thinking, put it from your mind," he instructed. "This is not at all how it looks." "How does it look?" she sharply asked. "Tell me how this looks, and then perhaps you can explain to me why it is not that." "Darling, your guests are waiting," his mother chirped. He rounded on her with a growl. "Let them wait." The dowager appeared unperturbed, however. "Very well, but the sooner you speak with them, the sooner they will leave." Ernest's nostrils flared and he looked momentarily torn. Verity couldn't help but wonder if it was because he wanted Lady Hemington gone, or because he wanted to see her so badly. "I hate this. Why do I feel so insecure? Why do I feel so afraid?" Clearing his throat, Ernest turned back to her. "This will not take long, I promise. I will come find you after." "No," she snapped. "I insist on attending our guests with you." His brows shot up in clear surprise. "Verity, you don't have to. If you truly have nothing to hide, then this shouldn't be a concern." She marched past him to the drawing room door and glared at his mother, whose appearance was smug. "I think you'll enjoy meeting Lady Hemington," the dowager said, her voice dripping with venom. "Such a lovely woman." Never in her life had Verity felt such an overwhelming urge to slap someone. She held herself back, however, sensing that her mother-in-law wanted her to make a scene. She wouldn't let the woman manipulate her, however. Throwing her chin up, Verity took a deep breath to calm her ragged nerves and waited just outside the door for Ernest to step to her side and offer his arm. She could feel his curious gaze on her, but she ignored him. When his mother moved back into the room, the pair followed after her. The first thing that Verity noticed about Lady Hemmington was her stunning beauty. She sat with her back straight in a purple gown and matching feather in her pile of red curls. Her whole demeanor screamed sophistication and decadence. The second thing Verity noticed was that she appeared to be several years older than either she or Ernest. There were soft lines around her eyes and mouth, and a little graying at her temples, but none of that took away from her loveliness. In fact, she appeared to be aging most gracefully, an enviable fate that not many women enjoyed. When she spotted Ernest and Verity entering the room, Lady Hemmington stood with a wide smile. The gentleman next to her stood as well. He was a dapper-looking older man with fully silver hair, though he appeared as lean and fit as any man half his age. "My dear Lord Norfolk," Lady Hemmington said, moved toward them. "It is so good to see you again." Ernest reluctantly stepped from Verity's grasp to greet the woman, kissing her cheek in an overly familiar way that made Verity want to vomit. "Lady Hemmington, you're looking well," he replied stiffly. Smiling, the woman turned back and extended a hand toward the man now behind her. "You remember my husband, of course? Lord Hemmington." The gentleman gave Ernest a nod. "My lord. A pleasure." The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension as the two men regarded each other. Lady Hemmington, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort her presence was causing around her, turned to Verity with that same wide smile. "You must be the new Lady Norfolk," she declared, grasping Verity's hands as if they were old friends. "My, but you are a lovely thing, aren't you?" "Nellie, darling, remember your manners," Lord Hemmington gently chastised. "Oh, forgive me." Lady Hemmington giggled, dropping Verity's hands. "I do tend to act more familiar with people than I usually am. Hemmy here must remind me that I can make people uncomfortable when I am so forward." It's all right," Verity murmured, gazing at the woman in a sort of awe. She could understand what Ernest had seen in the woman. She was rather splendid and friendly, not like other women Verity had come across in the ton. "I think we could have been friends, had circumstances been different." Had the woman not shared her husband's bed? She glanced toward Ernest, gauging his reactions to his, hopefully, former mistress. The lines around his mouth were tight and she could tell he was agitated. She just couldn't tell for certain why. Perhaps it had been a mistake for her to insist on meeting the woman. Now that she had, she couldn't help but feel inferior in almost every way to her. She also hated the idea that in another life, she could have liked this bright, friendly, forward woman who didn't seem to let social conventions stop her from enjoying herself. "Shall we all sit and catch up?" Ernest's mother suddenly asked, her glee at the terrible situation dancing in her eyes. "I've ordered some tea be brought up to us." Verity caught Ernest's glare to the dowager, but he still politely replied, "That would be good, mother. Let us all sit." Verity didn't want to sit. She wanted to run from that room and hide from the realities within it. However, she refused to appear the coward in her mother-in-law's eyes. So, when Ernest offered his arm to her once more, she took it without hesitation and steeled herself to make it through this terrible, terrible visit. "What were you thinking?" he nearly roared, his anger making his entire body tense. "Why would you bring her here? To my home? To Verity?" His mother sat serenely, seemingly unbothered by his tirade. Nearly the moment Lady Hemmington and her husband had left, Verity had excused herself from their company, claiming a headache. Ernest knew better than to believe that, but he hadn't gone after her. He'd need to have a conversation with his mother, first. Dragging her into his study, he'd sat her down in front of his desk so he could loom over her in all his considerable wrath. Yet, she appeared unaffected. Unapologetic. It only made him more furious. "Lady Hemmington was a friend of mine, you remember, before. Well, before you two became intimate. Is it such a crime for me to miss my old friend? You never liked her." He spat, pacing in front of her, too agitated to stand still. You thought she was too brash and too loose, and her affair with me only vindicated your opinion of her. What is the real reason you brought her here? Tell me. His mother's expression went cold and her eyes flashed. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am your mother, whether you find that fact to your liking or not. And I am your lord. He rounded on her, losing the last vestiges of his patience. What you have done today is inexcusable. You have hurt Verity and humiliated me. Why? Is this some petty revenge against me for threatening to move you out? And what if it is? She declared, fire suddenly burning in her eyes. What if I wanted to simply hurt you the way you've hurt me? Or perhaps I wished to remind you of how fickle and vicious giving your heart to a woman like that can be? Or maybe I just wanted to watch that Lovelace wench squirm, knowing she'd never measure up to a woman of Lady Hemington's experience. Verity is not like Nellie. He was offended that she'd even suggest such a comparison. Her love for me is true, and I would choose her over 1,000 Nellie Hemingtons, no matter their experience. You are a fool, Ernest. His mother spat, shoving to her feet. You gave your heart away too young, and it nearly destroyed you. Now, you're letting yourself fall for another harlot, but this one is going to hurt you even more because she puts on the facade of innocence. He pointed a finger at his mother and hissed. You will be gone from this house by week's end, do you understand me? I'll not have your poison here any longer. She stared at him, a mixture of pain and rage mingling in her gaze. Very well. If that is your command, my lord, then I have no choice, do I? Spinning on her heel, she didn't wait for him to respond, marching out the door and letting it slam shut behind her. Chapter 21. I wish she'd been mean. Or haughty. Dull, even. Something other than delightful and interesting. Later that night, Verity lay in her bed, staring at the canopy above, unable to sleep. She kept revisiting their time with Lady Hemington and her husband, and she couldn't help the knot of anxiety that continued to tighten further and further in her gut. The woman had been charming and an expert at making conversation. It had become painfully apparent as the evening had dragged on why any man would fall for her. The more time she had spent in Lady Hemington's presence, the more insecure Verity had grown. How could Ernest go from such a larger-than-life woman to being satisfied with the likes of her? She was inexperienced and naive. Surely, he would grow bored with her and seek out someone as exciting as Lady Hemington? If not Lady Hemington herself. She hadn't missed when Lady Hemington had touched Ernest's arm in an all-too-familiar way. Or the way she seemed to bat her eyelashes and glance his way with a little smile on her face that seemed secretive and daring. Perhaps Verity was thinking too much about this, and it was simply as the woman said, that she became too familiar with people too easily. Or maybe, there was something more going on between Lady Hemington and her husband that an inexperienced girl like her simply couldn't understand. Verity groaned and threw her arms over her face. She still wasn't certain they had actually broken off their relationship, and she'd been too much of a coward to ask him. Once the lady and her husband had left, Verity had feigned a headache and retreated to her room to hide and lick her wounds. Ernest had come to check on her, but she'd pretended to be asleep and he'd left. Yet, now, as she lay sleepless and alone, she yearned for him. She wanted to ask him all the questions rushing through her mind, even if she was terrified of the answers he would give her. If I don't ask them, though, I don't believe I'll ever get any rest. With a sigh of defeat, she threw the covers and slipped out of bed. Padding across the room to the door, she grabbed her robe and threw it over her nightgown before creeping out into the hallway. The house was dark and quiet at that time of night, but she still tiptoed along, strangely afraid of being caught sneaking to her husband's room. When she reached his door, she paused a moment to take a deep, calming breath. She shouldn't be so nervous to see him. This should be just as easy and familiar as strolling through the garden. Raising her fist, she lightly knocked on the door, then waited with bated breath to see if he would answer. When he didn't right away, she wondered if perhaps he was asleep. Or has he snuck away to someone else's bed? The thought made her stomach twist, but when the door opened, she nearly cried out in relief. Ernest appeared before her, frowning down at her in concern. "Verity? Is everything all right? Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine," she quickly answered. "You and I, though. We need to have a discussion." He released a breath but nodded. "I'm afraid you're right. Come inside." He stepped out of the way so she could enter his room. She moved to stand in the middle of the space and turned to face him with her arms folded. "Well? Are you going to tell me about her?" she demanded without preamble. He sighed and scratched the back of his head. It was only then that she realized he was without a shirt, and her mouth went momentarily dry, as she watched his muscles ripple beneath his skin with his movements. She gave her head a small shake and forced her gaze back up to meet his. "She was my mistress," he told her. "Years ago, before she was married. I haven't seen her in quite some time." "Did you love her?" The question slipped past her lips before she realized she needed to know the answer to it. It startled them both, but she quickly schooled her features and gazed at him expectantly. Once he'd recovered his wits, he shook his head. "No, I didn't. We enjoyed each other's company and liked each other well enough, but there was no real love between us. At the time, I was young and naive and might have thought I loved her, but now looking back, I see that wasn't at all what I felt. It hurt me when she broke things off to seek another who could provide more for her than I could at the time, and it made it difficult for me to trust that such a thing would not happen again. But I have you now, Verity, and I realize that I lacked so much when I was with her. I lack none of those things with you." She believed him, but she had one more question she had to ask, and she dreaded it. "And you have not enjoyed her company since then?" He furrowed his brow as if in confusion, but then his eyes widened with realization. "Are you asking me if she is still my mistress?" Embarrassed, Verity turned her gaze from his as she nodded. "Yes, Ernest. I am." He was directly in front of her in 3 long strides. Taking her face between his hands, he turned her head so she was forced to meet his gaze. "Hear me very clearly," he said in a firm tone. "Since we have been wed, I have not touched another woman, and I never plan on doing so again. I will not lie to you and say I had not planned to do so when we were first forced together, but I had not anticipated falling so helplessly in love with you, either." The sincerity in his tone made tears appear in the corners of her eyes. "Do you really mean that?" she whispered. He nodded. "I do. I swear to you, I will never do anything to betray you or your trust. You are the person who matters most to me in this whole world, Verity. I won't do anything to jeopardize that." But what if I bore you?" she murmured, running her hands up and down his chest nervously. "I'm not worldly and experienced like Lady Hemington. What if I can't keep you satisfied, and you feel the urge to stray?" He pressed his lips to hers in a brutal kiss that stole her breath. He was savage as he took her mouth, giving her no room to escape or respond. She could only take the onslaught until he lifted his head from her and grabbed her hand. He pressed her palm to his growing erection and growled, "Do you feel how much I desire you? Only you have ever made me this way with a single kiss or touch. I'm like a randy schoolboy when I'm around you, Verity, and I am anything but bored." Biting her lip, she tentatively palmed him through his trousers. When he groaned and his eyes fluttered closed, she grew bolder in her touch. His hands fell heavy on her shoulders and his breathing grew ragged as she fondled him. She liked this. She liked having this effect on him. It was thrilling to have such a formidable man as her husband lose himself in her touch. She turned her head and pressed kisses to the side of his neck as she continued to stroke him, and his mouth eagerly sought out hers with a pained groan. "I need you, Verity," he murmured, his grip on her shoulders tightening. "I need to be with you. Please tell me you believe me. Please tell me you know that you're the only one I want." Gulping, she nodded. "I do believe you, Ernest. I want you too. Please. Take me to bed." He didn't need any more encouragement. He dropped his hands to grip the backs of her thighs and picked her up off the floor. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him with a desperation she'd never known as he moved across the room toward the bed. Instead of dropping her to the mattress, however, he put her back on her feet so he could push her robe from her shoulders and pull her nightgown over her head. Once she was naked before him, he took her back into his arms and resumed kissing her as he ran his hands up and down her bare back. She slipped her hands across his chest then back down his belly, eager to touch him once more. Verity struggled to undo his trousers and he hurried to help her. Once they were loosened, she pushed them down his hips to free his straining erection. As she stared down at his throbbing length, a thought popped into her mind. He had used his mouth on her. Perhaps she could also use her mouth on him? Curious, she dropped to her knees before him. Chapter 22. "What are you doing?" he hissed, gripping her wrists as if to pull her back to her feet. She gazed up at him with a frown. "Is this not something that is done?" He blinked down at her, and she thought perhaps she'd baffled him. "No," he slowly replied. "It's done. Most assuredly so, but you don't have to." "I want to," she assured him before turning her attention to his sex before her. She wrapped her hand around the base, just as she'd seen him do that first time, and stroked him. He released a noise that almost sounded painful. "Is this all right?" He nodded, his jaw clenched. "Yes. It's all right. It's more than all right." Verity grinned, dropping her gaze once more. She carefully positioned his length before her lips then stuck out her tongue to tentatively lick the tip. He groaned loudly, and she did it again. "This is torture, Verity," he rasped above her. "Your teasing will be the death of me." She smiled, emboldened by his words. She felt suddenly very powerful, even though she was on her knees before him. Deciding to experiment a little more, she licked him from base to tip then sealed her lips around the head, sucking him into her mouth. A vicious growl broke from his chest and he grabbed one of the bedposts to steady himself. Grinning, Verity took him deeper into her mouth before sliding back off of him. She gazed up at him to gauge his reaction. He looked tormented, even as his eyes flashed with desire and awe. "Verity," he murmured, but she didn't give him a chance to say more before she took him into her mouth again. As he braced himself above her moaning with growing pleasure, she bobbed her head up and down, mimicking the movements of their lovemaking. That seemed to please him, as his legs began to shake around her and the noises escaping his mouth grew more and more desperate. She licked and sucked and explored him at her leisure, teasing him 1 minute with her tongue and sucking him deep into her mouth the next. As his moans grew louder and louder, she bobbed her head faster and faster. He was losing control, she could sense it. She wanted to know what it was like when he did. She wanted to watch him shatter. Before he reached that point of no return, however, his hands came down to grip both sides of her face and stop her motions. She hummed in protest, which sent a visible shiver coursing through his body. "Little minx," he growled. "An innocent shouldn't be so skilled at this." He drew himself from her lips, holding her back as she tried to reclaim him. "What are you doing?" she snapped, feeling as though he'd stolen a delectable treat from her. "If you kept going like that, I would have spilled my seed right on your talented tongue," he informed her, making her gasp. "I did not wish to startle you so." I don't think I would mind that," she softly said. He closed his eyes and whimpered. "You are pain and pleasure all wrapped up in one, aren't you? Perhaps some other time we will enjoy that together, but tonight, the only place I want my seed is deep inside you." I want that too, she decided, though the possibility of tasting him in that way did intrigue her. Another time, as he said. Offering her his hands, he helped her to her feet, but then grabbed her around the waist and tossed her backwards onto the bed. She bounced with a surprised giggle, but went silent when he grabbed her ankle and yanked her closer to him. He positioned her so that she was on the very edge of the bed and then lined himself up with her entrance. "You've teased me to near madness," he gasped. "Now you will face the consequences of your actions." Though his words sounded like a threat, all Verity could hear was the promise beneath them. The promise of more pleasure at his hands. Of more chances to explore his body and bring him pleasure as well. Her thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly plunged inside her without warning. She gasped and winced at the slight sting that accompanied his invasion, but it was nothing like the pain of the first time, and after a few moments, her body adjusted and she sighed in relief. Ernest placed his hands above her shoulders, bracing himself above her with a groan. "How can you possibly feel better than the first time?" he growled through his teeth. His words made her giggle, pleased that he appeared as affected by her as she was by him. However, her giggle died out into a whimper as he began to move his hips. He went slowly at first, as if to make sure she felt no pain, but then he started to pick up his pace until he was driving into her with near desperation. She wrapped her legs around his waist, and he dropped to his elbows and buried his face against her neck. He licked at her throat and murmured words of praise and adoration in her ear. "You are perfect. A dream. I can't imagine anything feeling as good as you. I love you, Verity. I love you, I love you, I love you." His outpouring of affection surprised and delighted her. She knew it was likely because he was in the throes of passion and so lost in his pleasure that he was unguarded with his words, but she cherished every single one, feeling them deep in her heart nearly as forcefully as she felt his body against hers. She hugged him, tears stinging the corners of her eyes as the pleasure and pure joy he provoked in her overwhelmed her. Verity couldn't believe how much she loved this man. How vital a part of her life he'd become. She would do anything for him. Die for him, if need be. She knew this with all of her heart and soul. They had been born for each other. Verity felt that tightening in her belly that indicated her climax was drawing near. She dug her nails into Ernest's back and urged him on, her mind narrowing to that single goal of release. "Ernest. Darling. I'm close. Please, please." He lifted his head to gaze down at her. Sweat beaded his brow and his labored breathing pushed his chest more tightly against her breasts. He paused in his movements, keeping her balancing on the edge of that sweet abyss she longed to fall into. "Verity." He pressed his forehead against hers and squeezed his eyes shut. "Tell me what you need." She bit her lip, somewhat embarrassed and hesitant to speak so boldly, yet she knew she wanted to be able to voice her desires to him. She wanted them to be able to tell each other everything and anything. No matter the situation. I want you to touch me. That spot. That spot that feels so good." His lips curled up into a grin and he chuckled. "You are so sweet, aren't you?" Opening his eyes, he met her gaze and nodded. "I'll do anything you want me to do. Anything you ask of me, it's yours." With that, he slid his hand down her body toward where they were joined, and just as he began to move his hips again, he pressed his thumb to that little bud at the top of her sex and Verity exploded. Throwing her head back, she cried out his name again and again like a prayer as pure ecstasy ripped through her. "Ask Verity." Ernest bellowed, shuddering above her as his hips jerked and he followed her over the edge into bliss. The feeling of his essence pouring into her intensified her own release and she squeezed him as tightly as she could in her arms, never wanting the moment to end. When she finally came down from the height of her pleasure, she lay limp and exhausted against the bed. Ernest collapsed against her, but then shifted to her side so that he wasn't crushing her with his weight. One of his hands found hers and he linked their fingers together. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Turning her head so she could meet his gaze, she smiled and nodded. "More than all right," she assured him in a murmur. "I don't believe I've ever felt this happy." He grinned. "That is rather high praise. I knew I had a bit of a talent in the bedchamber, but I didn't realize I was so masterful." Rolling her eyes, she playfully slapped his shoulder. "I regret feeding your ego so readily." Chuckling, he pushed to his feet. Slipping his arms beneath her, he moved her to the top of the bed and laid her against the pillows. Once she was settled, he slipped under the bed covers next to her and wrapped his arm around her to pull her against him. She snuggled into his arms with a sigh. Pressing his lips into her hair, Ernest whispered, "I love you." Grinning, Verity pressed a kiss to his bare chest and replied, "I love you too." Nothing else needed to be said in that moment. Satisfied and content, Verity and Ernest drifted off to sleep together in the comfort and safety of each other's arms. Something stung her nostrils. Verity groaned, resisting the pull of consciousness that was trying to force her awake. That stinging was insistent, however, and she sniffed the air as her mind began to recognize the familiar scent. Suddenly, it clicked. Smoke. Her eyes shot open and she was shocked to find the room filling with dark smoke. She gasped, but that caused her to suck some of the smoke into her mouth. It burned its way down her throat, settling in her lungs and making her cough violently. "Ernest." She tried to cry, but her voice was rough and raspy as she fought to catch her breath. Diving for her husband, she grabbed his shoulders and began to shake him. "Ernest. Wake up." He didn't rouse right away and she felt a shot of fear go through her at the thought that he might not wake up. "Oh, no. Please, Ernest. No." To her relief, he finally opened his eyes and gazed up at her in confusion. "Verity? What? What's wrong?" "I think there's a fire," she declared before dissolving into a coughing fit. Ernest's eyes went wide and he shot up next to her, gazing around wildly. "What in the bloody hell?" he roared. Then, he too, was struck with a vicious coughing fit. He leapt from the bed and grabbed Verity's robe from the floor, wrapping it around her as he helped her to her feet as well. He recovered his trousers and slipped them on before moving to the door. Covering his mouth with one hand, he grabbed the doorknob with the other. He jerked his hand back with a cry. "It's hot," he growled, turning back to face her. "I fear we won't be able to go out that way." Verity stared at him, fear making her hands shake as she clutched her robe tight to her chest. "Ernest," she gasped, the burning in her throat and lungs growing worse and worse with each passing moment. "What? What are we going to do?" He didn't answer her. Instead, he crossed the room and wrapped his arms around her, holding her against him and blocking the worst of the smoke from getting to her. However, she wasn't comforted by his tight embrace. It didn't feel as though he were trying to protect her. It felt as though he were saying goodbye. Chapter 23. Ernest didn't know what to do. They were trapped, and he had no idea how to get them out of that room. The doorknob was too hot for him to twist, and he feared that meant the flames were right outside the door. Verity was coughing into his chest, her hands clutching his shoulders. It felt as though his heart were being ripped out of his chest and crushed. He felt desperation claw at him, scrambling his thoughts, making it difficult for him to think straight and try to come up with a plan. They were going to die there if he didn't do something. If he didn't come up with some way to get them out of that room, he and Verity would either choke to death, or pass out from the smoke and heat and be burned alive. When he thought of his wife meeting such a fate, his desire to protect her roared to new life, pushing through his fear and confusion and clearing his mind so that he could think straight once more. He gazed around the room, his eyes watering from the sting of the smoke. There had to be something he could use. Some way they could get out. His eyes landed on the pitcher and bowl sitting on a table next to a tall window. Two ideas instantly came to mind. Over here. Turning Verity around, he kept his arm firmly around her shoulders and led her toward the table. He first moved to look out the window. They were on the second floor of the manor. A fall from that height might not kill a person, but they wouldn't walk away from the landing unharmed. His eyes darted along the walls around the window, but there was nothing he saw that they could use to climb down to the ground. Not out the window, then. He turned his gaze to the pitcher and bowl. Thankfully, there was still water in the pitcher from when he'd washed up earlier that evening. "Don't move," he ordered as he released Verity and moved back to the bed. He ripped the bedsheet free and hurried back to his wife, throwing it over her to cover her head. Grabbing the pitcher, he dumped the water under her head to soak the sheet. She let out a yelp of surprise. "Ernest, what are you?" "Trust me," he said, cutting her off. Grabbing hold of the sheet, he lifted it so he could slip underneath beside her. Wrapping his arm around her waist, he continued. "Stay close to me, all right? I need you to do exactly as I tell you when I tell you." "All right," she whispered. He could hear the fear in her tone and squeezed her tighter to his side. Taking a shallow breath, the air somewhat clearer beneath the soaked sheet, he held the sheet up so he could see and walked them across the floor toward the door. Using the sheet as a barrier between the brass and his hand, Ernest reached out and twisted the doorknob to open the door. A blast of heat made him gasp, and Verity cried out in shock. Taking a moment to make sure the sheet was secured around Verity, Ernest took a cautious step out into the hallway. There were indeed flames licking along the walls, but they weren't yet quite so high and consuming that their path was completely cut off. "Ernest," Verity whimpered. He turned his gaze down to her and saw that she was hopping from barefoot to barefoot. His own feet, unprotected by the sheet, were feeling the full force of the fire's heat, and while he was able to grit his teeth and bear it for the moment, it appeared as though Verity was struggling to handle the pain. Knowing they didn't have time to waste, nor could they afford to go slowly as she stumbled along. Having no other choice, he bent down and quickly picked up her in his arms, rearranging the sheet so that it covered her completely. Tucking her head against his chest, he ordered, "Do not look up until I tell you to." She nodded meekly. Though she trembled against him, she didn't make a sound as he began moving down the hallway. He knew she was trying to be brave, to not cry or distract him as he tried to get them to safety. "I will protect this woman, no matter what it costs me." He hurried forward as fast as he could. His feet screamed in agony as he moved along the heated floor. The flames on either side of them seemed to reach out to grab at them. Thankfully, the sheet protected them, but he could tell it was drying rapidly in the suffocating heat. If he didn't get them out of the house within the next few minutes, their thin shield against the flames would soon be useless. He reached the main staircase and sent up a silent prayer of thanks that it appeared fairly untouched yet by the fire. He could see the front door of the house had been thrown wide open, and he hoped that meant everyone else, the servants and his mother, had made it outside safely. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something cracking. Frowning, Ernest turned his gaze up to the ceiling. He felt the blood drain from his face when he saw the beams above them were engulfed in the flames. The cracking sounded again, louder and more violent, and the next moment, a wooden beam broke from the ceiling and came crashing down toward them. With a startled shout, Ernest dove forward, twisting in the air so that he took the brunt of the impact on his back and shielded Verity. She was screaming, unable to see with the sheet covering her head and face. When they hit the floor, pain shot up Ernest's spine and he released a cry of pain. The beam slammed into the floor on the exact spot where they'd been standing. They'd been so close to being crushed. He began to shake, unable to stop his body's reaction to the near-death experience. "Ernest? Ernest? What's happened?" "A beam collapsed," he gritted out. Verity scrambled to pull the sheet from her head so she could look around. Her eyes met his and widened. "You're hurt?" He shook his head, which proved a mistake. His vision swam and he rapidly blinked until her face came back into focus. "I'm fine," he insisted. "I just had the wind knocked out of me." Verity must have realized in that moment that she was lying on his chest, which was making it more difficult for him to breathe. Gasping, she tried to scramble away, but he locked his arms around her and held her in place. "I told you to stay close to me," he growled. "You need to be able to catch your breath," she insisted, trying once more to move off of him. "You need to be able to get up." He gnashed his teeth together, knowing she was right, but still resistant to letting her move away from him, even for a moment. Ernest had to admit to himself that she was right, however. He wasn't doing them any good lying helplessly on the floor while the fire raged around them. Reluctantly, he loosened his hold on Verity and allowed her to scramble off him. With a moan, he sat up, his back throbbing with pain. "Are you all right?" Verity was on her hands and knees in front of him, the sheet draped over her. He was completely uncovered at this point, but when he moved to grab the covering, he realized it was dry already. Useless. He yanked it away from her and tossed it to the side. Shoving to his feet, he held his hand out to her and pulled her up next to him. "We need to go," he snapped, keeping hold of her hand as he dashed for the staircase. They ran down the stairs. Ernest didn't look back, but he imagined the fire chasing after them, licking at their heels. The front door seemed so far away, their safety just on the other side, seemingly out of reach. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Verity lost her footing and collapsed to her knees. Ernest was jerked backwards, nearly falling himself. What happened? He whirled around to find her struggling to get back up. "Are you hurt?" She turned her gaze up to him, her eyes watering and her expression stricken. "My ankle. I'm not sure what happened, it just..." He didn't wait for her explanation. They were too close to getting free to try and determine what had happened to her ankle in that moment. He scooped her back up into his arms. She held onto his neck as he ran the rest of the way out of the manor. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw people gathered on the drive, some rushing about, others huddled together as they watched the manor burn. He was relieved to see his mother among them. "Ernest!" she screamed when she spotted him. She tried to run toward him, but several of the servants grabbed her and held her back. Ernest made it to the gathered members of his staff and Mr. Walters rushed forward. The butler held out his arms and Ernest handed Verity over to him before he collapsed to his knees on the ground. He slid forward, falling face first onto the ground, exhausted. "Ernest!" Verity cried, scrambling to try and get out of the butler's hold. The man put her on the ground next to Ernest. When she couldn't stay up on her ankle, she sank down to her knees and slid closer to him. "Say something, please." He reached out a hand and wrapped his fingers around her arm, just needing to touch her and know she was safe. She helped him roll over onto his back and lifted his head to rest in her lap. Leaning over him, she pressed her lips to his forehead, and he felt her tears drip onto his cheeks. "Thank God, thank God, thank God," she murmured. "I love you. I was so scared, but you saved me. You got us out of there, my darling, and you were so brave and I can't believe how incredibly lucky I am." She was rambling, no doubt her nerves and the excitement of the situation overwhelming her. He didn't mind, though. Her voice was like a balm washing over him and soothing his own frazzled nerves. He would have been content just lying there for a little longer and soaking in her touch and her sweet scent, which was somehow finding its way to his nose even through the smell of smoke and soot. However, he knew he needed to get up and take action. He was the lord of a burning manor and he had to figure out what exactly had started the fire. His back protested as he forced himself to sit up, gently pushing against Verity's shoulder so she would give him space. Once he was upright, he took stock of himself. His whole body ached and there were several points, particularly his feet, that felt tender and sore from the heat of the fire. Miraculously, however, he He seemed to be in one piece, and when he turned his gaze to Verity, she seemed unharmed as well. Her soot-covered face was streaked with her tears, but she released a heavy breath and smiled in relief when he reached up and cupped the side of her face. "You've no idea how relieved I am that you are safe," he murmured. She nodded but didn't speak. She looked nearly overcome with emotion, and the way she clenched her jaw told him she was battling to keep herself together. He gave her a quick kiss to her forehead and then pushed to his feet, helping her to stand next to him as well. Looking around, he found Mr. Walters again, standing nearby, alert and ready for whatever orders his master gave him. "Is everyone accounted for?" Ernest asked. Mr. Walters nodded. "Yes, my lord. Everyone was able to get out of the house without too much trouble. It appears as though the fire was started near your own bedchamber, so it had not yet spread so far to trap anyone else. I am sorry. We could not get to you and Lady Norfolk because of the blaze. We were in the midst of trying to figure out a way to scale the wall to your room when you made it out by yourselves." Ernest furrowed his brow. "It started near my room? How? Did a candle fall over?" Mr. Walters shook his head, his expression turning somber. "No, my lord. It appears the fire was no accident. It was deliberately set." "What?" Ernest exclaimed. "How do you know this? Who would intentionally set a fire in my home?" "We've caught the culprit, my lord. Several of the maids spotted him trying to flee, and Mr. Smith and Mr. Braden set off after him and apprehended him." Verity gasped and Ernest demanded, "Where is he now?" "They've taken him to the stables," Mr. Walters answered. "I believe they've got the man tied up there and are awaiting your instructions, my lord." "I will go see him at once," Ernest growled. "I'm coming too," Verity declared. He turned to her with a sharp shake of his head. "No, you stay here. This lunatic might try to finish the job once he realizes we're alive." She put her hands on her hips and gave him a stubborn look. "You and the 2 groomsmen will be there to contain him. I doubt I'll be in any real danger. You can't even walk to the stables." He pointedly looked down at her ankle, which she was avoiding putting weight on, practically balancing her whole person on one foot. "I'm well enough to walk," she insisted. However, when she put her injured foot down and put weight on it, she winced and her knee visibly shook. He arched his brow at her. "Oh, yes, I see. You're perfectly healthy." She glared at him. "Then carry me there." He snorted. "You can't be serious." She folded her arms and tilted her chin. "Either you carry me, or I'll order some of the servants to do so. Either way, I'm going to the stables, and you're not going to stop me." They were wasting time arguing, a fact she no doubt knew and was choosing to exploit. He gnashed his teeth, realizing she was right, and no matter the threats he leveled at his servants to keep her here, she'd managed to sweet-talk at least one of them to defy him and do her bidding. Better if he just kept an eye on her himself. "Very well," he growled. "But you will stand back and not interact with the bastard, do you understand?" She nodded. "Yes, husband. I understand." Chapter 24. She wouldn't admit it out loud to Ernest, but Verity was terrified as they made their way to the stables to confront whoever it was who'd tried to kill them. And there wasn't a doubt in her mind that was the person's goal in setting the fire. He'd wanted them dead, and what was even more frightening, he knew where to find them within the house. That means it's someone familiar with the manor. Familiar with us. Yet, in her mind, that didn't narrow down who the culprit was one bit. She simply couldn't imagine that one of the staff would have done such a terrible thing. They all were very fond of Ernest, and she had not heard of one complaint from any one of them in her time as lady of the manor. If not one of the staff, though, then who? Who else would know the manor so well as to be able to set a fire outside of Ernest's room? It appears I shall find out soon enough. They were coming to the main doors of the stables, which had been left open just enough for them to slip through and into the building. Once inside, Ernest stopped and allowed Verity to slide off his back. "Lean on me the rest of the way," he said, offering her his arm. She accepted it, double-checking that her robe was still tied and secured, and that she was not any more indecent than necessary given the circumstances. A lantern sat on the wall of one of the empty stalls at the far end of the long aisle before them. She could hear the murmur of voices, but couldn't make out any distinct words. Slowly, she and Ernest advanced toward the light. The horses were restless as they passed, nickering and tapping their hooves as if they could sense the impending confrontation. Verity couldn't blame them for their nervousness. She was fighting not to be overwhelmed by anxiety herself. "You're lucky we don't beat you bloody." She heard an angry voice she recognized as Mr. Smith's, snap viciously. "You nearly killed the entire household, you miserable piece of—" "That's enough, Mr. Smith," Ernest ordered as he and Verity stepped into the stall. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'd like a chance to talk to our guest before we threaten him into silence." "Apologies, my lord," Mr. Smith said, bowing his head. He shot a glare toward their captive, who sat on the ground with his back against the far stable wall. His hands and feet were tied, and he had a piece of cloth in his mouth to gag him. Verity gazed at the man, taking in his features. She was struck with a strange sense of recognition. She knew that she'd never met him before, but there was something about him that seemed familiar. His black hair was tousled and filthy, and though he was sitting and bound, she could tell that he was tall. He had a scar on his left cheek, but it was his eyes that struck her the most. They were a cold blue, filled with fury and no sign of remorse. "Why do I feel as though I've stared into these eyes before?" The sensation was nearly as unnerving as the man's angry glare as he regarded her and Ernest. Ernest approached the man and squatted down in front of him. "Who are you?" he demanded to know before reaching up to pull the cloth from the man's lips. "Answer me." Instead of answering, to Verity's shock, the man spit on Ernest. "Go to hell," he snarled. Calmly, Ernest wiped the spittle from his cheek. Then, moving so quickly she didn't even realize he'd lifted his arm, he slammed his fist into man's gut. "You should go back, my lady." Mr. Braden, who'd been standing to the side up until that point, moved in front of her. "This isn't a sight you should see." She shook her head and pushed at his shoulder to get him to move. "No, it's all right. I'm not leaving my husband." Her words were strong and sure, but inside, she felt anything but. Ernest's violence shocked her to her core. She watched as the man retched and coughed up bile from the force of the blow. "Now, let's start again," Ernest said, his tone and mannerisms terribly calm. "I'd like to know the name of the man who put my wife's life in danger." The man remained defiant, despite the obvious threat hanging in the air. "It's my bad luck you both escaped," he sneered. "You two are far harder to kill than I'd anticipated. You keep managing to survive, despite my best efforts." Verity's stomach twisted at his words and the mean gleam in his eye. "I take it you've tried to kill us before?" Ernest asked. "Are you the man who shot at me?" Their prisoner nodded, almost looking proud. "I am. I'm also the man who made your lady love fall from that tree. Bad timing that you were there to catch her." Verity gasped, remembering the gunshot that fateful night in the Duke's garden. Had it not been for that? Had Ernest not been there to catch her? She surged forward, ignoring the groomsmen's protests and her own throbbing ankle. "Why do you want us dead?" She stopped when Ernest threw out an arm to keep her from going closer to the man. "Why have you been doing this to us?" The man snapped his teeth at her like a rabid dog. "Because you deserve it. The both of you." "Why?" Ernest's tone grew harder, more vicious. "Why do we deserve it?" Instead of answering, however, The man burst into laughter and tilted his head back to rest against the stable wall. Because you were born. He shrugged, as if that somehow explained anything. Because you were born a Lovelace, and you were born a Hardstone. And I. Well, I wasn't so lucky, now was I? Verity didn't understand. Was this man simply insane? You targeted us because of our names, Ernest said with a furrowed brow. I'm afraid that's not an acceptable answer. There's more to this that you're not telling us, and I have a feeling it has to do with your identity, which you're keeping so carefully guarded. The man laughed again, convincing Verity further that he was mad. It must truly burn you not to know, he taunted. The great Lord Norfolk, brought low and made helpless by a nameless nobody. Look at you, squatting practically naked in front of me, your beautiful wife injured and vulnerable. What lies beneath that robe, my lady? I think we'd all here enjoy the sight. Ernest's fist slammed into the man's cheek so hard, his head whipped to the side. Verity cried out in alarm as Ernest hit the man again and again. Ernest! Verity cried when it became apparent he had no intention of stopping. Ernest, please, don't. You'll kill him. That seemed just his intent, however. He didn't stop. Didn't seem to hear her. Now he's the one who's gone mad. Turning to the groomsmen, she begged. Please, stop him. The two men jumped into action, hurrying forward to grab their lord, each taking hold of an arm, and pulling him away from the man. Release me! Ernest bellowed, struggling against the groomsmen's hold. I command you that you release me. Verity threw herself in front of him and blocked his path to their prisoner. She took Ernest's face in her hands and forced him to meet her gaze. You mustn't do this, she insisted, unable to hide her desperation in her tone. You are better than this. Please, my love, calm yourself. Her words at last seemed to penetrate his haze of animalistic fury. Breathing deeply, he stopped fighting against Mr. Smith and Mr. Braden, never taking his eyes off hers as he returned to himself. I'm sorry, he murmured, brushing his hand across her forehead, pushing her hair from her face. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to frighten you. She nodded, so relieved to have him calmed back down, she nearly broke out into tears again. You've nothing to be sorry for, she replied. I just know you're a better man than this wretch. Killing him would only drag you down to his level. Ernest sighed. You're right. Of course you're right. She smiled at him and might have kissed him in that moment had the man's dark laugh not suddenly filled the air in the stall. My God, you two are pathetic, he declared. It makes me almost wish you had beaten me to death. Ernest snarled, but Verity pressed her hands to his chest to keep him from charging forward again. When she was certain he wouldn't resume his attack, she turned to face the man. We don't know you, she hissed. We don't know you, and we don't deserve your hatred. You should have left us alone. The man, face bloody and eyes already swelling from Ernest's blows, gave her a vicious grin. Oh, I know you, he declared. Rest assured, my hatred of you is both well-founded and deserved. I don't understand. She threw her hands up in frustration. Who are you? I can answer that. Verity and Ernest both whirled at the sound of a new voice speaking from the entrance to the stall. A woman neither of them knew stood there. She was tall and held herself as a noblewoman would, but her face, which had likely once been beautiful, was marked with the lines and signs of a hard life. She had dark hair and stunning hazel eyes, and as Verity gazed into them, she was overwhelmed with that feeling of recognition again. Who are you? She blurted, unable to contain her curiosity. Suddenly, Ernest's mother appeared at the woman's side. Her expression was somber, and her eyes bleak. She was the one who identified the woman to them. This, she began in a hollow voice, is Amanda Lovelace. Hardstone. The woman corrected sharply. Verity blinked, certain she'd misheard. Wait. You're my. The woman, Amanda, gave her a soft look and nodded. I'm your aunt, my dear. It's been ages since I've seen you. You've grown. You've grown so beautiful. Hold on one moment. Ernest snapped, stepping between Verity and the woman. If you're Amanda Love Hardstone, then who in God's name is this maniac? He threw his hand back to indicate the bloody mess of a man at their back. Amanda regarded the man with a look of such despair, it shook Verity to her core. His name is Robert Hardstone, Amanda said at last. He is my son. Chapter 25. Mother, what are you doing here? The man, Robert, demanded to know. Amanda entered the stall and moved past Verity and Ernest to stand before her son. I couldn't let you go through with this madness, she insisted. Do you know how terribly worried I was when you disappeared? And then, when you sent me that horrible letter. Robert's eyes grew wide and he looked genuinely nervous for the first time since they'd begun questioning him. You shouldn't have come. You should have stayed home in Scotland. I was going to send for you once I'd completed my plan. You mean once you'd killed your uncle and cousins? Amanda exclaimed. It seemed as though the air was sucked from the room in that moment. Ernest slowly turned his gaze to the woman, afraid of the implications of her words. What do you mean, killed his uncle? He asked. Amanda went very still for a long moment, and then, at last, she turned to Ernest. She met his gaze, and her eyes were filled with a gut-wrenching sorrow. I'm afraid my son is the one who killed your father, she confessed softly. He wrote to me about it, in this letter. She pulled a folded paper from her skirts and held it up. It was worn and wrinkled, clearly having been read multiple times. May I see it? Ernest asked, reaching out his hand to take it. She nodded and handed it to him without protest. Mother, what are you doing? Robert exclaimed. Amanda released a long, rattling sigh. I'm sorry, son. You've brought this upon yourself. With careful fingers, Ernest unfolded the paper and gazed down at the writing on the page. Dearest Mama, I am sorry to have left you so abruptly after Father's passing. I know I should be there to comfort you, but the task he has given me is one of great urgency and could not be delayed. I swore to him I'd give you a better life. The life you always deserved, and should have always had, and I intend to fulfill this vow. I know what I must do to achieve it, and I have already begun to see my plan through. The Earl is dead. I killed him. Shot him when he was out riding. I can only confess this to you, Mother, because you will soon understand why I have gone to such great lengths to secure our future. I intend to reclaim what is rightfully ours. With my uncle gone, there is only my cousin left to dispose of, and I shall be the Earl of Norfolk. Our vengeance against the Hardstones will be complete, and then I shall turn my gaze to the Lovelaces. They will pay for leaving you abandoned to scrape and scrimp like a low-born pauper. Soon, Mother, I will send for you. When my position is secure and those who have made you suffer all these years meet justice. Your ever-devoted son, Robert. Ernest's fingers curled, crushing the letter in his grip. That same fury that had filled him when Robert had insulted Verity returned twofold, and the whole world seemed tinged in red. With a devastated cry, he whirled toward the man, his cousin, ready to charge him and finish the job he'd started before. Two small hands met his chest and the soothing voice of an angel washed over him, breaking through his rage. Ernest, darling, no more. Please. Let the constables handle him. He blinked, the blood-red shade slowly lifting from his vision. He turned his gaze down and met Verity's bright hazel gaze. She had tears rolling down her cheeks again, and he lifted his hand to wipe at them with his thumb. She wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his chest. "I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so sorry he took your father from you." He held her to him, not sure what else he could do in that moment but accept her comfort. His heart was breaking, as if his father had died all over again. This time, though, he at least had Verity to lean on in his grief. She made even his worst pain more bearable. "I gave orders to Mr. Walters to send for the constables," his mother said, her voice cutting through the small bubble that had formed around him and Verity. "With that letter and Amanda's witness, there will be no problem arresting him." Ernest glanced toward Robert, who was glaring up at them all. He focused in on his mother, his eyes narrowing. "How could you do this to me?" he demanded to know. "After everything they've put you through? After everything you and father suffered? It was his dying wish that I do this." "No!" Amanda exclaimed, pain and sorrow darkening her tone. "This was not his dying wish. He wanted you to come to England to find your family, not kill them. You twisted his words to justify your own selfish ends. He wished for reconciliation, not this." It clicked then in Ernest's mind that his Uncle James was dead. He had been so overwhelmed with his anger and sorrow, he hadn't fully comprehended that fact until that moment. A strange sense of sadness washed over him. It wasn't nearly as strong as his grief over the loss of his father, but it was there all the same. He'd been so young when his uncle ran away, he didn't remember the man, but his father had loved him dearly. It would have broken the old Earl's heart to hear of his death. Suddenly, there was a great commotion outside of the stables, and he heard the front doors groan in protest as they were slid open even farther. "Verity!" a frantic voice called. "Verity, darling? Where are you?" "Mother?" Verity murmured with a frown, limping away from Ernest toward the entrance to the stall. She poked her head out and gazed down the aisle. "Mother? What in the world are you doing here?" Moments later, the Baron and Baroness were surrounding their daughter, hugging her and voicing their relief that she was safe. "We saw the smoke all the way down the road," her father explained, taking Verity's face in his hands to inspect her for injury. "We rushed here as fast as we could." "Are you certain you're not hurt?" "My ankle is a bit sore," Verity confessed. "But otherwise, I'm perfectly fine. Ernest got me to safety, carrying me most of the way." His mother and father-in-law glanced up to look at him. Ernest stared back at them, unsure what he should say or do. He was standing in a horse stall with no shirt or shoes, a bloody tied-up man at his back. His state of disarray proved not to matter that much in the end, though, for the very next moment, the Baron and Baroness noticed Amanda standing off to the side, suddenly appearing shy. "Sister?" the Baron gasped, his jaw dropping as his eyes widened in his shock. What in the world are you doing here?" She gave him a tentative smile before replying. "I'm afraid it is not a happy occasion that brings me home, brother. I was forced to follow my son here to try and stop him before he did any more damage." "Your son?" The Baron turned his gaze toward Robert, who sneered at him. What exactly is going on here?" "Papa, I'm afraid it's a very long story," Verity told him, wrapping her fingers around his arm and squeezing gently. "Perhaps it could wait until we are somewhere more comfortable." The man's gaze bounced from his daughter to his sister and back again. At length, he nodded, though he still appeared dumbfounded. Yes, of course. You shall all come and stay with us for the night. Tomorrow, we will determine what to do about the manor." "An excellent idea," Verity assured him. "We must first wait for the constables to arrive, though. We cannot leave before Robert is arrested." Of course." Ernest felt sorry for the man, who was no doubt completely lost and burning with unanswered questions. Still, he heeded his daughter's word and didn't press anyone for an explanation in that moment. It wasn't long after that, Thankfully, the constables arrived. Ernest showed them the letter and Amanda confessed to all that she knew. It was enough to arrest Robert, who cursed each and every one of them as he was taken away. Amanda broke down into tears as she watched her son go. The Baron and Baroness instantly moved to comfort her, but Verity held herself back from them. "I'm all but a stranger to her," she murmured to Ernest when he glanced at her with an arched brow. "I would feel odd," attempting to soothe her. Ernest could understand her hesitation. Throwing an arm around her shoulders, he hugged her to him, and they took comfort from each other. It was a fever that took him. It came on so suddenly, but in the end, he didn't suffer for long. That was a small blessing, at least. It was some time later and their strange party had managed to gather at the Baron's estate down the road from Norfolk. Verity and Ernest had been given the opportunity to bathe and provided with new clothes, and now they all sat together in the drawing room, listening intently to Amanda as she explained the circumstances of James's death. Ernest's mother had tears in her eyes that she wiped at with her thumb. "That's a relief," she murmured. "I'd hate to think of poor, sweet James suffering needlessly." Amanda nodded, sorrow so deeply etched into her features, Ernest suspected it would leave a permanent mark upon her. "My poor Robert didn't take his father's passing well, as you can imagine," she sighed. "He mistook James's dying wish that he come and find you all for one of revenge. James never held a grudge against anyone, though. Neither of us did." "How can that be?" the Baron asked, his voice laced with despair. "After everything we put you through? How could you both not come to hate us all?" Amanda's smile was soft and sad as she answered. "We had each other. That was enough. Nothing else was worth fretting over, because we knew our love was stronger than any lingering bitterness or regrets." "You truly loved each other," Ernest remarked with no small amount of awe. He glanced toward Verity, who sat with her parents opposite him. She was already looking at him with a soft smile. "We did." Amanda nodded. "James was my whole world until we had Robert. When we realized neither of our families would allow us to be together, we ran, deciding we'd rather live in banishment together than in the good graces of anyone else apart." The Baron suddenly flung himself to his knees before her, taking her hands and pressing his head to her knee. "I am so sorry," he sobbed, his shoulders shaking. "For everything. I shouldn't have let you go so easily. I should have. I should have fought for you. And for James." Amanda gazed down at her brother with a blank expression for several moments, and then she seemed to melt with emotion, flinging her arms around him and hugging him tight. "You do not need to ask my forgiveness," she told him. "I love you, brother, and I have missed you. I'm just so happy to be with you after all these years." The two held each other and cried for some time, and Ernest began to feel a bit like a voyeur, sitting there and watching their heart-wrenching reunion. Pushing to his feet, he reached a hand out to Verity. She accepted it without hesitation and he drew her to him. "I believe my wife and I will retire for the night," he announced. "We are both beyond exhausted from our experience and are in need of rest." Amanda and the Baron looked up. Verity's mother rose to her feet, nodding forcefully. "Of course," she said. "You two have been through so much. Go and sleep. We will continue speaking in the morning." He gave her a grateful smile before slipping Verity's hand around his arm and turning to lead her out of the room. She continued to limp, but she appeared to be in less pain than she had been just hours before, which was a great relief. When they were clear of the room, he stopped and turned to her, pulling her into his arms and ignoring her yelp of surprise. "Ernest? What are you doing, darling?" she asked, her voice muffled against his shoulder. I just need to hold you a moment," he explained, unsure what else he could tell her. She didn't question him further, however, and brought her arms up around him to hug him back. They stayed like that for several minutes, just holding each other and drawing comfort from one another. At length, though, she lifted her head to gaze up at him. "Would we be enough, do you think, if we were forced to run away together?" He chuckled softly at her question, pressing a kiss to her forehead before answering. "Yes, sweetheart. We would be enough." "Would you defy your family for me?" That made him laugh out loud. "I believe I've done that more than once already, and that was before I even liked you." She slapped at his chest, but she was smiling. "You are incorrigible." "No." He shook his head, dropping his face closer to hers. "I'm yours." She went soft against him, her lips curling into an adoring smile. "That's right." She nodded. "You are mine, and I am yours. Now and forever." He closed the distance between them to claim her lips in a kiss in which he poured all his love and affection for the brilliant, beautiful, amazing woman in his arms. Those days that they'd hated each other seemed like another lifetime to him in that moment. That was the past, however, and neither of them would let the past continue to have a hold on them. They would enjoy their present and look forward to their future, which held seemingly endless possibilities, so long as they remained side by side. Epilogue. "I swear to all that is holy, Verity, if you put that ghastly purple wallpaper anywhere in the house, I will set the place on fire again and make sure it burns to the ground this time." Verity rolled her eyes, exasperated by her husband's dramatics. "What does it matter if I put it in my sitting room? That space is supposed to be mine to do with as I please." He made a face of disgust as he gazed down at the sample in her hand. "How can you even like that? It's so loud." That made her laugh. "Perhaps that's exactly why I like it." The two stood together in the dining room of Norfolk Manor. The sounds of workers reconstructing the house filled the air around them. On the table before them were samples she'd gathered from various merchants with new materials to use to decorate their home. Wallpapers, tapestries, rugs. Every detail, they debated and fought, rarely agreeing on anything at first sight. Verity didn't mind the aggravation of dealing with her husband, however. She liked that they were making these decisions together. Making the house their home. If only he wasn't so vocal in his opinions sometimes. "You have terrible taste," he declared, folding his arms over his chest. "If it weren't for me tempering your worst instincts, we would have the gaudiest home in the whole of England, and that is not an insignificant feat to accomplish." She glared at him. "And if it weren't for me, this place would be no better than a museum, or worse, a mausoleum. You are so against color and texture, it's amazing you're not made of stone yourself." He flared his nostrils, a clear sign of his irritation. Moving around the table, he came up to her and rested his hands on her hips so he could pull her against him. "There is something about me that is often hard as stone," he remarked in a husky voice. "But that is only ever the case when I'm around you." She felt his growing need pressing against her. Gasping, Verity felt herself grow soft and eager in response, but she resisted the urge to sit back on the table and allow him to ravish her as he saw fit. Slapping against his chest, she scolded. "You are trying to distract me again. Don't think I don't see it. Every time I try to get you to agree to a detail you don't like, you seduce me in order to distract and confuse me." He chuckled. "Don't tell me you don't enjoy my efforts to steer you away from your terrible, terrible decisions." She let out a breath of exasperation. "You are a wicked man, Ernest Hardstone. Tempting an innocent such as myself with your devious ways." He snorted. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Must I remind you of all the times you seduced me?" Her cheeks heated in a blush. "I have never seduced you." He arched a brow. "Oh, really? What about that one time you slipped into my bath with me? Or the time you pulled me behind those hedges in your family's garden?" "That's enough," she declared, slapping a hand over his mouth and gazing around. Your mother could pop in at any point and hear you speaking about such things. I would simply die of embarrassment if that happened. He kissed the inside of her palm before moving her hand away and saying, "You don't need to worry about Mother. She went out dress shopping with your mother and Aunt Amanda today, remember?" Verity's lips parted in wonder and she nodded. "Oh, yes, I remember now. I'm still so unused to our mothers spending time together, I forgot she was accompanying them today. Which means, we need not worry about her walking in." His voice was a growl as he snaked his hands around her in order to cup her backside. Gasping, she pushed at his chest and wiggled out of his grasp. "The house is still filled with workers," she hissed. "You cannot think to just take me against the table out in the open, in the middle of the day. I could also take you against the wall if that's more to your liking," he teased. Though the image his words created in her head sent a shiver coursing down her spine, she firmly shook her head. "No, no, we have to finish making these decisions. The builders also have a final plan of the manor they want us to approve of." Ernest groaned. "Again? How many times must we tell them the plans are just fine? Must they keep adding things?" "I believe it's just one more room," she said, digging through the mess on the table before them to pull out the sketch of the house one of the builders had given her. She pointed her finger to a room on the sketch that hadn't been present on the last one. "This is the one." He gazed at it with a furrowed brow. "It appears to be between your room and mine." "That's odd. Why would they put it there?" Verity shrugged. "Perhaps something very special will reside in the room. Something that both of us will want access to 24 hours a day." "What in the world could we possibly need access to every hour of every?" He stopped, his words dying on his tongue as he slowly turned to face his wife. She was resting her hands on her belly. It was still flat, but he could tell by the joy sparkling in her eyes that it would be rounded before too long. "It's a nursery," he breathed, glancing back down at the sketch before looking back up at her. "It is if we want it to be." She nodded. "So? What do you think? Do we sign off on the plans?" With a burst of laughter of pure joy, Ernest moved back to Verity and took her in his arms. "Yes," he said with a firm nod. "Let's sign off on them. The sooner they get started, the sooner the room will be finished. We need to have a place ready for the baby." "You're absolutely right, husband," Verity agreed, wrapping her arms around his neck and standing on tiptoe to press a kiss against his lips. "We need to be ready." Wrapping his arms around her, he pulled her into a deeper kiss, caring not one bit if someone stumbled upon them. This woman was more than he could have ever hoped for in a wife, and he thanked God every day that she'd chosen to love him, out of all the people in the world. For him, there was no one else, and there would never be anyone else. She was his everything, and she owned him body and soul. Ernest hoped she'd never relinquish her hold on him. The end? Extended epilogue. 5 years later. "Mama, will Papa be home soon?" Glancing toward her young daughter, Verity nodded and replied, "Yes, darling. Any minute he'll come rolling up the drive." She and little Elizabeth stood at the parlor window, staring outside at the front drive of the house, waiting for Ernest to arrive. He had been away in London for over a week, and their daughter was anxious for him to be home. Truth be told, Verity was anxious as well. When Elizabeth had asked if they could wait by the window to watch for him, Verity had agreed and acted as though she were indulging her little girl's whims, when in fact she was just as eager to see the carriage bearing him home. Though she knew his trip to London had been necessary to attend to some of his new investments, Verity missed him terribly. She would have accompanied him, had she not still been recovering from the birth of their son, Alfred. She had been cleared by her physician at last, though, and allowed to resume her regular activities. That included her wifely duties, which she had not been able to indulge in for some time. Another reason she was eager for Ernest to arrive home. She wanted him to take her to bed. Mamma. There he is. Verity was jerked from her wandering thoughts by her daughter's excited squeal as she pointed her finger against the glass of the window. Sure enough, the ornate Norfolk carriage appeared on the drive, rolling closer and closer with each passing second. Elizabeth scrambled from the chair she'd perched on and ran out of the room to the foyer. Chuckling, Verity followed her. The little girl stood before the front door, bouncing on the balls of her feet in excitement. Verity stayed off to the side, not wishing to get in the way of her daughter's happy reunion with her father. It wasn't long before Mr. Walters threw the door open and stepped aside to allow Ernest and Lord Creston, who'd partnered with him on several of his investments, to enter. Elizabeth immediately shrieked in delight and threw herself at Ernest, wrapping her little arms around his legs and hugging him tight. "Whoa there," Ernest declared with a grin, gazing down at his daughter. "This is a delightful greeting. Did you miss me that much?" "Yes, Papa," Elizabeth assured him, turning her gaze to look up at him. "We missed you so much." Chuckling, Ernest dropped to one knee and rested his hand on top of Elizabeth's head. "I missed you too, sweetheart, but I brought you a gift." Elizabeth's eyes widened. "A gift? What is it?" Ernest reached into his jacket and pulled out a small bag tied with a big red bow. "Sweets from that shop you like so much," he declared, handing the bag to Elizabeth. The little girl clapped her hands in delight before throwing her arms around his neck and hugging him tight. "Thank you, Papa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does your favorite uncle not get too excited greeting as well?" Creston asked with a mischievous grin. Elizabeth regarded him with a haughty air, even as she continued to cling to her father's neck. "Did Uncle bring me a present as well?" "Well, No, I didn't," he replied sheepishly. Elizabeth turned her nose up to him. "Then you shall have to wait for your hug." Verity chuckled and rolled her eyes in exasperation. They would have to work on the girl's entitled attitude. It would hardly make her any friends when she had grown from an adorable child to an insufferable young lady. When Elizabeth finally released him, Ernest stood and asked, "Now, where is your mother?" Having stuffed a sweet into her mouth already, Elizabeth pointed toward Verity as she chewed. Ernest turned and locked eyes with her. Heat entered his gaze, and she felt as though he were scorching her with his desire, even from across the room. Clutching her hands in front of her, she moved closer to him. "Welcome home, husband," she said with a soft smile. He reached out without a word, cupped her face, and drew her in for a long, slow kiss. She had to fight not to moan against his lips, mindful that Elizabeth remained in the room with them. His tongue sought entrance to her mouth, but she pulled back and away before things escalated out of control. "Later," she murmured, wishing to reassure him. Then she glanced pointedly at Elizabeth. Creston cleared his throat. "I wouldn't mind a greeting like that, either," he teased. Ernest sent him a sharp look, no doubt irritated to be denied as well as annoyed by his friend, but he gave Verity a firm nod of understanding. She reached down to take his hand, squeezing it gently. "You must tell us all about your trip," she said, leading him through the foyer. "Come along, Elizabeth, if you want to visit with your father. Lord Creston, would you like to join us for some tea?" The little girl eagerly followed after them, her bag of sweets in hand, Lord Creston stepping jovially behind her. Verity didn't bother to ask if Ernest had brought her home anything. His safe return was gift enough for her. As would be the activities his burning gaze promised lay in wait for her later that night. "Ernest. Oh, I've missed you so much." He didn't reply. His mouth was occupied, but the way he increased the pressure of his tongue against her wet heat was indication enough that he'd missed her as well. He acted like a starving man, feasting on her with abandon. It had been much longer than a week since they'd been able to be intimate with each other. She'd had to heal after Alfred had arrived. Now that she was able to indulge him, She felt ravenous for his touch and kiss, for that exquisite pleasure he was able to give to her. His lips suddenly latched on her little bud and her thighs tightened around his head as she let out a cry of pleasure. She clawed at the bedsheet as he pushed her closer and closer to the edge. When her release hit her, she had to throw one of their pillows over her face to muffle her scream. She didn't wish to wake the baby, who slept next door in the nursery. When she was able to recover her wits, she thought to take a moment to catch her breath. Ernest, however, was not willing to give her any rest. He crawled up her body and slammed his lips to hers, kissing her deeply and plunging his tongue into her mouth at the same time he plunged his length into her. He swallowed her startled gasp, and when he began to move in earnest, she wrapped her arms around him and held on tight, recognizing there was little else she could do as he drove into her again and again. He was rough, but careful not to hurt her. There was a desperation to his movements, however, that told her he had missed being like this with her as much as she had. Verity. So beautiful. More beautiful. His words were choppy and he couldn't seem to complete a sentence, so Verity had no real idea what he was trying to tell her. It didn't matter, though. Not in that moment. Not when he was driving her back up toward her peak once again. Ernest. She groaned. Touch me. Please. After spending so many years together already, he knew exactly what she was asking for. Sliding his hand down between them, he found that little bud and tweaked it just so as he continued to move. It was exactly what she needed, and she went careening over the edge of that precipice and plunging into ecstasy. The next moment, Ernest released a roar, throwing his head back as he rode through his own explosion of pleasure. When they both settled back to earth after soaring through the heavens, they came to clutching each other. I missed you, Verity murmured, burying her face tightly into his neck. I missed you too, he replied, brushing his fingers lightly through her hair. How was London? She asked with a sigh. Ernest shrugged. Oh, much the same as it was the last time I visited, I suppose. You'll have to go with me next time so I have someone to dance with at social events. Also to distract my mother, so she doesn't dominate my time and attention with questions about her grandchildren. It's lucky she enjoys her London townhouse, else I fear she would be visiting us so often, it'd seem like she'd never left. She giggled. You poor thing. At the ball with no one to tell you how pretty you are, and only Mama to keep you company. What a shame. With a growl, he rolled over onto her and tickled her sides. She shrieked with laughter as she tried to bat his hands away. When he let her go at last, he rolled back to his side and sighed. How were the children while I was away? Good of you to remember there are two now. She teased him. Well, despite having the attention of all her grandparents as well as the new doll that we bought for her, Elizabeth would declare me a very absent parent who doesn't have any time for her anymore. Did she say that to you? Verity nodded. Your daughter is a stubborn little thing. When she has decided to feel something, everyone around her must know about it. I swear, one afternoon visiting with Lily and leaving the child with her governess, and Elizabeth acts as though I've all but abandoned her. He couldn't help but laugh, imagining his tiny terror driving her mother and grandparents mad without him there to settle her. Yes, yes, laugh all you like. Verity snapped. I'm going to leave you with both children while I waltz off for a week. We'll see if you're laughing after that. Her threat sounded genuine, so he forced his laughter to die down. You've no sense of humor anymore, he teased her. And you'll soon have no bedmate if you continue saying such ridiculous things. She huffed. What a mean thing to say. He grinned. She shrugged, but then snuggled closer into his side. What of my son? He asked as he ran his fingers back and forth across her shoulder. He sleeps better than Elizabeth did, so that's a blessing, Verity murmured. He looks like you already. He'll be a handsome boy when he gets older. Mama and Papa came by the other day to see him, and they brought him yet more stuffed toys he'll have no use for until he's at least a few more months old. Ernest's heart overflowed with love and adoration for the woman in his arms and the family they'd created. With every word she spoke, he realized just how terrible lucky he was, and how blessed his life had become. He had the woman of his dreams lying with him in bed, loving him day and night with a devotion he'd never have dreamed possible. He had 2 children who were the center of his whole world, who he could spoil and shower with tenderness and affection, just as he'd been growing up. And he had a home that reflected his life, blending both his wife's horrible tastes with his own. As he lay there with Verity chattering away about their children, he couldn't help but think back to that night when he'd carried her from the fire their cousin had started. He'd had no idea what beauty was going to rise up from those ashes. What joy! Ernest was indeed a man blessed, for from the aftermath of destruction, anger, and hate, he and Verity had built a home and family together. A life they could adore. And there wasn't a single day that he didn't thank his lucky stars that she'd fallen from that tree, and he'd been right there to catch her. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.